expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African for me means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have two interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First, party planners, event managers celebrate Network for Growth. It was a time of networking, Thanksgiving and share fun when members of the Association of Professional Party Organizers and Event Managers of Nigeria converged in Lagos for the 3rd edition of Owambe tagged Funkified. The annual event brings stakeholders in the industry to unwind, reflect on past years and project for the future. Plus TV crew was there to bring you all the beautiful moments. Let's look at this video. We'll be right back.
Scintillating scenery, great music, energetic dancing, and magical moments. It is the 3rd edition of Owambe, simply put, Owambe 3.0. Tagged Funkified, stakeholders in the party planning and event management industry gather here for the sole reason to enjoy same great moments they gave to their clients. Magic and sheer excitement encapsulate the ambience here. Members of the association with their kith and kin are treated to a lot of fun and sweet memories that will not go away in a hurry. So as the evening hits on, guests present are reminded of the journey so far.
Just to let loose and lose our home trainings at some point.
It's a time for us to unwind, to taste what other people we have been giving to other people. So you can see us. It will soon be so groovy that we enjoy the moment.
Event management has emerged over the past decade as a dynamic sector of the tourism and leisure industries. The number, diversity and popularity of events have also grown throughout this period. With 2023 gone and 2024 getting fired on, what trends and glamour should Nigerians expect from these set of people who provide them with indelible memories? Plus TV crew gets up close to some of the key players to find out more.
Fast becoming a global village. So whatever is obtainable anywhere in the world would have to be obtainable here too, as Nigerian event stakeholders. So we don't even want to say we're made in Nigeria. We're going to be global brands, but created in Nigeria.
Upwem, we're trendsetters, we're pace setters. We are, everything setters in the industry. So all I can say is watch out.
Without a doubt, the event and creative industry has come to stay in Nigeria, and the country is taking the world by storm. Notwithstanding the current economic realities, active players are finding innovative ways to thrive.
And what you look for is a situation where the professional event planners, which is what this organization is about, if you're a professional event planner, you look at all the militating issues that you have. Retool, repackage yourself. In business, it's not when prices go up that you must necessarily put up your prices. You can actually hang in there, let people notice the difference you're making.
Seriously affecting us in the industry, because bringing things from China is not an easy thing now. So what we have is what we maintain. If you maintain what you have, from there, what we pray for is the exchange rate to come down.
Parties and events bring colors and smiles to faces of people. The stakeholders are careful to ensure qualitative standards, knowing that the barriers to gaining entry into the business is not much. With some support from relevant authorities, they believe that the year 2024 and beyond will be resounding with great memories and joy.
Because our back-end processes now we have to spend more money on our back-end processes. And so we look for creative ways to actually cut costs without cutting corners, and so that's a whole lot of brain work, to deal with. So, but we keep at it, because we're not going to rest, and that's why we're creative professionals.
If we have not changed the event industry, you won't see people here. So we are leaders. Upwem is the place to be. We are transforming spaces, doing a lot of marvelous things, and being the leader, people are following us.
On the whole, I can say it's been exciting for us. We've been able to introduce wellness and healthy eating, even while people are partying, and for us, that's a very big plus.
The Owambe 3.0 and other editions leads the party planners and event managers with sweet tales to be remembered, just as they have committed to always raising the bar and setting their place and pace with innovation and dedication.
Nigeria and indeed Africa have been advised to use indigenous languages as the basis for instructing students and learning in schools, as it is the panacea to tackling non-colonialism and national development. This advice was handed down during a public presentation of The First Language, Our Hope, Ideas Towards a Greater Africa, authored by Solomon Atala. Let's look at this video. We'll be right back.
Africa remains generally underdeveloped compared with the rest of the world. This author, Solomon Atala, believes that the main reason for the poor report is the continent's education, which is on the wrong pedestal in foreign languages.
Africa must be modern. That's the name of the book. Somehow, I simply wrote down the name and the title. Please, a round of applause. Celebrate, a round of applause.
At this public presentation of The First Language, Our Home, Solomon Atala is pushing strongly for the return to using the mother tongue from the elementary level. He encapsulated in this reference book, which advocates on prioritizing the African culture for the continent to take its true place among the Committee of Nations. The reviewer shares similar sentiments.
It has been, it's what we all know, that outside of the African continent, the first languages are used for education and governance. And that is the reason behind the height they have attained. But as they have attained this height by Second Industrial Revolution, they imposed their own languages on the entire of Africa.
Germans write in German, Japanese write in Japanese, Russians write in Russian, but Africans write in Arabic, they write in English, they write in French, they write in Portuguese. Okay. These days you also have people who are proud to tell you they can't speak their native tongues. They can't speak Yoruba, or they can't speak Igbo, or they can't speak Hausa.
Just how soon can this renaissance be seen? Other concerns are raised about building the capacity of teachers who will instruct in indigenous African languages. This is just as the author and reviewer believe that originality is lost when teaching or translating in foreign languages.
Even in my days then, don't speak vernacular. If you speak vernacular, you were penalized. So it is not just the mothers and fathers of today. That is how they programmed us. And they wanted us to remain under their feet. Mama, I don't think that's what I think we want to put a stop to.
You have to start encouraging people to take an interest in African studies, let me put it that way, and African languages. So when you have people who are trained, especially teachers, and it's not just at the university level, you understand, because it is the foundation that matters. So our educational policy planners, okay, should first create laws, okay, that will emphasize mother tongue education right from nursery and primary school.
The author concludes that Africa is not modern because the continent has not used its first languages in the education of its people, as done by others since Renaissance, explaining on the need to change this narrative.
Going to launch this book.
Dignitaries from within the Lagos and District Society of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, gathered to host their 59th president. It is also time to inaugurate the new excuse of the FBN chapter.
This is clearly demonstrated in the vast and constantly growing community of chartered accountants on our staff list. At least 250 active financial members of the institute throughout Nigeria.
The 31st chairman of the Lagos and District Society, Toyin Biola Salami, welcomes all present. She reflects on the journey so far, while restating the district's steadfast commitment to inspire the next generation of accountants.
We have remained steadfast in our commitment to excellence. Notably, initiatives such as the Catch Them Young program was also held in November, which hosted over 200 students.
While chartered members of the noble profession wine and dine, issues affecting accountancy globally take center stage at the interactive session. In a chat with the ICANN president, he is quick to share insight on transparency and accountability in the public finance space.
And what we have discovered is that the level of accountability and transparency is low for some states are taking the bottom 5 lowest performing states. And we have been advocating for this better transparency because we believe that when there is better transparency and accountability, then there is an improved governance because the various arms of government will be able to state what these funds are used for and how the funds impact on the life of the citizen.
The Association of Chartered Certified Accountants and the Institute of Management Accountants Global Economic Confidence Survey shows declining confidence among accountants globally for the third consecutive quarter in the fourth quarter of 2023, consistent with a further moderation in global growth. What is being done to drive confidence in young people to the profession, and what does the future hold for the industry?
As a district, every year we have all these programs that we carry out during the year. One of them is the Catch Them Young program, where we go to schools within our catchment area. We visit them, we give books, we give presents, we do quizzes. We try to encourage them to become accountants. This year alone, we had one in November, and we intend to have another one on the 28th of February. And all this is all done with sponsors and people who come together just to encourage our young ones to become accountants.
So what has happened in the profession is that globally, especially in the Western world, the profession is no longer attracting the young ones. And of course, you know, where you don't have young ones, the tendency is that the profession is going to get into extinction. But in ICANN, which is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, we have a program targeted at the young ones. We call it Catch Them Young program. And because of that, our program, we have been able to attract young ones to the profession.
Awards are presented to outstanding members of the district for exceptional service and dedication.
Madam, congratulations.
On behalf of the ICANN Lagos and District Society, we present these gifts to the President of ICANN.
So the more you belong to a chapter, the more you belong to a district, because that's a
At a line estate in Lagos, family, friends, guests arrived to see the quintessential Vincent Dejumo Lewis's corpse for the last time. Tears cascaded down on the faces of some, while others were there to comfort them. From there, his remains were moved to Holy Cross Cathedral at Catholic Mission Street, Lagos Island. At the church, the officiating minister, Very Reverend Monsignor Bernard Okodua, offers prayers for the deceased as the congregation joins the choir to sing hymns.
You give life to all things and make them holy. And you never cease to gather your people to yourselves, so that from the rising of the sun to its setting, a pure sacrifice may be offered to your name.
Popular Nigerian filmmaker Tunde Kelani shares his experience working with the late Dejumo Louis.
I happened to have worked with him in NTA, where he played the pioneering role of the village headmaster, Oloja. And he carried it on stage and off stage. He was Kabiyesi Adebosipo in Mainframe Productions Agogo Ewo. He comes with a large dose of humility. He was famous, but he didn't carry it.
Kelani says the late icon's contribution to the entertainment industry will not be forgotten in a hurry.
He was home with everybody and inspired all of us. So we can never forget him. Even I can disclose here that the next film I'm going to make, Agogo Ewo 2, we are going to pay a tribute to his memory. So may his soul rest in peace.
The first daughter of the deceased, Adeola Folabi, says one thing no one could take away from his father was that he was apologetic whenever he was wrong. She wished him eternal rest.
What I remember the most is his voice. He had a wonderful voice and he sang a lot. And then he taught us how to sing, but he sang a lot. He was very thoughtful, and very forgiving. He can say sorry when it hurts, and I find that hard. The way we grew up, most parents don't know how to say sorry, but my daddy would tell you he's sorry when he's sorry. He has to be with the Lord. He has no choice.
More tributes poured in for Dejumo Louis as his son-in-law, Chukwuma Osakwe, recounted the moment he sought the hands of the thespian's daughter's hands in marriage. He describes him as a detribalized Nigerian. The wife of Osakwe, Adelola, corroborated her husband's view, hoping to see her father's wish for Nigeria come through.
I saw the side that the rest of the world didn't see, because I met a very playful man. When I arrived, he said, that he'd always known and prayed that one of his children, especially the males, should marry an Igbo person. But that this is his daughter now bringing an Igbo man, so that he's happy that his family is around. He wanted intertribal marriages.
There's so many of them, but they always ended with hugs and kisses. So for me, those are the things I will miss the very most. So I'm wishing him good rest. And I'm trusting that his desires for us will come to be, right? And also that his desire for this nation, as we call regards cultural unity, is something that would really come to be, not in the not so distant future.
Vincent Dejumo Louis, an accomplished TV producer and director, played the role of Kabiyesi in Nigeria's longest-running soap opera, Village Headmaster, which aired on the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. He was one-time lecturer at the NTA College, Jos, Plateau State, and manager of programs at NTA Ibadan until his retirement in 1999. The late TV star was born on the 28th of July 1943 and passed on the 22nd of December 2023 at the age of 80.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
times when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Photography for me was more a means of expression than at the beginning, than a source of income, you know. Luckily for me, my fine art career had picked up, so I was making a living as a painter while developing the passion for photography. So that gave me the opportunity, you know, to stand my ground and beat out a path, you know, towards the mastery of my craft, and then become, you know, the Kelechi Amadi Obi that you people know today. It's all about insisting that my work had to be excellent. You see, I always tell people, do not chase success. You attract success by developing yourself. So when you apply yourself, you learn new ways, you improve your learning, you practice what you've learned. Once you improve yourself, then you add more value to the world, and then the world has no choice than to add financial value.
It took me 2 years to set up my house. I have to support my son. I have to do some things for my siblings, my younger ones. So it took me 2 years. I was making money by then. I was saving money, going to locations, but I was using a Nokia phone. I don't get carried away with anything. I don't want to stay in Lekki by force. I decided to keep my dignity against all odds. But during this period, a lot of people mocked me. How can you be staying in Obawole, Iju Shaga? Do what you can afford. Don't pass your boundary. Don't try to impress anybody. Live within your means.
Back then, when I was schooling in University of Jos, I was making music with them, Jesse Jags, Ice Prince, and everybody, Jeremiah Gang. You know, I didn't have a laptop. So, and I remember Chopsticks had one laptop that he wasn't using, but he was looking for how to sell it. So he could gather money and go back to school, and, you know, so I told him that, you know, give me this laptop, let me just borrow it. And before the next day, I zoomed to Lagos. I mean, it wasn't intentional, but I needed a laptop so bad to get my music going. And I think that's one downtime story that I've actually never told anybody. Things might be difficult, things might look like it's not gonna happen. People might even look at you like you don't know what the hell you're doing, but just as long as you know that you have your particular goal that you're trying to, you know, achieve, just stay focused with it, you know, do whatever seems possible, do whatever it takes to, you know, get to it. Because at the end of the day, winning is all that matters. Winning is all people care about. So make sure you go out there and just win. That's all.
I love storytelling. Every time I watched a film or every time I was in stage acting, I would come alive, you know, and I sort of like knew that was what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. That was what would bring me fulfillment. But the reality was I was a third-year student in a University of Technology studying chemical engineering. So I decided to quit. I decided to drop out of school. It was a struggle. No one wanted to listen to me. My family thought I was going crazy. Someone, you know, my older brother thought I was smoking something. You know, but yeah, but I tried to convince them and no one listened to me. So what I did was to try and finish. So I went back to school, finished my engineering course, and by then I had almost forgot my dream to be in entertainment. So what happened was I served, got into an engineering firm, oil and gas, and I became an engineer, you know, going offshore, going to the field. But, you know, the dream started to come alive again. You know, I'd watch movies, I'd get invited to on set by my friends, and, you know, that spark started to burn again. You know, I started to see myself doing things, acting films, telling stories, and I couldn't sleep at night. I would dream and imagine myself in the entertainment world, and I'd come alive. So I decided I'd quit my job. And I walked back to my seat. I said goodbye to oil and gas and engineering, and I focused and faced entertainment, and that's how I got to where I am today.
To be honest, I don't want to give anybody like a hope like it's some easy thing to do. But rest, man. Okay, firstly, when you rest, then you pray. And that's real, man. It's not because I'm not even a churchgoer or anything, but this is real. It's because there's a power that's beyond you that works for you if you accept it or decide to go in that direction. So, for me, what works for me, what has worked for me, Buju, Daniel Benson, is I'll just kneel down and I'll tell God, like, this was popping and I want him to change it. Before I went into music, to be honest, like, in church, my mom forced me to church. So I go down on my knees and I tell God I want to go into music because I don't know what I'm doing in my life. And I started making music. I was in 300 level IT, I was working. And they were making me do carry files from places to places. And I was studying computer science technology in codes. And I'm like, this is not making any sense. Then going back to school and knowing I can't make music while being in school because of the hustle and bustle and everything. So I leave school and I take that decision upon myself to become something with my gift, because the Bible says your gift will make room for you. So it works, man. If there's anything you want to take from that, you can take that, but that's what works for me, my G.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hello, welcome to Timeless Conversations. Today my guest is someone for whom I have a great deal of respect. Indeed, he's my trainer, my teacher. If someone has been your teacher once, you can't say he's my former teacher. So he's my teacher. He is an award-winning broadcaster, an icon in our industry, a very committed Nigerian. Please welcome Sonny Irabor.
I've been here over 50 years. Believe it or not, I've seen Lagos change in different directions. Of trying to show how totally, inconsiderate you can be, how unacceptable your actions can be, and how, you can actually get out of line, inflict injuries or wounds on innocent people, and just make people be afraid of you for the fun of it. Bully. I saw, I'm doing a monologue. My guest is right here looking at me and wondering what's going on with Sonny. Thank you very much. And welcome too. It's like you're doing my job for me.
Yes, I'm doing your job for you now. Now, so you teach us. I recall that in 1982, I was one of the first people in your class. The very first class you had to take.
40 years ago.
40 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I recall then that you would leave us in the class to quickly go take the network news, and of course by the time you came back the class was upside down, and then you tried to restore order. Let me ask you, why broadcasting?
I've said this times without number. There was Edele Olowu, a great friend, was my senior in school, and that was in 1968. I heard his voice on Midwest Radio. The voice didn't change. It was just the same light, personable voice. And I said to myself, that must be Dele Olowu. That must be Dele Olowu. I said, okay, when I grow up, I'll be like him. But guess what? He came back to school that same day. I said, did I hear your voice on radio?
You know, those days of rediffusion.
Rediffusion, yes.
And he said, did you listen? I said, yeah. I said, really? How did I sound? I said, great, you know. But it never left my mind. I made up my mind, one way or the other, I will have to be a broadcaster. So to me, he was the influence.
That was your influence. But your trajectory started from the prison service.
Yeah. Well,
now called correctional service.
Is that what they call it now?
Yes, it's called the correctional service.
Hallelujah.
Now. Yes.
Well, would that correct them? But
Yeah,
anyway,
well.
let's go back to, you know, the idea of being in prisons was accidental.
Okay.
Or correctional center.
No, it was prison service.
Yes,
then,
at the time. And so I was living with my sister.
Yeah.
She was the officer in the Nigerian prisons. So she said, look, while you're waiting to go back to school, this was in 1971, come and work with us. I said, okay. So I joined, and I started enjoying myself. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, oh boy, time don't work out. So anyway, along the line, a friend came, Jones Hussein.
Jones Hussein, yes.
Then another friend, Iria Inakimio.
Good.
And another friend, Patrick Oke.
Yes.
And they were all from Radio
Radio
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
There was a place called the Sharp Corner.
Yes.
You know, and
that's in Ikoyi, Obalinde.
Yeah, no, on the Alagbon Close.
Alagbon Close, okay.
Yeah. And they would just come there, they would eat, some of them would drink. I never knew how to drink anyway, so I was like, oh, I wish I could just be like these guys. Then one day, Patrick and Jones said, you have the kind of voice that I think should make a good broadcaster. I said, really? Okay. So come, let's go. So we went to Radio Nigeria.
You had an audition?
No. Patrick Oke with Boma Kaliwo gave me a script to read. And I read, today I would say the email you are getting now. We read letters that took 2 weeks to arrive at the studio.
Exactly.
Maybe another 2 weeks to respond to.
Yes.
You know. And so it was called NBC Mailbag. Patrick was the narrator. I was the voice.
Ooh.
And sometimes Boma, who was the producer, if there was no other voice, she would join when there were too many letters. So the feedback mechanism we had was through that process. Where people reacted to what programs they heard, no matter how long it took.
Yes.
But they reacted. And there was always a feedback.
A feedback, yes.
Yeah. So that gave me a leeway, and that was in 74. But in 76, I was sent to apply for a job.
Okay, now.
At Radio Nigeria.
Whoa.
Meanwhile, I was still with Alagbon Close.
Alagbon Close, yes. And so that's how your radio broadcast life started.
And I went for training in 1977.
That thing about training, in those days, people didn't go on the air as full-fledged broadcasters without training.
Yeah.
But these days, what do we have?
Well, talk about speed and time, you know, because in those days, people looked at perfection, and you have to be ready for the job psychologically and physiologically.
Yes.
And then also, you have to be prepared to be trained, and you have to show that you were trained for the job and ready to operate as a professional.
Sure.
So, as luck will have it, I was trained. After 3 months, I became a junior presentation assistant. Can you imagine? Junior presentation assistant.
Yes.
And then they said you could not go on air. Me, I was ready to go, but they said you could not go on air.
You'll be looking at the microphone like
I'll just be looking at, and then they now paired me with the likes of Jones Hussein.
Yes. Your
what
friend.
Now the Citizens Jones of
Max
Radio.
Radio, yes.
And I brought him down because of what he did to me.
Yes.
The first baptism of fire I had was when Jones started to read news at midnight. And then 1 minute into it, he said, Sonny, finish the news. He had cut off the mic, Sonny, finish the news. I'm not feeling good. You just have to finish the news. Me? How? I'm not allowed to finish the news. I can't. You're wasting more time.
And this is midnight.
Midnight. So grab. Where did you stop? There. So my voice was so tiny.
Yes, then.
I wasn't sure whether I was hearing myself. I was really scared. And I said, okay.
That was fear.
And I read it.
Yeah.
I read. The sound of my voice was like, probably if Butterfly has a voice.
Yeah, that would have been like it.
Yes. You know, and I finished it, and he said, sign off. That was good. Sign it off, sign it off. And I signed it off. I never forgave him.
You didn't?
Till today, I don't go forget John Susan, and I'll go forgive him.
But
because I felt like going to the toilet.
Whoa.
I could not go to the toilet.
Yeah.
I had to finish the news. And it wasn't funny for me.
Yes.
I don't know if you, okay, imagine yourself driving a car and there's traffic.
Yeah.
On, say, the marina. And marina is an open space.
Yeah.
And you feel like, you know,
Yeah.
going to the light one in the
Yes.
to the toilet.
Yeah.
And then what do you get?
You can't.
You cannot leave the car
Yeah.
because it's moving, it's scrolling.
Yes.
You cannot go anywhere else to do whatever.
You have to do what they say, what they call whole body.
Hey, I was holding body. It was tough.
But then you rose to become one of the main voices on the Radio Nigeria Network News.
Glory to God for that.
For many years.
It was a baptism of fire.
But what was that experience like? The experience of being that voice that people looked forward to hearing.
I didn't know I was.
On the news.
I didn't know I was until they told me. Like you're saying it now.
Yes.
Well, there were times I felt, excuse me, that, okay, am I really the kind of person that would be that voice? I never saw myself as one. Because they were, can you beat Patrick Okay's voice?
No, you couldn't.
So,
yeah.
Or even you, your voice.
Well.
You know, so I think it was just a stroke of luck for me.
Well, what about the commitment that was required?
All right. Now that you said that,
yes.
Yes.
What
I
about
was
the
very
commitment?
committed.
Yes.
I was, and I was also particularly, I saw myself as somebody who had an assignment, and no matter what, I had to do it right. Because I was always told, put your best foot forward. Make the best of what you get, and try and live by it.
Yeah.
And then the rest is history.
The rest is history. Well, historically, you will recall that governments used to change in the Radio Nigeria studio. I, Major General, or I, Colonel so and so.
Joseph Navem Garba.
Exactly. Right.
Sani
Did any of those
Abacha.
coups catch you in the studio?
7.
7 caught you there.
Not in the studio.
Yeah.
But enough for them to come and pick me
They'll
at
pick
home.
you. Oh, yeah, yeah.
I think
Naturally.
it was Rosalind Ogunro that was really
caught.
trapped.
Yes.
You know, and she spent 27 hours.
Yeah.
And that was the Dimka coup that killed Muritala Mohammed.
The
assassinated.
The Abacha coup, right, caught me on the radio in Radio Lagos.
Who?
Oh, yes.
Bele.
Yes. 24 hours, you didn't go anywhere.
Yes.
Right.
And in my own case, they came for me. They said, come and relieve whoever was on duty. And I'll be there for, in fact, there was once I was there from 2 p.m. till the following morning,
Yes.
10 or 11 a.m.
No, but let's discuss the psychology of that. What was that like?
It was traumatic.
Yeah.
I had never felt any joy in seeing any man in uniform, a soldier. I say this not because I don't like them, not because they do not represent the importance of protecting the integrity of, was it the territorial integrity of the country,
nation,
of
yes.
sovereign, but because over time I just saw them abusing the privilege of holding the gun, owning power, and then you just take it as, seize it as you liked. That was what I saw. And I wasn't too happy. But then I interacted with them.
Yes.
I did. I had no choice.
Yeah, especially you, a popular newscaster. I said, go call that man. Where's Sonny? As though they knew you.
You know, okay, the one that brought in President Ibrahim Babangida.
Yes.
Myself and Tom Bra Abarowe.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, who was it again? Tulufa Toimbo, or thereabout. They asked us to go to NTA to record his voice.
Yes.
And come back to Radio Nigeria to play it back.
Yes.
Okay. So, Tom Bra was the studio manager. I was the announcer on duty. And Tulu, I think, was well senior to us.
Yes.
I'm not sure the role he played, but anyway, we went. We got there. And the thing is, Babangida, he has a beautiful voice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he made that announcement. The first announcement was very fast. And I called Tom and I said, boy, I wouldn't take this for a broadcaster. It's too fast. In fairness to Babangida, he asked, is this okay? I said, no, sir. Then everybody looked at me.
Who are you? But you were being professional.
But in fairness, the man offered to take it again. He never even met me. He didn't even see who said that. Just said, look, if they don't like it, let me try. You know, he took it a second time, and it was better.
Yes.
Made some impact there.
Exactly. But then, it was with all of that apparatus of power there, all those guns and stern-looking faces and all that.
I don't know what gave me the strength of character, the boldness to say, no, sir. But I did. And he listened.
And he retook it.
He retook it.
It was a better broadcast.
It was better.
Yeah.
And that also gladdened my heart.
Good. That you could speak up where you had to.
Exactly. Yeah.
Many people on the radio today, they use words that were taboo for us to use.
NTBB.
Yes. You're a trainer. What can be done?
You said you are a trainer. What can be done? As if I'm the cause of the problem.
Oh, no.
Let them send them to training school, first and foremost.
Yes.
If they send them to school, they will have a chance to see things the way they are done. They will be scrutinized. And they will be given a chance to say, did I do it right or wrong?
Not. Yeah.
But now, get out of school. If at all you went to school, then you take him to the studio, say your voice sounds good. What about his mental capacity?
Yeah.
What is about his psychological state of mind that can tell him, listen, you're talking to people who are more knowledgeable than yourself.
Yeah. True.
So,
True.
Involve them. Talk to the beggar on the street and the professor in the classroom, and in between, the leaders everywhere, because you're talking to someone, one person. But that person has a brain.
Yes.
And he can process things.
And he might even be smarter than you. So
in
why
fact,
talk
he's
to him
most
as though
likely
he were
to
not?
be smarter
Exactly. Now, you've had a checkered career in broadcasting. In fact, let me say in media practice. Part of that was a 13-month stint as commissioner in your home state, Edo. What was that experience like?
Well, it was an interesting experience. It's just that I didn't see myself capable of playing politics and being a professional at the same time. I couldn't. And good thing, the governor then, Lucky Benedion, he's a man, I should say, he listens, you know, and I think he just found that, because he came on Sonny Rabo Live, by the way, and from there he made up his mind I was going to be in his cabinet. You know, and I felt honored by it. But after 13 months, it became a bit tough. The day I left was the day Mrs. Stella Basunjo actually came to launch Radio Nigeria Benin, you know. And before that, I had done a bit of short trip because things were not just going the way I had expected.
But was there any particular thing you wanted to say it was like, or compare it to?
In the 13 months?
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of good things should have happened, but they didn't. You know, and I saw a governor who was being untwisted to do a lot of things for the politicians
Okay.
rather than for the people.
Okay.
And there's no way anybody can rule like that.
But isn't
Till
politics
today-
meant to be for the to the people's benefit?
Okay, you said it.
Yes.
But do you feel it? Let the people tell you that they are actually getting or gaining the so-called benefits of democracy in the people. I don't see that happening, and I don't think people are really enjoying that. Otherwise, we will not be where we are today. We are going down rather than going up.
That's
And
true.
this going down started a long time ago.
But can you divorce the person from their politics?
Why shouldn't he divorce himself from the politics? Who elected you there? Isn't it not the people?
Yes.
Okay. So if the people put you there, what should you do? What should your priority be? Meet the people's needs.
Yeah. And expectations.
Not meet the politicians' needs. That's what's happening today.
Yeah.
And that's very sad, really.
It is sad. It is sad. And even these days, you hear people say the young or younger generation is not ready to take power.
That's a very untrue statement. And that's from a very selfish point of view.
Why do you say that?
Because adults are overstaying their role and time in power. Look, Trudeau of Canada, how old is he?
Yeah, well, he was a baby when Gowan visited.
Thank you. 1971 or
yes,
thereabout.
72 or 73.
Yeah.
Because I think it's about 48 now or so.
So you can imagine how many years he's put in now.
Yes.
So how old was he when Bill Clinton, how old was he? 43 when he came to power.
Yes.
Emmanuel Macron
Yes.
was 39 when
Yeah.
he came to power.
Exactly.
The Prime Minister of Austria, or was it, Austria,
Yeah.
was 31.
Yes.
So what's happening to African leaders? Become geriatric before you can be anything? No. You see, what I'm trying to say is this. I'm not perfect. But I believe, honestly,
Yes.
that the people deserve a true leader, a committed leader, one who can say, I have something to offer you
Yes.
because of the needs that I see before us. Give me a chance and I'll give it to you.
All right.
Now, if that happens and you actually perform, then you're being creditable
Okay.
and creditworthy.
We're still on Timeless Conversations. My guest is Sonny Irabo. We'll take a short break now. We'll be back shortly. You're welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations. My guest is Sonny Irabo. We're talking about the role of the youth and the older generation in politics. And you've expressed this salient fact that the older generation is overstaying its role or its position in power.
Both.
Both?
Yeah. Because, look, at this stage, there should be elder statesmen advising the young ones. But if you are not giving the young ones a chance to rule, to give them the benefit of the doubt, let them experience life at that level.
Yes.
You might see that they have a lot to offer.
But APC brought out its presidential form, a nomination form, at 100 million naira. How many young people would be able to afford that? And then they said they reduced it to 50 million, even 20 million. How many of them have
That is
it?
part of the four power we are talking about.
Yeah.
Because you're now making people to go towards facing the wrong direction. I have no money to offer, but I have leadership, which I'm endowed with. And the 100 million is now standing between me and truism.
Even 50 million.
Even 50 million. It's not proper.
How many people have 50 million? In fact, how many people have 1 million?
How many states have that money today?
Yes.
States.
States.
Yeah. Do you know how many of them are begging?
Yes.
Is the country not begging and borrowing now?
That's true. That's very true.
So I think, you see, maybe we should not misplace our priorities. I think that's where the problem lies.
Yeah, but you know, it's about practice. It's about saying something and doing the same thing, or saying something and doing another thing.
Yeah.
Why must politics be one where people say one thing
and then they do another?
Yeah, why?
There used to be one Olu Obaseki.
Yes.
Many years ago, he said, "Do as I say, not as I
Not
do."
as I do,
and
yes.
the children know, no.
Yes.
You do it, we must follow you.
Exactly.
You know, excuse me. Now, that question is salient. But do we have conscience? If we have conscience, we should be able to understand that the reason there is politics is because of the people.
Yeah.
You see, government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Is
Yeah.
that what it is?
Yes.
Democracy.
That's what it's supposed to be.
So why should it be otherwise? Why should the National Assembly earn far more than their counterparts elsewhere in the world?
Yes.
It came as an aside, but it's the truth.
It is the truth.
Why, for example, should we now see a situation where there's no money to do certain things? We say, okay, don't worry, we'll go and borrow money to do it. When the money is brought, you divide the money into different bits and take it for other things instead of what it was meant for.
Yes.
Why should anybody that borrowed me money come and tell me how I should spend the money?
Yeah.
It's because they don't believe I will spend it the way I said I was going to. Should Nigeria be like that? No.
But then, what's the role of integrity in power?
What's the meaning of integrity?
Yeah.
Integrity is not supposed to be, let me even put it bluntly, somebody who is able to respect the rule of law and respect his own level of commitment to truth.
Yes.
And believe that he's not above the law. Then integrity can come in effortlessly.
Yeah.
That is not happening. Because if that were happening, then what we are going through now, we shouldn't be going through it. I'm not casting aspersion, because this started a long time ago and it's continuing as it is, and we don't know when it's going to end.
But you know, the younger generation, they say things like, "Daddy, uncle, your generation has failed us."
Yes, they are right.
And those uncles will now say, "But is your generation ready?"
Why would I take advantage of the loophole that I see there? Did they give them a chance? NSAS came. What happened? There's a report on NSAS.
Yeah.
And it told the truth the best it could. International media came. They saw everything.
Yeah.
Now, when it came to a climax where people were killed, now we started looking for truth. Why should that happen? The children or the youths had a chance, and they proved to us that they could do things well.
They could organize.
Organize. And you are telling me they are not ready?
Yeah.
Bros, I beg, get as it be.
Nobody say it be as it gets.
At all.
It get as it be. Now, truthfully, the younger generation has a great deal working for them.
Yeah.
Technology, information dissemination.
That we wrestle with them over. We always wrestle it with them.
Yeah. Yes, because again, older people don't want to relinquish power.
But do we even know how to use the computer that is in front of us?
Yeah,
we don't want to relinquish power.
Yeah, I think
we don't know what information is in that computer that is in front of us that we don't know how to use.
That we don't know how to use. So, but really, shouldn't there be a deliberate attempt to nurture, mentor people who will take over in different strata of life?
Start by respecting the rule of law. Let the constitutions, the 79, the 99, let them play their roles. Let us see how far we can manage it. Let's stop amending constitutions when we don't even know the meaning of the constitutions. Our lawyers should honestly help us. They should not take advantage of the situation. They should help us interpret the laws. And then the law enforcement should do the best they can to make sure that things are done properly, creditably, and effectively.
But this thing you're saying, it sounds so utopian.
Well,
why am I saying so? Sometimes in traffic, you find vehicles driving against traffic and they're blaring sirens and they're not ambulances or fire brigade vehicles.
Do we respect ambulances?
Well, some of us
Have you
do.
ever seen an ambulance being respected on your highway, Lagos Highway?
I think it's beginning to pick up. I've
Okay,
seen that. I've seen
beginning
that.
to. You are a retiree now, you know.
Yes, I am. Yes.
Beginning to pick
It's
up.
beginning to pick up.
When did
That's-
it start?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Right. And then there's a fresh breath of air. You see an RRS vehicle filled with policemen stop for the traffic light.
Then that's leadership
I saw
by
that.
example.
I was happy.
That's good.
I chased them. I said, thank you for stopping for the traffic light.
Because when they stopped, everybody stopped.
Everybody stopped.
Uh-huh. That's the point I'm making. Respect the rule of law.
Yeah.
You know?
You see, we will take a break now. We'll take a break now. We'll come back soon. Thank you. Welcome back to our talk with Sonny Rabo. Now, you have had the unique opportunity of being a public and private sector broadcaster. What's that experience, and can you compare both?
Well, it's interesting to talk about. It's rather intriguing because for the public, which is the government-owned,
yes,
they see us as civil servants, but we see ourselves as private servants or private sector people. You know, and the reason for that is because we still try to maintain some form of professionalism, which is required. So I entered broadcasting at a time when the competition was not that strong. But in 1992, which was halfway through, Babangida opened up the floodgates. So private radio stations, private TV stations, they all came up. But don't forget, there was always private print.
Yes, that's always been there.
Yes. In fact, that's why they've been seen as bolder than the rest of us. Now, when you look at it from that point of view, you also see that the private sector radio, which I really got fully involved in with the advent of the establishment of Inspiration
FM, yes.
You know, and of course there was Sonny Rabo Live with AIT.
Yes.
I saw myself listening to both sides of the coin. I saw a bit of public service, and I saw a lot of private sector service, if there's any phrase like that. But what happened was that, hey, private sector, sometimes the private sector, they will do their best to make sure that salaries are paid as and when due. That was, with Inspiration, that has always been the case, and I enjoyed that. I think AIT, I wasn't part of it. I was just an artist that took Sonny Rabo Live there. So my program earned its money.
Yes.
You know, it was sponsored by others, and then I paid my dues, and so that partnership was there. But I think the best option would be to look at it from the Inspiration point of view, where I'm still serving on the board.
On the board, yeah.
Yeah, there's been a lot of challenge, but met with reality, met with meeting the expectations as required.
Okay.
But not without sweat.
Yes.
Not without sweat at all.
Okay.
The public sector, however, is you're waiting for government to do everything for you. That's not very helpful.
Okay.
You know. So it compromised quality, professionalism.
Yeah.
But at a stage, it's also started trying some people
to pick up.
Yes.
No, but yeah, let me take you back. Was this Sonny Rabo Live that made you leave Radio Nigeria?
It wasn't. I just saw my hands getting fuller and fuller and fuller. At Radio Nigeria, I was already dabbling in too many things. I mean, I was an actor, second chance.
Yes.
You know, and then I've been training. Training was part of public service for me. And I was reading news. I was doing so many things side by side.
Yeah.
Everything was just moving so fast. And I said, Oba, Sonny, slow down. Do things your way so you can still maximize certain qualities and profits. It was tough.
And then you had to leave.
I just told my DG then that I needed to leave. I gave 6 months notice and he gave me 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
I said, bros, thank you, sir. I left. So I moved from, public service to private sector because I already had Rui Communications Limited.
Oh, okay, and then that was already running.
Yes.
That was being run by your wife.
By my wife.
Okay.
And of course, thank God, because when she now woke up, the magazine came to birth,
No, now, talking about waking up, you turned 70 recently. And that was in March.
Yes, March 23.
March 23, you turned 70. First, you don't look 70.
Thank you.
Second, you've never looked your age. No, you have never looked your age.
Okay.
At least I've known you for not less than 40 years.
Thank you.
I feel talk.
Okay.
So, what's been the secret?
Be a happy person. There are moments where you cannot afford to be not happy.
Yeah.
But just try your best. Everybody said I was a happy-go-lucky person. And but I think I worried less. There's a friend of mine, very rich man, but he didn't go to the kind of school we all went to, and not many of us went to school anyway. But there was something he always said, and that made me never forget him. If you worry, you die. You don't worry, you die. So why worry?
Exactly.
So I kept that mantra with me, and I did my best not to worry. But there were moments of worry, and there was nothing you could do. You just had to worry. But let go. Let God.
Yes. On the occasion of your 70th birthday, our dear colleague and friend of yours, a junior of yours in school, Ogie Eboigbe, he wrote something about you. That the first day he met you, that you were playing table tennis at the college, and he had just been admitted, and he was looking, he said, okay, you stay behind me and be picking the balls.
Oh God, that's unfair. Okay. When I see him, I will.
But he didn't lie now. He was describing his experience.
I remember the experience.
Right.
Oh my God.
They don't do that in school these days. Or they'll call it bullying.
Oh, boy.
But they still bully though.
Oh, wait, I didn't bully. But people bullied me now. Yeah, well, that was an experience because, again, there was also a hierarchy of experience. Nami first reached you.
Yes.
Nami first reached school before you.
Yes.
And go behind me, pick the ball.
Pick the ball. You were even in Form 3. He was just in Form 1.
So
you had 3 years experience already. He was about to start. That's what he wrote.
Yeah.
And it was a very beautiful thing. He happened to even end up being your best man when you were getting married. Yes.
See how the world goes around.
Yes.
Because Ogie is very principled.
Yeah, he is.
He's, I say, and he's very spiritual.
Yes.
So he's that kind of person. Look, you won't believe what Ogie has done. Ogie was State House correspondent.
Yes.
Then he finished and went to work for Canadian Embassy. He was their PR officer. Then he went to work for UBA as PR officer. Now, if you look at his
trajectory,
you say to yourself, maybe Ogie be this. But he maintained a cool mien about it.
Yes.
If you worry,
you die.
You don't worry,
you die.
So
why worry? Yeah, we won't worry, but we'll talk about something.
Yeah.
A few years ago, about 2 years ago, you had a fall.
Yeah. 2020. Oh my God, clues. That year, pandemic year.
Yes.
I think the world stood still. In my case, my world almost stood still. On August 25, 26, maybe, I'm not so sure. I ran through the kitchen, which was being cleaned up, washed, they mop it.
Yeah.
So it was wet. Just to give the driver the car key. I was feeling spriteful. I just, I slipped. And then I started doing Tom and Jerry, just trying not to fall.
Oh, no.
I navigated my way through the back door and zoom. I hit the sharp edge of the steps.
Oh.
My chest at the back. And it was bang. I saw, well, I don't know if you can look at elephants as stars. That's what I must have seen.
Wow.
So I recovered and just got up and sat there. Poor drivers, they were just looking at, sorry sir, sorry sir. They made poor girl almost crying because she felt she caused it. And I got up and I just went back in as if nothing happened. A few days later, I was not feeling my best. And Betty, my wife, said, why is your shoulder slumped? It's like your one side was, you know. And I said, I don't feel it, but somehow I just feel one kind. I said, I know, call the doctor, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I felt good. I thought I felt good. Then I said, I'll call the doctor later. And I didn't. Anyway, what then happened was that all of a sudden, I started feeling uneasiness and kind of heat wave around my system.
Wow.
So I now called the doctor. The doctor said, what's wrong with you? I said, I don't know how I'm feeling. But I had a fall. And when? I said, some days ago. Did you hit your head? I said, well, no, I didn't. Are you sure? I said, no, I didn't. Okay, come to my house. So we drove to his house. My son drove. My daughter I was at the back. No, I was in front. The two women were at the back, my wife and my daughter. So we got there. And his wife was having, this Dr. Sheyi Roberts.
Okay.
His wife was having her 60th birthday.
Yeah.
And so they didn't have any major, because pandemic, there was really no noise making of any kind. Anyway, so they came out and looked at me, examined me and said, if you feel like this by morning, go and check go and do MRI. But shake my hands. And I shook his hands with this hand. He said, grip me. And I gripped him.
That's
he
your
pulled
right
me.
side.
Yes. He pulled me and I pulled him back. You're okay, you're okay. So far, so good. But please, if you feel any discomfort or any change, call me and make sure. But in the morning, go and see go to Mikio and do your MRI. So everything seemed okay. I slept well. I went to do the MRI in the morning. By then, I was beginning to limp, and Betty said, take me. Because Betty, who had done surgery some years back, some her clutches that she used. So yeah, take. So I started using that. And then got to do the MRI. Sitting down waiting for the MRI must have taken about 5 hours. And my system was degenerating.
Oh no.
So I felt something was really not the best for me. I said, no, it must be that fall, it must be that fall, it must be that fall. Anyway, I finally went into the MRI. One noisy machine like this, oh God. And 20 minutes later, I came out. He said they would send the results to the doctor. But by the time I came out, this hand
had gone limp.
And, oh, wow. Betty was upset. My children were very upset. They didn't know what was happening. Because everybody sees me as like, I've never ever been admitted in any hospital.
Wow.
So by the time she saw the MRI results, quick, St. Nicholas, I should go to So I spent 9 days there. And I already had what you might call almost a full-blown stroke. On this hand. Yeah. But luckily, that was the only thing that showed there was any stroke. But, you know, she had called it evolving stroke. That discouraged me. I said, no, don't worry. Make sure you drink a lot of water. Make sure you do this, you do that. You know. And then it put me on medication. And so the hand started coming back to life.
Okay.
Over now it's 2 years. It will be 2 years.
It will be 2 years in August.
Well, August the 4th.
Okay, but the stroke was
2nd September.
Wow.
You know, so that was it.
What has it been like for you? You're somebody who is on the go, on the move.
It was, it's been tough. Because even my family, they don't want me to do anything.
At all.
They don't. But then when I insist, they say, no, it's okay, but you have to obey the doctor's orders. I say, you're right, it's true. So we've done a lot of physiotherapy. The hand is a lot better now. I can now
lift up a little bit.
You know?
Yeah.
But sometimes if I keep it for too long, I just start feeling
so you just have
it.
to keep it mobile. You need to keep moving it.
Yes, that kind of thing. So, well, here I am, getting back to track, back on track, as they say.
Well, you know, like we joked the other day that old age is catching up with you. So it sent you a message through that phone.
Oh boy, the guy needed joke because I never would. I'm just 70, going on 70.
You're a septuagenarian.
Okay,
Septuagenarian. Septuagenarian. Yes.
No, don't be conscious now.
I'm conscious.
I'm not teaching you.
You taught me before now. I have to be conscious.
I wanted to learn from you.
You're a septuagenarian now, so whatever you say.
You are saying I'm 70.
I know, I'm reminding you that you're 70.
No, but I think it was, somebody said the other day that was
March
17.
23rd that you turned 70.
That I turned 17.
70.
Pronunciation.
No, not 17.
17.
T-E. But you look good for 70.
Thank you.
You look very, very good for 70.
Body not feel good.
Body never feel good yet. It will soon return to normal.
Yeah.
Now, as someone who is 70 now, and you have worked for about 53 years, that's it.
Yeah.
When are you going to retire fully?
Is there any retirement?
That's
there
the question
isn't
I asked you.
Because really, even when I was ill, and I didn't feel like doing anything, believe it or not, there was a kind of degenerating or feeling that I thought I had.
Of just being immobile?
Yes.
Of not doing anything?
I didn't like that.
That's what scares most people.
But I didn't like
about retirement.
Well, why is there the word retirement?
Maybe because you need to slow down as you get older.
Yes, slow down. But
yeah.
just say slow down.
Yeah, well, slow down.
Don't say retire.
Slow down. Those are two words. Retirement is one word.
But what do we say? Go slow when we are
if we say that in Nigeria, go slow.
Look, my father, and in 1973, my father retired.
Yes.
And we said, Dad, don't go anywhere. Just, you know what he did? He escaped.
Ooh.
We thought he was missing. For 3 months, we were looking for this man.
Wow.
He went to a place called Ehor on the way to Auchi in Edo State.
Yes.
He was Midwest there.
Yeah.
And the guy created a farm, a 5-hectare or acre land.
Yes.
Farmland. Got 8 able-bodied boys, 8 of them.
Yeah.
My father looked so fresh. We only saw him 3 months after we declared him missing.
Yes.
But one thing he did that got us a bit comfortable was that he said, don't worry, I'm okay, nothing wrong with me, but if you want to know where I am, don't bother. Because he said we were hounding him to stop.
To just stop working.
He
Okay.
said, no.
So we're not going to hound you, so you won't
don't
escape.
hound me.
So you won't escape.
Yes.
But one thing we're going to say is that don't be in a hurry.
No, to
get many things done.
Okay. Right, that's the point.
Yes, don't be in a hurry.
But body is slowing me down, so I can't even hurry anymore.
But at least take it easy. Now, taking it easy will make me ask you the question, what's your favorite meal?
Oh, they stopped me on that a long time ago. It was sushi and banga soup. They don't stop. So
sushi, what's sushi?
Sushi is that starch that they do in Urhobo land.
Okay.
That is very yellowish because of the palm oil.
Yes.
Yeah, by the time you don't beat and well.
Okay.
You know, then you don't do banga soup with fish.
Yes.
Yeah? Not frozen fish.
You know, fresh fish now.
Fresh fish.
Fresh fish, yes.
Not fried.
Not fried,
but
just
the one that they
broiled.
dry up, you know.
Oh, did you dry it up?
Yes, and then they cook it, and the one that they turn together is a roundish fish. Like tilapia is the best, but these days now only this thing they see. the electric
catfish.
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 So anyway, I left that, and now I take.
So you found a new love.
Plantain mash with black soup.
I was going to ask you about black soup. You know, I have a lot of friends who are Edo and all that.
Bitter leaf soup.
I love
black
soup.
Give me knuckles.
Yes, you know that black soup.
Yes,
when you take it,
it keeps my body together.
I love the what's that
Pounded yam?
leaf now? No, I don't take pounded yam.
Me too.
Yeah.
But I still at it a little bit out because
no.
The mix
I
of
love
the good.
Yeah, I love the efirin, ewuro, the
Okay,
ewuro
yeah.
bean. You know, when you mix it together, and it's a beautiful
But there was one I took in Ibadan, Gbegiri soup.
Gbegiri is out there.
Phew.
Gbegiri
And
is
Lafun and all that.
Gbegiri and amala. You understand me? And then when they add Gbegiri to the amala, and then with the soup, the other soup, that's
The ewedu.
Ogufe soup.
Ogufe.
Ewedu. So that's why they call it
Nigeria
abula.
is so rich.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But if you talk about Nigeria, 2023 is around the corner. What's going on? How do you feel? You're an old man
I'm
now.
seeing-
Oh, sorry, you're an elder citizen now.
Well, of the above. I'm seeing untruth. I'm seeing falsehood. I'm seeing a desire not to allow the young ones play their roles. People who should not run, there's no need for them to run. Come on, they've had the best of times. They should slow down and give others a chance to roll. Honestly, I think what we are doing right now is like Shakespeare's Comedy of Errors. It should not be so.
Some people said that Nigeria is at a precipice right now.
We've been there too many times, and I
Yeah.
hope this time we'll be able to get away from it.
We were in
Get out of it.
1993.
Yeah, we were in 1993.
And that was very
We were
scary.
in 1979.
Yes.
See?
And the
we were in the 1964 wet
yeah.
year.
The truth is, 64, I wouldn't have been aware. I was just 2 years old then.
Right.
Right. So I was one of those they were carrying around. Not so for anything to happen. Don't crawl out there. No, but seriously, why is it that every election year we heat up the politics so much?
Some people enjoy that. They want the world to see. You see that fear mongering?
Yeah.
Fear factor.
Yeah.
It doesn't help anybody. It takes us back, actually. So if we can tell the truth to ourselves and respect the rule of law, I keep saying that.
Yeah, but you keep saying rule of law.
Yeah. What is the rule of law?
Who is going to lead in the respect of rule of law? There is something missing in the Nigerian political space. It's leadership, good quality leadership.
Because the right people have not been given a chance, to rule or lead by example. And so somebody makes a mistake, he's at fault, he's taken to court, he's guilty. Let the judiciary handle their case themselves.
Yeah, but talking about going to court, people don't get punished. People steal money, huge sums of money, and then they do a plea bargain, slap them on the wrist 6 months.
And then, why is the money so available? Shouldn't the money be in the banks?
Yeah.
Should it be in houses or bullion vans?
The truth.
Should any individual own bullion vans? Should anybody even say why? Look, I don't see why our money should be doled out the way it is being doled out.
But the point is that there is a law, there is the EFCC Act that says you cannot withdraw more than so much in
Nobody's
cash.
obeying it. Why?
No, nobody is enforcing it.
Aha,
The
that's
banks,
the word.
the enforcement should start from the banks.
The banks,
really.
that's right,
Because
yes.
the moment you are withdrawing more than so much in cash, it should be reported.
Absolutely.
You can't do it in other countries
And if it's
now.
reported, who should follow it up?
Yeah, but they should do the reporting first.
True. Absolutely. I
They
agree
should
with you.
do it
Completely.
up to today. Many arms of government, local, state, and even federal, they withdraw huge sums of money in cash.
And that should
To
never
do
be.
what? That shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be at all. And there's no reason why anybody should bring us so low.
Yes.
Because I think it's because of that attitude of, I can get away with it. That's why all these things are.
There's even more than I can get away. we are getting away with it. That's it. Nobody is being punished.
Nobody's
So there is a dearth of leadership.
And then we have leaders.
Supposedly.
They call themselves leaders.
Supposedly. But you see, it transcends those in public life. Even in private lives.
Who put the people there? It's not us.
Yeah, we do.
So,
but how many good people are coming out? You have never come out to run for election.
Was I given a chance?
No, did you try?
I tried and ran.
So then you didn't try?
I tried and ran away.
No, you didn't try.
Okay.
You didn't stay. You have to have a fighting spirit.
No, but I was appointed. I wasn't elected.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
So it's not really a case of live and let live.
Yes.
It looks like it's a case of live and let die.
Oh, not die.
That's what's happening.
No, it's a case of standing by what you believe in.
For us, yes.
Yes.
But for those who are there now, who don't want to give anybody a chance, what are they doing? They're living to let die.
Yeah, but then
me myself first.
But the whole thing will crumble. That's where we're at the precipice. That's what led us to this.
It's scary.
Yes.
Because from what we've discussed so far, I'm almost giving up saying, no matter what has been said, there's nothing I can hold on to as being the solution to the problem. I've heard Peter Obi give such a beautiful analysis of our economy. I listened to Soludo at the platform.
Yes.
You know? But I was asking myself, on the Rewani, Bismarck, who is listening to these guys?
Yeah.
Who is willing to take the advice they have given?
Yeah.
So everything's adding up.
Yeah.
And it's coming to the fact that me, if I supposing I try, who would join me? I think that's the fear.
Hey, well, see,
should it be so?
This is what it should be. Me, I would try.
Okay.
I will be known for trying. Okay. And we've had examples in the past. Okay. We had Aminu Kano. We had Tai Sholari.
Yes.
You understand me?
Yes.
We had other people, and I'm not mentioning the big names. I'm mentioning the moderately respected names. Who stood for what they believed in.
Principles.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Absolutely.
what we're missing.
That is seriously missing.
Yes.
And there's no, I don't see any, no light at the end of the tunnel.
Well, if we say there's no light at the end of the tunnel, then what are we handing over to the younger generation?
That question you've asked so many times.
Yes.
And honestly, I can only tell the world, give the youth a chance. That's all I can say.
And on that note, I'd like to thank this is how he calls me, my brother, my colleague, and then I add my EGMO and my trainer. This is the first time on the air I will say Mr. Sonny Irabo. Usually we'll just say Sonny Irabo. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for sharing your passion with us. And thank you for still training people.
Thank you.
Thank you. You don't old though.
If you worry, you die.
Yes.
You don't worry, you die. So why?
Why worry?
Okay.
On that note, we want to thank you so much for being with us on Timeless Conversations for this episode. We look forward to joining you soon. Thank you.
When you hear of drug abuse, what comes to your mind?
When we say drug abuse, it seems like something that is so distant, but it's happening every day in our homes.
1 in every 4 persons has mental illness.
Regardless of your notion of what drug abuse is, you are sure to get the right meaning here. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse television show put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry.
Regardless, the anti-drug abuse show, airing on Plus TV Africa every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Good evening. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news update. Vice President Kashim Shettima has stated that the President Bola Tinubu's administration is facing significant challenges in resolving Nigeria's problems, stating that the current administration has no intention of deceiving or making life more difficult for citizens, and that the economic challenge will soon be resolved.
In President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we have a leader whose vision transcends the immediate horizon. He's a refined economic strategist who understands the balance between our present circumstances and the trajectory of the global landscape. Our routes to the future hinge upon our sensitivity to our realities. The tough decisions we have taken may pose short-term challenges, but rest assured it is a strategic investment to fortify the foundations of our economy. As your guarantee, I affirm that the reforms in progress will not only weather the storms, but usher in a future where we shall stand grateful for the resilience and foresight displayed in propelling our nations towards economic prosperity. The global business outsourcing industry is a towering monument valued at over $250 million, and the success stories from India and the inspiring testimony to the transformative power of strategic outsourcing. Now the spotlight turns to Nigeria, a nation with an abundance of talent, a competitive cost structure, a rapidly improving ICT infrastructure, and a strategically advantageous location. Now is our time to carve our own narrative within the global BPO landscape. Now indeed is our chance to contribute not only to our economic expansion, but also to solidifying our role as a key player in the international business arena.
Minister of Works Dave Umahi has warned that the country's current hunger crisis is the result of long-standing issues, particularly insecurity from farmer-header clashes. Umahi, who chaired the National Economic Council Committee on Farmer-Headers Clashes, emphasized that the problem is a cumulative effect of past administrations, including those of former President Muhammadu Buhari and President Bola Tinubu. He emphasized the complexity of the crisis and cautioned against expecting immediate results within Tinubu's presidency. Human rights lawyer and senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, has called on President Bola Tinubu to clarify the alleged return of the fuel subsidy regime. He cited Robert Dickerman, the CEO of Pinnacle Oil, who claimed the government still pays 1 trillion naira per month for petrol subsidy. Falana questioned why the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, NNPCL, has not responded to claims of return to subsidy payment by the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank. In the meantime, a House of Representatives committee has decided to issue warrants of arrest against Binance executives following a petition brought against the company. The Committee on Financial Crimes, chaired by Obinna Jinja, will recommend the arrest of the larger house or to the larger house. The warrants are intended to ensure Binance executives appear before the lawmakers. Binance's lawyer, Senator Ihenya, presented a written address, but lawmakers rejected it. The company's board is hesitant to return to Nigeria due to the government's fear of further arrests. Residents of the Federal Capital Territory FCT have stopped a truck loaded with palliatives in the Day area, allegedly looting items in the vehicle. A video showed suspected hoodlums walking hastily with their grains on the busy road to unknown locations. The narrator reported that the masses stopped their trailer loads of palliatives and everyone was carrying bags of rice.
Government. Now so. Yes. Yeah, so what is happening this morning?
Okay, we are dying of hunger.
Yes.
So we got to sneak in and find what to eat.
That's right.
Voting Tinubu, we don't know that you are regretting. That's why. We are not scared of this.
Is this a government palliative?
This is government palliative.
All right.
This is government palliative. Everything is being. This is gone. This 100 days I don't know. See, I know the roti finish.
They just keep us since.
Keep us since roti, and we are dying.
Hungry, they keep people.
Yes.
That's right. Now so. Yes. Yeah, so what is happening this morning?
Okay, we are dying of hunger.
Yes.
So we got to sneak in and find what to eat.
That's right.
Voting Tinubu, we don't know that you are regretting. That's why. We are not scared of this.
Is this a government palliative?
This is government palliative.
All right.
This is government palliative. Everything is being. This is gone. This 100 days I don't know. See, I know the roti finish.
They just keep us since.
Keep us since roti, and we are dying.
Hungry, they keep people.
Yes.
That's right.
Meanwhile, police authorities in the Federal Capital Territory FCT have arrested 15 suspects over the looting of a warehouse in the area. Some residents had on Sunday morning looted a warehouse belonging to the Federal Capital Territory Department of Agriculture in the Tasha area of Abuja. Exhibits such as 26 bags of maize, 5 motorcycles, and some vandalized aluminum roofings were recovered from the suspects. Sunday's looting of the warehouse comes amid the biting economic hardship in Nigeria. Inflation figures have reached new highs, choking 29.90% in January, with the cost of living soaring since President Bola Tinubu declared an end to the payment of fuel subsidy. A senior advocate of Nigeria, Ebonolu Adegboruwa, has criticized President Bola Tinubu's economic policies, stating that a recent looting of a government warehouse in Abuja reflects the frustration of Nigerians grappling with the increasing cost of commodities and the removal of petrol subsidies. Adegboruwa believes that the recent looting of a truck carrying food is a message to the president and his economic team that there is a need to rejig the system to ensure the survival of the majority of Nigerians. He also criticized the removal of petrol subsidies, which has imposed hardship on the people, leading to factory closure, high unemployment, and a high cost of living. 5 farmers in the Udedeku community in Benue State were attacked and killed by suspected Fulani herdsmen on March 3. The attack occurred during church service and left many injured. The bodies of the victims have been deposited at the morgue in the area. The House of Representatives member representing the Kwande Oshongo Federal Constituency, Honorable Ugbo, condemned the killings and called for better collaboration among the stakeholders to end the incessant killings in Kwande and its surrounding areas. The Adamawa state government confirmed an outbreak of Lassa fever, with one core member testing positive and 4 remaining negative. Commissioner for Health Felix Tangwami urged the public to be aware of their surroundings and report any suspicious individuals to prevent the spread of the disease.
It is important to note that the index case was admitted on the 22nd February 2024 and after presenting symptoms suspected to have been infected by Lassa fever at Modibo Adamawa University Teaching Hospital. A sample was collected on that day and transported to NRL on the 23rd February 2024. The public is assured that we have a committed, united health team that is always prepared to deliver when challenges such as this occur. We were able to, by the grace of God, to control outbreak of cholera last year in the state, and we are hopeful that of Lassa fever will also become history very soon. We therefore urge the public to continue to pray for us as we continue to work tirelessly, not only to stop the spread of this disease, but to prevent outbreak of other endemic and epidemic diseases in the state.
Stay with us as we now take a short commercial break.
My name is Adejokela Sisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because you know, most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Staying with us, we move to other parts of Africa. Ugandan Foreign Minister Jeje Odongo expressed disappointment over the international community's failure to resolve the Gaza crisis, stating that the world has not brought its position or ideas on the situation. He emphasized the importance of working together to find a solution and hoped to establish an opportunity for the people of Gaza, Palestinians and Israelis to live side by side. Israel's offensive on the Gaza Strip has killed 30,534 people and injured 71,920 others, pushing 85% of the population into internal displacement. Israel is accused of genocide at the International Court of Justice. Outside Africa, Israeli forces have killed a 16-year-old Palestinian in a refugee camp during their largest raid into the Palestinian administrative capital of Ramallah in years. The Israeli forces drove dozens of military vehicles into the city, which is the headquarters of the Palestinian Authority. Live bullets were fired at Palestinian youths, wounding Abu Shalbak in the neck and chest. Violence has surged across the West Bank, with at least 400 Palestinians killed in clashes with Israeli, at least 12 people, and allowing 3,700 inmates to escape. The gangs aim to force the resignation of Prime Minister Ariel Henry, who had traveled abroad. The government has imposed an immediate nighttime curfew in response to the violence. The U.S. Embassy in Port-au-Prince has urged citizens to leave Haiti, and the French Embassy closed visa services as a precaution. In business news, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has completed a liquidity management exercise by issuing 1.053 trillion naira, that is $680 million in short-term government securities. The exercise was completed on March 1, 2024, and the CBN offered 500 billion naira at the open market operations auction. Oversubscription was 79%, with 79% of the total bids coming from foreign investors. The CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso set a strategy to curb inflation, stabilize the exchange rate, and boost confidence in the banking system and economy. In entertainment news, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Kalu, has announced the death of Nollywood actor and comedy thespian Mr. Ibu at the age of 62. Ibu passed away after years of battling an illness. Kalu expressed optimism about Ibu's full recovery and praised his contributions to Nollywood's development through his comical roles. He wished for the departed to have eternal rest and consoled his family and the Nollywood community. And finally, sports news. Noah Lyles, a renowned sprinter, helped the U.S. team win a silver medal in the 4x400-meter relay at the World Indoor Athletics Championships. Lyles, who rarely runs the distance, ran the third leg in the 45.68-second split, the third fastest of his team. He won the 100 meters, 200 meters, and 4x100 meter at last year's Budapest Championships and is considering achieving 4 gold at the Paris Olympics. Lyles, who previously ran a 45-second split as a high schooler, is known for his impressive performance in the one-lap race. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Share it to everyone.
This Ramadan on Plus TV. Join us for Salam Plus.
Share it to everyone.
Featuring Tea Talk at Sahur, anchored by 3 lively, passionate and energetic young ladies. They cover all
Driving woman who catches her husband's fancy.
There's more coming your way this Ramadan on Salam Plus on Plus TV.
And makes you smile. Share it to everyone.
I like rolling my strong this way. I call it strong. I call SK Popo. I call them strong because, as I said, it motivates me, it gives me energy, it makes me move. I'm addicted to Tramadol, Baba Blue. Everyone knows it as well. No, codeine, Benelin with codeine. Tramadol was given to me by my father. Him too, he didn't even know what it was. My name is Tunde Smith. I'm a drug addict, and well, I'm here to tell you my story about drugs. I started taking drugs when I was 20. I was this kind of child then that I was always trapped in my house. My dad didn't always allow me to go out, and my mom didn't always allow me to go out. So when I got out to the world after I finished secondary school, and I spent 1-2 years at home out of frustration, then I started going out, meeting people, and that was when I now found out about SK. That's the street name outside. It got to a time that without it, I couldn't eat anymore. I was very, very much fatter than this, but I guess it's drugs that did this to me because I lost my appetite. I didn't know how, I didn't know how to get it first of all. It was always a friend that always brought it for me. So when he was not around, when he had to go to school, didn't even only me around, I had to wait for a while before I could find my way to get into the Zanga zone and get the drug, you understand? So it was very, very hard for me to hold on to it, saying, okay, fine, I won't take this thing for a long period of time. But when I had the chance to take it, I took it excessively. I took it like there was no tomorrow. I took it like that was the last one that was on earth, just to make me feel good. I won't say I'm proud to say I'm a drug addict, but well, I guess I found myself here and I have to actually tell myself the truth. So yes, I am a drug addict. I steal money from my mom, I steal money from my dad. I just try my best to get a shot of it a day at least. My curiosity always got the best of me when it came to drugs. So I moved on from just taking SK to taking other ones. And it got to a point in time I tuned into hard drugs. So I was taking all of them together. I would take Tramadol, I would take Mochi, I would take all those kind of stuff. I would take them, just know what this does and what this does. All those kind of drugs, they're very, very easy to get. All you can do is just go down to the pharmacy and just ask for it. You don't need prescriptions, you don't need anything. You just go there, you get it. Hard drugs like that, I call it hard because of what it does when you take a large amount of it, because the feeling it gives and everything like that. And it's so easy to get. It's like just to walk down the park and you get it so easy.
Psychologists receive phone calls day and night from addicts who want to give up drugs. Every 2 calls is about one particular medicine, Tramadol.
Parents shouldn't give their children medications containing the narcotics codeine or Tramadol.
Tramadol was given to me by my father. Him too, he didn't even know what it was. When I don't take it, it makes me feel like the whole world is on top of me. It makes me feel like I am nothing. I'm about to go get some supplies, talking about the usual stuff, SK, Tramadol, Popo and stuff like that, It's not an easy task getting these things and actually trying to get a video of it as well, but let's just pray that I don't get caught. But I just want to show how easy it is to get these things at no extra cost. Everybody else, quite easy. Okay, this is where I have to pass if I want to go get, if I have to go get the stuff, It's a very, very long way. It's a way it's known to everyone. Everyone knows that if you want to get drugs, this is the place to be if you're in Lagos, especially this Yaba side. You can see the environment is a place whereby it's not conducive, You can see everyone. No one knows I'm doing this, so if I'm being caught over here, if anyone should just suspect that I'm doing something like this, I'm screwed already. Like, I'm literally screwed, because no, the police is not going to come here on time. This place is so deep inside the location that I'm going to this stuff. Before the police gets here, I would have been dead. It's so sure about it. This place that I'm about to enter now, I want to go get tramadol. It's, as I said, it's just another shop, another pharmacy that you can just walk into and just get anything you want.
Hello. Good afternoon. Do you have tramadol? Yeah? 100 milligrams. Okay, let me have one then.
I'm asking for her now if I could get tramadol, and she says yes, she has it. I'm going to take 100 milligrams. That is about 5 pills. So I'm just going to wait for her and let her, sell it to me. In the meantime, I'm showing you guys around the pharmacy. As I said, it's all being done secretly, so no one knows I'm actually doing this. As you're seeing right here, this view that you're looking at is what we call Zanga. This, as you can see right there at the far right corner, you can see some guys sitting right there. I can't go down there because I'm not meant to do this kind of thing at all. If I'm caught doing this, that's it for me right there. But as you can see over there now, you can see those guys seated right there. Those are those people that like take drugs. They're always there. This is where you can do anything you want. In fact, this place that you're looking at right here, it's not even on the Lagos State map. This place doesn't exist at all. This place is like it's meant to be a canal. There's a canal over there. That's where you see the bushes right at this corner after this house. There's a canal that passes through that side. So all this place is meant to be like a gutter, but you can see houses everywhere. Everyone just trying to survive. Over this place that you're looking at, the guy that you're seeing over there, that's actually the dealer. Because he sees me standing here for so long, he's like wondering what's up. Like, he wants to come and meet me, but I'm just like giving him the signals not to come yet, because I don't really want anybody to see me doing this. That's it for me. Tramadol, this is 250 milligrams of tramadol, just one pill. You have some people that take 2 sometimes, and you really want to get high. Then this one is the normal one, the ones that you get like anywhere on the streets. Anywhere you go, you can just ask anyone and you get it. This is 100 milligrams. The normal dosage, any normal guy that takes trams, when they start, this is what they start with, because before you get to 250, you have to like start with 50 milligrams, 100 milligrams. You can't just get up to here, you just get messed up. Rochi. This is Rochi. This one you take, this is 100 milligrams. Yeah, this 100 milligrams, just one pill. Just one pill of this, and you're good to go. Having like the motivation to like come out and speak about this is because it wasn't easy for me as well. I had to like seek help from a doctor. When everything was going crazy for me, I had to like seek help medically, and they were the ones that gave me the motivation to like do what I'm doing here today. If there's anyone out there that it's into drugs and feeling depressed, and you just feel that okay, fine, you want to step out, but you don't know how to. It can be hard, but it all starts by that step. It all starts by you just going out there and just seeking help. No one is gonna like hunt you down. No one is gonna arrest you. It's just about you just coming out and just saying this is it. Because that was the step I took.
Slick City Empire. Globally, in 2022, the Americas took the lead for chicken meat production at 40.1%, with Africa coming fourth at 6.3%. We find a similar dynamic repeated for eggs when it comes to Africa's performance, with Asia alone accounting for over 64% of global egg production and Africa coming fourth at 5%. When we drill deeper into Africa's data, we find an interesting twist. While Nigeria accounts for 5% of the chicken meat produced, South Africa comes first at 29%. The country is the clear leader for egg production in Africa, accounting for 22% of eggs produced in the continent. Now, several opportunities exist for investment in Nigeria's poultry sector this year. The sector has been witnessing a gradual growth towards the end of 2023 after the various challenges experienced in that year that led to massive exits from the market within the year. The major challenges that rocked the sector in 2023 include the Naira redesign policy, fuel subsidy removal, the devaluation of the currency, bird flu, and the shortage of maize. Now, most of these challenges can be directly attributed to government policies. What then should we look out for in the year 2024? We'll keep our eye on the poultry business and how to be profitable in these harsh economic realities in Nigeria. Welcome on board. Business Insight starts right now. I am Justin Akadonye. All right, first off, before we get into the discussion proper, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICAN, is advocating better transparency and accountability as it will result in improved governance in the country. President of ICAN, Innocent Okwuosa, who said this on the sidelines of a presidential dinner organized in his honor by the Lagos and District Society, said since 2017, the Institute has developed a framework to check the level of accountability in the management of public finance. Details now. Dignitaries from within the Lagos and District Society of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICAN, gathered to host their 59th president. It is also time to inaugurate the new excuse of the FBN chapter.
This is clearly demonstrated in the vast and constantly growing community of chartered accountants on our staff list. At least 250 active financial members of the Institute throughout Nigeria.
The 31st chairman of the Lagos and District Society, Toyin Abiola Salami, welcomes all present. She reflects on the journey so far, while restating the district's steadfast commitment to inspire the next generation of accountants.
We have remained steadfast in our commitment to excellence. Notably, initiatives such as the Catch Them Young program was also held in November, which hosted over 200 students.
While chartered members of the noble profession wine and dine, issues affecting accountancy globally take center stage at the interactive session. In a chat with the ICAN president, he is quick to share insight on transparency and accountability in the public finance space.
And what we have discovered is that the level of accountability and transparency is low for some states. Some states are taking the bottom 5 lowest performing states. And we have been advocating for this better transparency because we believe that when there is better transparency and accountability, then there is an improved governance because the various arms of government will be able to state what these funds are used for and how the funds impact on the life of the citizen.
The Association of Chartered Certified Accountants and the Institute of Management Accountants Global Economic Confidence Survey shows declining confidence among accountants globally for the third consecutive quarter in the fourth quarter of 2023, consistent with a further moderation in global growth. What is being done to drive confidence in young people to the profession, and what does the future hold for the industry?
As a district, every year we have all these programs that we carry out during the year. One of them is the Catch Them Young program, where we go to schools within our catchment area. We visit them, we give books, we give presents, we do quizzes, we try to encourage them to become accountants. This year alone, we had one in November, and we intend to have another one on the 28th of February. And all this is all done with sponsors and people who come together just to encourage our young ones to become accountants.
So what has happened in the profession is that globally, especially in the Western world, the profession is no longer attracting the young ones. And of course, where you don't have young ones, the tendency is that the profession is going to get into extinction. But in ICANN, which is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, we have a program targeted at the young ones. We call it Catch Them Young program. And because of that, our program, we have been able to attract young ones to the profession.
Awards are presented to outstanding members of the district for exceptional service and dedication.
Madam, congratulations.
Justin Akadone, Plus TV News, Lagos. Welcome back from that one from ICANN. Like any money-making venture, starting a poultry farming requires a well-detailed business plan, especially if it is a commercial one. Subsistence farmers running a small farm at home, raising a few birds, less than 20, may do so without giving much thought to things like economics of production, risk assessment, return on investment, and profitability. However, if you are entering it to make money, you may want to stick around for this discussion. My guest, Nabil Yakubu, is a seasoned veterinarian with a diverse background encompassing 7 years of immersive experience in the livestock sector. His expertise adds a wealth of knowledge to Nigeria, reflecting his extensive hands-on involvement in various aspects of veterinary practice. Nabil's journey involves skillfully managing complex clinical cases and offering crucial assistance to community animal health workers across the Northeast region. His proficiency extends to both livestock and companion animals, earning recognition for his dedicated provision of standardized health advisory services to a wide spectrum of clients. He joins me now as we look at the poultry business in Nigeria, talking about profitability. Many thanks for joining me, Nabil.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, Nabil, I'm just going to dive into the main question, really. Profitability, poultry farming. How profitable is poultry farming in Nigeria, specifically as we speak, knowing the issue of dollar, food costs, and every other economic factors that have been plaguing the country? Is it still profitable?
Yes, definitely. Just as with any business, poultry production, to be specific, is still very profitable, because the truth still remains, out of all animal protein, the poultry product still happens to be the cheapest. Talking about the chicken and the eggs, because every meal, an average Nigerian wouldn't want to eat without having an animal protein in it. So looking at our increasing population, placing it side by side with the cheapest available animal protein we have in Nigeria, is very profitable as I speak to you. Yeah, so of course, increasing in their inputs is what we're expecting and what we're experiencing, as well as several other commodities in the country. But that doesn't stop this. Does not stop the profitability. Yeah.
All right, fine. Okay, I really still need to know if it's really very profitable, especially if one is doing it on a very large scale, because I know some people just do at the back of the house, they just have like a small space or just an area in their house where they have some cages and then they do like 20 to 50. But if you were doing on a large scale, is it something that you would encourage people to do, knowing the fact that over time people have complained about prices of millets and maize and feeds that are generally used for poultry production?
Very well, that's a nice question. And in fact, the secret of poultry production is the scale of operation determines your profitability. The higher the number you've been investing in fact, the sooner you bask into profitability. So those who do the subsistence style of 20, 30, 50 would majorly do within selling to neighbors at little markup profit. But larger scale professionals who would want to invest in thousands and thousands of beds, in fact, those who have started it hardly leave. So the experience of those who have left is just majorly as a result of the increased costs. For example, as at 2017, a bag of poultry feed was around 6,000 to 5,000. Unfortunately, at this moment, as the last time I checked, the current cost of that same feed after 5 to 6 years is a whooping 16,000 naira. So looking at a large-scale farmer who had invested, for example, 5 million in 2017, if you want to maintain that pedestal, that quantity of birds you are keeping, you should be having nothing less than 15 million. So in fact, that's just the major discouraging factor in the large scalability. But those who venture into it and have the capital to stay daring are really making the huge profit they expect. Because the market is there, the population keeps increasing. In fact, the demand has even warranted people from, for example, Kaduna, getting to buy eggs from as far as Zamfara, from as far as Lagos. Even importation of these poultry products is still ongoing, even outside the borders of the country. So it's a very profitable venture, especially in the last scale.
All right, Nabil, I'm interested right now in getting into poultry. People talk about having multiple streams of income now, but if I need to be directed or be guided, so to speak, I'm sure other Nigerians are also interested in making more money for themselves. What is that thing? What are the things the key things I should look at if I really want to start a poultry farm in the country right now in this economy?
Beautiful. Yeah. So poultry production is the first question you will ask yourself, especially if you'll be placing that as a side hustle, is do you have the capital required to raise from start to finish? The good thing about poultry production is the short lifespan. In 6 weeks, you're done what you've invested. So, but it's not a business you will be hoping. You say you will buy the birds and I hope in 2 weeks I will have an expectant money to feed. Because birds don't understand that.
All right, it's still Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. We're looking at poultry farming in the country. Poultry is actually very broad-based. I think we have Nabil back. Nabil, can you hear me? I lost you at some point. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, please. Sorry. Yeah. So as I was saying, it's very important you have the entire funds you'll be needing to raise from start to finish. You don't expect money from somewhere else when you already started, because birds don't understand that I will be person not feeding you for 2 days. It will affect their progress. Secondly, there are current advancements in breeds of birds. So breed selection is really important. For example, you might have different variants of hatcheries who sell birds at cheap or expensive rates. What you should focus more on is what is the species of the breed of birds these hatcheries are selling. Third point is the management practice. Management practice is just the entirety of poultry production. Once one maintains hygiene, litter management, quality feed, quality water, it's just the beginning of the progress. Another point that's important we mention also is knowledge, because it's important before you venture into any field. It's best you have exactly, for example, you must have a veterinarian who you would at least have to come and inspect your facility. If it is good enough for a certain amount of birds you'll be keeping, you also need to have a vet who would advise you on the quality feed or quality birds you would need to get, and several other advices. And also another important information you need to know is, while you've started these birds, it's important you understand your marketing. You should solve your marketing even before you commence rearing these birds, because marketability determines your profitability. So it's important to reach out to quality premium markets who would command better prices than a middleman who would pack these birds and sell at losses for you. So these are many more things you should understand before going into it.
I'm sure those are the basics. There are even more things that one should consider. But let's just move up quickly so we can actually just gather much momentum. Still talking about poultry, you talked about getting knowledge, you talked about adequate research, and of course, other aspect that you mentioned. But poultry in itself is broad. Some people would say they want to do just egg production. Some say they just want to sell broilers and they just want to do day-old chicks, and while some just want to do some other aspect in the value chain. So, but which of these value chain or this aspect of poultry farming is the most profitable? Because I'm really interested, in making so much money.
Yes, so as an experienced veterinarian, the truth is, depending on who seeks to get this advice, if you're a big guy who, for example, you, if I'll be your vet, I would advise you to go into layer production. Layer production also is in two phases. You could decide to do point of lay, that is raising from pullets to 16 weeks, where you sell to farmers who want to just buy and start laying eggs in less than a month. You could also then do from start to finish, that's raising that sales of eggs. The good thing about the egg production value chain, nothing is wasted. For example, a bag of manure for a poultry, for example, those who raise in large scale, bag of poultry manure, that's the dungs, is at 7,000 naira currently. The eggs is going to be sold, currently commanding at 3,200 naira per crate, what we used to get at 700, 800 some 5-6 years ago. The beds, even after the 2 years of production, would be sold as old or spent layers at a very high rate. The bags of feed the bags in which you get your feed from are still going to be resold to some people. So the entire value chain in the egg industry is so marvelous. The production, the egg product itself, I'm sure it is hard you hear any issue of gluts anymore because the demand is so on the increase, and it's very much profitable. So, but another point is,
Just quickly, just wrap up your thoughts so I could just...
The broiler production also is profitable because there are new innovations now, where in just 5 weeks or 6 weeks, you could sell your beds at even 40% extra profit on your capital in less than 2 months. That's very marvelous. So the good thing about that is it's short term, but in the long term and increased sustained profit, you should go into layers.
All right, Nabil, you are a professional in this aspect. You're into it. You're also involved in livestock, but poultry is some other thing that you do. No, I know you are very successful in it. Can you share your success story, what you've done differently in poultry market? Because most people are always complaining about feeds and everything. How have you been able to stay afloat? What are you doing differently? And just what would you advise in terms of reducing costs and all of that? Just share with us.
Okay, thank you. With regards cost reduction, it's so unfortunate that feeds have gone this high. So one of the best approach to cushioning this effect is, first things first, I look for the best breed of birds that has very high feed conversion efficiency. Feed conversion efficiency here means with little amount of feed consumed, it has a total of 70% conversion into meat. So that means you have less feed to be fed and to get that same desired result. Secondly, there are multivitamins or probiotics or the amino acid you would give birds that would also improve in that meat, assimilability or increase, for instance. Thirdly, the very important phase in every cycle of birds is the first 2 weeks. That's the brooding phase. Once you brood your birds well, once you ensure the adequate temperature, the adequate feed, the adequate treatment is given, the entire journey of the bird will be very much easy. So when you stick to these 3 approaches and some other more due to time, you will enjoy whatsoever cycle you'll be having in poultry production. So it's highly profitable only if you have the knowledge, only if you have a consultant who seeks to advise you on best new impending practices to increase profitability. Only if you have also, you're in a location where marketing, so because one good point in it is your market inspires you to increase or to consistent in production. So when you have these increased persistent demands from your clients, it's quite more or less a motivation to be still in the business.
All right. So as we wrap up now, Nabil, let's talk about, I know you've talked about feeds, the price of feed. Are there other peculiar challenges, and what are also the opportunities in poultry production? And if you were to analyze, how would you say is the effect of poultry production in agricultural generally in the country? Very quickly.
Okay, thank you. So the fact still remains, the livestock production in general contributes to a huge percentage in the country's GDP. Taking off or neglecting the profits or the contribution of the poultry sector to Nigeria in general is doing the country a whole lot of harm. The country and globally, we are craving for the issue of food security. Food security means having food available, that quality meal available to everyone at every particular time as expected. Addressing issue on poultry production is a huge resolve in accessing food in the country. Secondly, the rural livestock herders or rural livestock owners use these they hardly have funds in the bank. They hardly save in other form except in form of livestock. That's why 60 to 70% of a rural livestock owner would have livestock in his backyard as a form of savings. So the cry of vaccination, the cry of disease surveillance, disease management, and that's the government to being lenient in their policies, understanding the fact, because I'm appreciative of the latest information released by the president on the governors being intentional about livestock and speaking of the profitability or the potential it has. So if the government would understand that, okay, let's create these entire farmers into cohorts, let's provide intervention, let's provide them with support, let's ensure that there is a premium market demand for each of these products. It needs to go a long way in solving our problem as a nation.
All right, Nabil, I just want to still find out as I wrap up in the next 1 minute or so, if I were to invest, I'm thinking from my Igbo mentality. I'm a businessman, an Igbo man, calculating, pressing my calculator and all of that, doing the maths and everything. So if I were to invest in poultry, but just how soon can I begin to see return on investment?
Okay, beautiful. So as I had mentioned earlier, I'll be talking about the poultry, broiler, and layers. Don't forget, there are still more to it, but this is what is most commonly practiced. For broilers, you have just 6 weeks to raise and get your profit. For example, you can invest ₦1 million, adequate management, and after 6 weeks, you'll be getting more than ₦1.4 million with your good practices.
That's good.
In layer production, which I love more, it's a more of a long term. You'll be, after you raise your birds for just from day old to point to lay at 4 months, you have 2 more years and a half to consistently make money.
Okay.
Consistently on a daily basis, you're making money from the eggs, you're making money from the feces, you're making money from the bag of feed, and it could even develop into producing or rebranding your feed, because 70% of the cost in every poultry production is on the feed. So when you solve the dynamics of feed, you are also you're breaking even. So profitability is guaranteed for poultry for broilers at 6 weeks, while for layers from 4 months of age till another 2 years.
Thank you so much, Nabil. I now know that in about 2 months or so, or in less than 6 months, I can really get so much money out of poultry if I actually follow the guides that you have mentioned. My guest, Nabil Yakubu, veterinarian livestock expert. Many thanks for being a part of Business Insights for today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for having me.
It is indeed our pleasure.
Yeah.
All right, that's the size of the show for today. I'm sure you might want to consider poultry farming or any other aspect of agriculture because it is a boomer for the country. Many thanks for being a part of the show. My name is Justin Akadonye. See you again next time.
You're in a queue, for example, and you go to some places or some countries and the queue is the queue. You have to join from the back, right? And that's conducive because, hey, I was here before you, makes sense. But then you find some people that they just don't have the time and everybody is in a hurry and they jump to the front stylishly and feel they will get away with it. Sometimes some people just don't want trouble and they just leave you with your, you know, your actions. But then you will find in some places where people don't like it, they don't condone it, and they will call you out. Excuse me, the queue is at the back. We need to see more of that nowadays.
You've probably experienced a scenario like this. You're waiting in line for a service or to buy something, and someone who sees the long queue comes along and goes straight to the front of the line, completely disregarding everyone standing. In most cases, some people on the queue will speak up, but some will look on with utter disbelief. With teeming population, it is almost inevitable not to experience queuing. If you're not queuing at the bus station, you're queuing at the ATM or in the bank, or to get tickets to your favorite show. Queuing is a way to create orderliness and to ensure that there is some fairness, but like clockwork, there will always be the impatient ones, or the ones who feel too smart that they find a way to jump the queue. Queues are not created to simply waste time but to ensure orderliness, because the chaos that happens without the orderliness leaves a lot of people bitter, angry and helpless. The reason why queuing is challenging for us can be associated with the way we see it. Darden Professor Elliot N. Weiss and colleagues Graham Gillam, Kylie Simmons and Donald Stevenson explain that across the globe, people wait for food and transportation, to make purchases, to get services, or to have experiences. But how they view the wait, what the rules are, and what they expect vary widely. Some cultures see needing to wait as almost always negative, while in other societies, seeing there is a line can signal there's something worth waiting for.
In an environment where they don't call it out, and they allow people to jump the queue, and jumping the queue becomes normal and the norm, they won't say anything, they won't see anything wrong with it. They will continue to do it because they can't see the bad in it. You get to an environment where, hey, it's not possible for you to ever think of jumping the queue because people say, get back. Excuse me, we've been here before you, join the queue. There and then you notice that you've done something wrong. It conditions your mindset, I can't jump the queue in this environment, it's not acceptable. And so you begin to readjust yourself. It's a culture change.
Instead of seeing queues as a waste of time, see it as a way to better manage time. It is also a way to ensure fairness and equity. The next time you feel the urge to jump a queue, don't. Instead, remember some of these guidelines. Make up your mind if you will join the queue or not. Once you have joined the queue, stay in your line. You may decide to ask what the waiting time is before you join the queue. Some organizations will provide this service. Try to stay in lane, only reserve by using someone you know. Never say you were behind someone in a queue. Wait for someone to be behind you before you leave the queue if you must. Respect other people's space while on the queue. Watch your conversation on the phone, keep it confidential. Watch your personal belongings. Try not to leave shopping bags on the floor. Acknowledge the number of bags you're carrying. If you forgot something, unless it is close by, you will run the risk of losing your place once you leave the queue. Exercise huge amounts of patience, even when the queue appears endless. If you're holding a place for someone, explain to others around you to avoid conflict. Sometimes, the queue may be a telephone inquiry. You may have the option of calling back or leaving a message to be called back. If someone appears like they're jumping the queue, politely correct them without getting into a squabble. Always wait your turn if the queue is automated. Sometimes you may need to wait to be beckoned, served, or for the green light before proceeding. Follow the rules and move orderly.
Economic hardship. NLC protest hunger, poverty, insecurity amidst government plea for understanding. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The organized labor under the leadership of Comrade Joe Ajaero on Tuesday made bold its threat to stage a protest over the continued hunger, poverty, and insecurity that have caused serious hardship on the citizenry despite the government's plea to show understanding. The Nigeria Labour Congress, together with other affiliated bodies, started the march in the early hours of Tuesday from the headquarters.
This will not forgive us if with the level of hunger in this country, we refuse to protest to tell the government of the world that there is hunger. It is important that all of us take something home, that this is not just a symbolic rally, but it is a rally to signal to the people in authority that there is problem in the land. People are dying of hunger. People are dying of banditry. All the issues we brought before, we settled out with even the Senate President. And that nothing has happened to this moment. We are here once again to tell you that hunger is the hunger in the land. A bag of rice is selling to over 70,000.
The Labour leader, on behalf of Nigerians, also made some demands, which included the full implementation of the welfare provisions as contained in Chapter 2 of the Constitution as amended, by making the provisions justiciable. In his response, the representative of the leadership of the National Assembly and Chairman Senate Committee on Labour, while assuring that the leadership of the National Assembly is aware of the hardship being faced by Nigerians, assuring them that the National Assembly will interface with the executive to address the situation.
The government has intervened on the same date. The government has intervened on transportation. If there was a measure on transportation, even before the road subsidy, where you have 3 vehicles or 2 vehicles from one point to the other, the cost of food stuff will not be too high. When people make their food stuff from the bush to the town, they have transportation money. And with the increase in transportation, everything went high. I think governments will realize that there is a need with this. That the very moment to cut the price of petroleum products, everything in Nigeria will change. And on behalf of the leadership of the National Assembly, we collect your matter. We understand Ms. Lee, our chairman. We feel what we feel. We want to assure you that this matter will be discussed immediately at the plenary session. The leadership of the National Assembly feels what we feel.
Joining us to discuss this is the Chief Operating Officer, People's Daily Newspaper, Ahmed Bello, and Secretary and Also joining us is the former advisor to Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Frank Shuaib. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics. Let me start with you, Hamid. At least I want to believe that your position is not going to be that partisan. What is your take of Labour's march yesterday, and how successful would you say it was, and what would you want to believe would be the impression it must have left with the government?
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be part of this program. And going by what the NLC said, they have achieved their aim in the protest which they staged on the first day, and then they felt it was not necessary for them to proceed to the second day because what they wanted to achieve in the 2-day warning protest had been achieved in 1 day. So what one understands from that is that they have been able to communicate to the authorities the pains Nigerians are going through, the harsh economic condition under which Nigerians are living in, and the demands that the Labour has made on how to mitigate these conditions. Well, the ball is now in the court of the government to see whether they are going to toe the line of Labour to implement some of the suggestions that Labour has made. And I believe that both the government and the Labour are both Nigerians, and then they want to see a situation where the country thrives. So I believe that hopefully the government will listen to the case made by Labour, and then implement some of the suggestions they have made, and the ones they know they cannot implement, maybe they have to sit on the same table, with the Labour, so that there will be a common ground. But so far, from what we have seen in the reports of newspapers and television and radio, Labour has driven home its demands, and then the government has listened to them. So we now look forward to what action the government is going to take on the demands made by Labour. But so far, so good.
Dr. Shuaib, I know it is natural for you to have a partisan slant to it, but it's almost inevitable to also want to know how you people are thinking in your camp. What's your take of not only Labour's protestation, but the general circumstance that the country is in now, socioeconomically? Dr. Shuaib. Hello? Please unmute your device. You need to unmute your device.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Beautiful. I think it is misplaced and somewhat unprofessional. Because if you feel that I'm going to be in a studio on a national TV like yours, on a big platform like yours, to offer a partisan view, then I don't think I have a reason to be in the studio. Because hunger does not understand any language. Hunger does not understand politics. Hunger does not understand partisanship. Hunger is hunger anywhere. A man who is hungry in the PDP is the same as a man who is hungry in the APC. There is no market in Nigeria that is meant for APC members and another one for the PDP members. So it becomes preposterous for anyone to believe and to state on a platform like this to say, oh, you know that my position may have a partisan slant. It has nothing to do with partisanship. I am first in Nigeria. Number two, I am not a former spokesman to the former vice president of Nigeria. I am an advisor on public communication to the former vice president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and I've held that position since 2018. So two things I'm sure I have taken care of. But I'm saying this because of the future. If I'm going to be invited to discuss a national malaise, a national problem like hunger and poverty in the land that has attracted Labour, the Nigerian Labour Congress, to mobilize Nigerians to go to the street, then we should discuss as Nigerians. I'm only a privilege. It's only a matter of service for me to be working for the former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That said, hunger is hunger. Number one, I want to state clearly and unambiguously that in the first place, if President Tinubu does not kill Nigerians, hunger will kill Nigerians. Hunger will kill Nigerians if President Tinubu does not kill Nigerians. So, and this must be driven home. The book of Proverbs 29 verse 2 is clear and unambiguous. It says, when the righteous rule, the people rejoice. But when the wicked rule, of course, the people will groan, the people will cry, the people will gnash their teeth and all of that. So it is about bad leadership. Bad leadership. So if it is about bad leadership, what are we going to talk about? If you're saying, oh, the Nigerian Labour Congress organized a march in Lagos yesterday, and ordinarily they've driven home their point, how many times have they driven home their point? Only a few weeks ago, a document purportedly signed, a memo purportedly signed by the Secretary to the Government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, made its way into the public space, where it was succinctly captured that the Secretary to Government of the Federation, in the midst of hunger and poverty, made a request of 1 billion naira of our collective patrimony, taxpayers' money, to be released for him to organize a meeting with organized labor to discuss minimum wage. Of course, the president of my country graciously approved the release of 500 million naira for such a conduct, for such a jamboree, when the people are hungry. You understand me? So it is reckless. It is tenaciously wicked. It is bad. It is unheard of, and we can't continue like this. For a government that came into power, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu promised Nigerians. I remember sometime during the campaign when he said, "Oh, when he gets to power, he's going to recruit about 50,000 young people, to go into farming. Some of them will go into the military and all of that. And that is how he was going to check. He was going to check poverty. And one of the functions as well, he made mention clearly there too that look, he was not going to discuss his strategy to check poverty in Nigeria because he didn't want the opposition to copy his business plan and his plans for Nigerians. And some of us began to wonder. Now that he has become president, this is not time for politicking. This is time for governance. So if this is the strategy he has been keeping to his chest, that he didn't want his opponents to copy, then it becomes laughable. You don't forget too that only a few weeks ago or few months ago, a female banker committed suicide within a banking hall in Nigeria. Within a banking hall in Nigeria, owing to poverty and hunger. Don't forget too that the National Psychiatric Hospital in Lagos, the director, the head of that institution, was captured in the media to have said in clear and unambiguous terms that in the last 7.5 months, that is within the span of when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took over till now, the number of psychiatric patients has risen by over 100%. Hunger can make people to go mad. So what are we talking about? Is this about politics? Is it about being partisan? The facts are clear and unambiguous. So we cannot joke with the issue of hunger. Hunger does not understand any language. Poverty is poverty anywhere. A man who is hungry in Zamfara is the same as a man who is hungry in your studio in Lagos there. Would
it be proper for me to expect somebody as senior as you are in the camp of the most respected opposition leader in Nigeria to be profiling ideas for solution or the things that you people would have done differently? Would it be proper for me?
Yes, very well, very well. Only a few days ago, we counseled the president of my country. We gave him a counsel. We said, Mr. President, you took over power on 29th of May, 2003. The president of Argentina took over power on the 10th of December 2023, 6 months after he took over power. The economy of Argentina was worse than the economy of Nigeria at the time the president of Argentina took over power. My dear brother, the president of Argentina sold all the aircrafts in the presidential fleet. He started flying on business class on commercial aircraft. But in my country, the children of my president junket on our presidential jets to attend birthday parties in different parts of the world. That is the issue. Now we run what we call the largest cabinet in the history of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He has created more ministries, he has more ministers in office, and for God's sake, you cannot say that. Hold on.
Okay, Dr. Frank
Shoaib.
Shoaib.
No.
Dr. Frank Shoaib, I'll come back to you. I want you to be thinking through these 2 points before I come back to you. One is the fact that you are factually right that the president of Argentina has taken some of the biggest cost-cutting measures in the history of governance anywhere in the world. However, some of the policies he has taken too, especially removal of subsidy, just like the removal of subsidy, has taken Argentina now down the abyss of about 200 plus inflationary trend. That's number one. But you are factually right that is dramatically cutting the cost of government. But having said that too, and I want you, this is the second point I want you to be thinking about before I get back to you. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria too has taken the courage to at least instruct the setting up of a committee for the implementation of the Oronsoye report that about 3 administrations from the time that your principal was the vice president seemed to have dilly-dallied on. But I'll come back to you on those two. But let me go to Dr. Hamid. In the interim, we also have joining us a functional National Publicity Secretary of Labour Party, Dr. Abayomi Arabambi. Dr. Arabambi, we will bring you into the picture later, but Dr. Ahmed.
Yes, please.
Are you still there?
I'm here.
I know Dr. Frank Shoaib was a bit exasperated with the fact that I said I was hoping that naturally his opinion was going to be a bit slanted partisanly. But you are my fellow journalist, and I want to believe without any partisan disposition on, in so much as it's factually right in all the allusions and references is made, I still have to cut the balance with somebody like you. What is your general take of the situation in the country, ranging from the socioeconomic sphere to security to the direction of governance to just your take?
Yeah. To begin with, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took a major decision economically by removing fuel subsidy, which previous government tried to do, but they were not able to do. Not only Tinubu, even the key presidential candidates of the major parties, like the PDP and the Labour Party, also made promises to Nigerians that they were going to remove subsidy. And now here comes a president, Bola Tinubu, who has proceeded to actualize all those promises made by all the other candidates. But as it were, it does appear that the removal of subsidy has ushered in some complications in the economy, which the government says it is addressing by taking policy measures to mitigate the removal of subsidy. But it does appear that the removal of subsidy has, instigated or brought about the kind of hardship that we have now, coupled with the economic downturn in the devaluation of our currency, and then with the foreign exchange complications.
Dr. Amit,
Yes.
Dr. Amit, let me quickly interject. The removal of subsidy was actually canvassed by all the three major presidential candidates. But having said that, I agree with you. But having said that, on assumption of power coming to office, the incumbent President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, did not only remove subsidy, he also floated the currency. And the two policies, the two dramatic, structurally fundamental policies came into being at the same time. Would you think that the two other principal candidates in the last presidential elections would have done it the dramatic way and the seemingly let me just say the dramatic way he did it? Would you want to believe they would have done it the same way?
Well, what we do not know is that we don't know the strategy that the PDP candidate Atiku and then the Labour Party candidate Peter Obi, the strategy that they will have adopted to address the removal of subsidy. But it does appear that Tinubu is taking his time, but that time that he's taking somehow is not giving Nigerians commensurate relief as a result of the removal of the fuel subsidy. Removal of subsidy. So what people are saying is that, in fact, you under hush tone, people are saying that government is even contemplating bringing back fuel subsidy to mitigate the harsh economic conditions that Nigerians are experiencing currently. But that does not seem to be credible because government has not spoken, on that. So it's as it is. Subsidy is gone for good. Subsidy is gone for good.
You think subsidy is gone?
We are hoping that
Dr.
in the
Ahmed,
coming days,
Dr. Ahmed, I'll come back to you, but I want you to be thinking about what the submission you've just made. How can subsidy be said to have gone for good when, as a result of the depreciation of the naira, it is now obvious that the landing cost per liter of fuel is not what we are paying at the pump, because the landing cost as we speak for a liter of fuel is about 1,200 naira, and we are paying about 620 naira. Worst case scenario, in places like Maiduguri and some other things, they're paying about 750 naira. So the difference between 750 naira and 1,200 naira speaks to subsidy. How can you, as enlightened as you are, be telling the public that the subsidy has been removed for good? We are back where we were when this president came in. Be thinking about that. Let me bring in the third gentleman. I'll come to you to give me your retort on that.
Okay.
Dr. Arabambi. Hello, Dr. Arabambi. Are you there? Please unmute your device. Dr. Arabambi.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you well enough now. Thank you very much for coming on. Dr. Arabambi, I really don't know if you are competent to speak on behalf of the candidate of the Labour Party in the last presidential elections because of the factional the seeming condemnation of your faction by the candidate and the people loyal to him in the other faction. But what is your general take of Labour's protestation yesterday regarding the fact that they claim that Nigerians are hungry? And what is your position on the socioeconomic situation of the country, inclusive of security? Your take, your opening salvo.
Well, thank you very much. Ab initio, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came with these acronyms of a renewed hope, agenda for a renewed hope. And all of us know that a feeling of expectation or desire for a particular thing to happen is what we call hope. So he knew he's coming to renew our hope that has been damaged by the previous administration. Because nobody gave the APC that slogan, nobody gave them the acronym, but they just said, agenda for a renewed hope. So he knew ab initio that we are very hopeless, economically, financially, security-wise. Nigeria is a hopeless situation. And he came around now to say, oh, I want to renew that hope, for Nigeria. But like I said, other than what you said, regarding our issues with NLC or Peter Obi, the point is, Labour is not just laying claim, they are saying what is factual. Because Nigeria, presently, we are at a crossroad. And that renewed hope, seems to be fading away, and the president must now come out and be decisive. Even if it means to probe the Buhari administration, who was using Nigeria income, 95% of our income to service the debt, not payment. A president who chooses to produce naira, and all of them were stashing dollar. I think the president must be decisive, because where you have, just like my brother said there, that a banker did, it was in this country that we were told it was the cousin of Mr. President that ordered the signing of naira. It was this country that a particular woman in the CBN took $300 million of Nigerian money to go and invest in a bank so that they can take over, Union Bank. We are in a very hopeless situation, even though not caused by him, but it must be decisive. Everyone that brought us to this level needs to be brought to book. This is not politics. So my brother in the PDP has said the right thing, even hello,
Dr. Arabambi, you are, putting your hand on your chest. You are telling Nigerians that you believe that is not the cause of the seemingly extenuating circumstance that we find ourselves in the backdrop of the fact that it was the one that brought into place the dramatic removal of subsidy and the dramatic floating of the naira, which spurred the lack of confidence in the market that is making the naira to be losing value as we speak. For you, it has no fault for those two policies.
No, what I mean is this. I said he came with a renewed hope agenda. He knew ab initio that Nigeria doesn't have any hope when he came in. And he said he wants to come and renew it. So he needs to now get back to the drawing board and do the needful about it. It was in their own administration. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu single-handedly sponsored President Muhammadu Buhari during their primary. Single-handedly sponsored that man into governance. And look at how President Buhari battered our economy. And he now came and said, don't worry, trust me, I can renew that hope for we Nigeria. But like I said, the hope is fading away. But
okay. Thank you very much. Let me go back to Dr. Frank Shuaib. Dr. Shuaib, in view of the way I left you the last time you spoke, I said that you must also come to the realization that in so much as some of the allusions you made about President Milei of Argentina is true regarding his court-cutting measures, which is not so distant from what President Tinubu did with subsidy removal, you will agree with me that in the same way, President Milei's measures have taken Argentina down the abyss of 200% inflationary trend, number one. And number two, you said, rightfully so, that that President Milei has been cutting excess in governance, the cost of governance. And I said, President Tinubu is equally instituted a committee for the implementation of the Oronsoye report. How would you respond to the two in the backdrop of the points you made before I went to your colleagues to respond?
Well, as intelligent as you are, I know that what Tinubu is doing is completely different from what President Milei has done in Argentina. Number one, what he's doing is putting the cart before the horse. The president of Argentina didn't wake up to remove subsidy. He started the reforms. He took measures before starting the reforms. In our own case in Nigeria, we started reforms. He woke up one day, single-handed, announced removal of fuel subsidy. But the issue is this: has the fuel subsidy been removed? On your own, you answered that question. There is an opaque and secret diversion of monies, all in the name of removal of fuel subsidy by the present leadership of Nigeria. He cannot tell me that they have removed subsidy. And that's why I'm shocked. I'm in deep shock that that my colleague in the studio, and funnily enough, you referred to him as your colleague, forgetting that I've been in the same media industry for 27 years. But that notwithstanding, of course, I agree with you that I should have a bias because I work for Atiku Abubakar. But the issue is simple. Like I said, hunger is hunger anywhere in the world. Question is this: has subsidy been removed? The answer is no. It smacks of wretched illiteracy for anybody to contemplate that the subsidy has been removed by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and that he removed it. In one moment, you on your own, you said that, look, a man cannot say he removed subsidy on petroleum products and petrol sells at a stagnated figure or oscillates between 640 and 680 naira per liter. While diesel, as I speak to you, as at yesterday, in my house, I sent monies to my team at home, and I know that they bought diesel at 1,700 naira per liter. Now, if they are buying diesel, how do you explain a situation where petrol remains at a constant or a near constant figure while the cost of diesel keeps rising? It smacks of, it's illiteracy. That is balabonomics or bulabanomics. You understand? Because I don't understand that kind of economic terminology. The CBN governor, as well as the Minister of Finance, claimed that, it was based on their sterling performance in their various fields that they were so appointed as minister and governor of the central bank, respectively. But they have not been able to do anything magical, the kind of magic they claimed they did in Lagos. The question is this: don't forget, too, that the International Monetary Fund, in their latest report, stated clearly that the amount of subsidy being paid by the current administration is far and above what Muhammadu Buhari paid while he was president of Nigeria. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is president of my country, cannot divorce himself from the administration of Muhammadu Buhari. He was the leader of that political party. He was a leader of the party.
Dr. Shuaib.
You hold on, please. Hold
hello,
on.
sir.
With profound respect to you, we are discussing economy.
Hello, sir.
And I want to
hello,
learn
sir.
something.
Hello.
Please.
We are discussing. We are discussing economics, but the facts too must be put out rightly. Your principal,
was the leader of the party or of the APC.
Your principal was one of those. Yes. Your principal was in the same camp and was one of those who helped to bring about the presidency of Buhari too. We must factor that in.
No.
It's a historical fact.
You see, if you are in the studio, to discuss on that, we are not running election. My principal is not at the moment contesting election. We are talking of a man. It's just like asking. Let me ask you a question. It's just you are assisting them. That what they are doing is called enablement, criminal enablement. Enablement in the sense that an Okada rider, a man who has an expertise in riding a motorcycle, decided to seize a car at gunpoint, and he doesn't know how to drive a car. How will he, when he now eventually takes the car, how will he drive it home? That is the point we are. The man is stranded. He needs help. So you cannot begin to tell me about how my principal assisted them, the APC, to install Muhammadu Buhari at that time. No. Seeking office is different from administering a country. A complex country like Nigeria requires leadership that is constructive, leadership that is detailed, leadership that is deliberate. A man announced on the first day he was sworn in, that he has removed fuel subsidy. On your own, you have admitted in this studio that there is still fuel subsidy. There is an opaque and secret diversion. If they say there is no fuel subsidy, it means that the president and his team are stealing money from Nigerians through this secret subsidy, because there is no way a president of a country, there is no country in the world that says that, look, we have removed fuel subsidy and the cost of fuel is not being determined by the market forces of demand and supply.
You keep dwelling on that.
So
what about... You keep dwelling on that. You made that point, and that point is well made.
I made it. You interjected. You came in. You see, you are.
No, I posed two questions to you.
Whether you work for no. You see,
I posed two questions to you. You kept dwelling on one.
You know why I will not help you to respond to those questions. I will not help you because you are practically doing the job of the APC in the studio. You started by saying, look, I'm here. You know that you cannot get a non-partisan position from me. And honestly, this is the first time I'm going to get that from Plus TV. Because I've been honoring invitations from Plus TV. I had several meetings to attend to today. But I honored this invitation because of Plus TV. But because I made my point on that. So in this matter, with profound respect to you, in this matter, you cannot approbate and reprobate at the same time. You cannot. You don't have that power. The issue is simple. In the same studio, you have said that, look, this man has not removed subsidy. So the problem is that this man is confused. You understand me? They are confused.
Dr. Shuaib, calm down.
Yes.
Calm down. Let's listen to ourselves. I was the one that posed a question to one of your colleagues that if he claims that subsidy has been removed, how would he? And I'm going back to him to answer it.
You don't need to go back to him because it is public knowledge. It is public knowledge. You don't need to go back to him. Even a 3-year-old, hold on, with profound respect. Even a 3-year-old knows that a man says he has removed subsidy and the price of fuel. As you sit here, before you got to this studio, in leaving your house to get to the studio, I know how much you spent in getting fuel. The issue is simple. I know the number of messages on your phone asking for urgent 2,000 naira, urgent 1,000 naira. The number of pressure, the amount of pressure that is on you as a TV presenter, because they see you on TV, they believe you have so much money. Meanwhile, you have your own issues to deal with. We know the pressure everybody is getting in this country. The question is, this government has no direction. Till this moment, they are still struggling. So comparing them with the president of Argentina, who started this before starting his reforms, what would we have done different? We have so much we would have done different. We would have put structures in place. When Atiku proposed, then the former vice president proposed that, look, I was going to remove fuel subsidy. He put that, you can read our document, my covenant with the people. He said clearly, we will start our reforms systematically. It is going to be in stages. We're not going to just wake up and remove fuel subsidy without planning. A man who fails to plan, we has already planned to fail. This is the issue.
Okay.
We attended all debates.
Can I come
but
in?
Our good friend who is president failed to speak to the people. So why would he not come up with what we are receiving today?
Can I come in now?
Please do.
You are free to make all the points you want to make. But I need to make two clarifications. Number one.
Please go ahead.
Number one, you are a nationally and internationally visible character as a prominent advisor of the former vice president. So yes. if when I was introducing you and I wanted to ask you a question, yes. I said I would rather go to a gentleman who would not be perceived to have partisan slanting. It was not because I wanted to be disrespectful. But let me make my point.
Hold on. The word perceived was not, you can play back this video after this production.
My brother.
You did not use the word perceived.
I said,
you did not use it. And that gave it a different slant.
We will send you the recording. I will send you the recording because I said it could be said that you would have a partisan slant. And it does not take anything away from you because you are proud of your support of Atiku, you believe in him. So how could that be an insult? Or why are you? You seem to be emotional about it as though it was said condescendingly or disrespectfully. It was not meant to be that. That's number one. Number two is that when I was trying to tell you a while ago that the point you were making regarding subsidy was logical and that you have made that point along, I said I asked you two questions. One was the issue regarding the inconsistency in the logic of removal of subsidy and the fact that the landing cost relative to the pump price these days speaks to subsidy. But having said that, I said I also asked you that three previous administrations, including the one that your principal served in, toyed around the Oronsoye report. But like President Milei of Argentina, he has now instituted a committee with the view to implementing reducing the cost of governance. I said I wanted you to approach that.
My dear brother.
You went ahead to call me an APC apologist in the studio.
No, my dear brother, the question has answers on its own. You don't even need the services of a clairvoyant to hazard a guess to what the answers to that question should be. Here is a man.
Okay, let me come back to you on that. Let me come back to you on that because you've got colleagues and I have to give them equal opportunity. I will come back to you, my word of honor. I will come back to you. You took too much on the subsidy. You dwell too much on that subsidy issue that I will come back. Dr. Hamid, you see the problem you put me into now. You see the problem you put me into with Dr. Frank Shuaib, who is now, lacerating me emotionally and intellectually because
Frank Shaibu is playing politics without playing politics.
Okay, Dr. Frank Shaibu reasonably believes that you've been too generous in your submission that the president has removed subsidy in the backdrop of the reality that on the one hand, the ill judgment that brought about the measure, supposedly, I want to believe that was the point he was making, that the ill judgment that brought about the measure seemed to have caused the economic trauma that people are facing now, but that ironically and paradoxically, subsidy, according to IMF, which he rightly referred to, is the cost of subsidy is even higher. How would you want to respond to
Well, the point I was making initially, I was beginning from a fundamental premise, which is that the three key presidential candidates of the major parties, the APC, the PDP, and the Labour Party, each one of them, adopted a position to remove fuel subsidy if they were elected. But since they were not elected, we don't have an opportunity to see how they were going to implement the aftermath of fuel subsidy. Now, we have a case in our hand now. The current president has succeeded in removing the subsidy, but we are beginning to see some complications that are playing out. But the hunger that is being talked about is affecting everybody in the country. But I am not too sure whether the hunger we're experiencing now is solely as a result of the removal of fuel subsidy. Because we have a major problem of insecurity. Farmers cannot go to their farms to produce food as a result of insecurity. We have the foreign exchange complication, which is affecting our monetary policies and are also affecting the spending power of Nigerians. And then we have a whole lot of factors that are really giving rise to the economic condition which we find ourselves, which is why Nigerians are getting hungry every day. So this is the point I was trying to make, actually.
Dr. Hamid.
Maybe perhaps if Atiku had become president, we would have had an opportunity to see the pragmatic approach he was going to make to address fuel subsidy if he eventually removes it. That was the point I was trying to make.
Dr. Hamid,
yes,
I'll come back to you, but before I go to Dr. Arabambi, I want you to be thinking through the fact that, and I agree with you, that insecurity may have also complicated the cost of food because farmers have been encumbered from easily accessing their farmsteads. But I also would like, when I come back to you, for you to think through on whose table does the buck stop when it comes to fighting insecurity. However, Dr. Arabambi, I'll come back to you on that. Don't worry.
Okay, that's fine.
Right. Dr. Arabambi, we have a confluence of the many ugly factors. Dr. Frank Shuaib rightfully believes that removal of subsidy and the ill judgment in the pronouncement of the floating of the currency may have been the primary causes that have led us down this abyss. Dr. Hamid is of the opinion that notwithstanding the fact that all the three principal candidates or three major candidates promised they were going to remove subsidy, at least we can only empirically examine what the incumbent is doing. But he also came up now with a picture of insecurity, how insecurity is further complicating the socioeconomic circumstance that we find ourselves in. Dr. Arabambi, what is your take? And what will be, let's be moving in the direction of positing advice now. What will be the advice that will come from your faction of the Labour Party to ameliorating this unfortunate circumstance that we find ourselves in? And I'll be doing this around the three of you. Your take, Dr. Arabambi.
Well, thank you very much. I have advised the president to send what we call executive order, that will introduce capital punishment for fraudulent Nigerians who have decided, to consider themselves as economic predators in Nigeria. Do you know that a barrel of crude oil, once it's goes for refining, you have a residual gas there, you have kerosene, you have bitumen, you have this aviation, you have gasoline, you have diesel. But everybody will come back to Nigeria with petrol. Now, a vessel laden with maybe 50,000 liters of crude oil will now come back to Nigeria. The question is, where are the other components? And the cheapest, do you know that diesel is very cheap to refine because at their boiling point? Asphalt and bitumen, where do they deposit them to? People will just take our crude oil and they will now come back with this their narrative. Oh, the landing cost to this thing is higher than how much you gave me. It is not fraud. I agree with my two brothers in the house, but the point remains, there is a endemic corruption in Nigeria that must be caught. How will people be buying rice at 75,000 naira?
Dr. Arambi,
Nigeria will be committing suicide. And a government will sit down to give 1 billion to some individual to determine how much Nigeria will have. Ordinarily, the person that wrote that letter ought to have been executed in a single country. For you
Dr.
to ask that
Arambi,
1 billion be
Dr.
given to some
Arambi,
people?
Dr. Arambi,
No, let me
Dr.
you
Arambi,
have asked for honest opinion, please.
No, you are a Democrat.
No.
You are a Democrat. I want to believe that as the spokesperson of a Democratic Party.
With due respect to you, the way we are part of democracy, we are not deceiving ourselves. Except we take the bombardment, we have a disproportional, a constitution where a man that thief goat in Nigeria will go to 6 months imprisonment. But go and steal 11 billion. The judge will ask you to pay 1 million or 20 million as fine. The person will be convicted, but you are going to pay 20 million. And you go scot-free. But somebody that stole a mudu of Gary will go to 6 months imprisonment.
Okay.
Except
let me give your colleagues. Let me give your colleagues the opportunity. Let me give your colleagues the opportunity to wrap up too. Thank you, Dr. Arambi. Dr. Frank Chouaib, you know, you are free with your opinion. I hope to you, I'm an APC apologist, but having said that, I still have a duty. I have a duty to let you, you have tagged me as an APC apologist, but you know what? I still have a duty to let you respond to the comparison I did between the likely implementation of the Olasanye report and the measure of President Milei, and whatever suggestion you may have, because at the end of the day, this is the only country that we can claim to be ours, and we all want solution. How would you want to wrap it up in about 1 minute, please?
Well, the truth of the matter is that you are the one who has canonized yourself as an apologist of the APC.
No, you called me. Don't worry. It comes with the territory. It does happen.
My brother, and I will not offer an apology on TV. You understand? The truth is this, with profound respect to you as always. You know, I commend very strongly the language of my brother from People's Daily as well as the Labour Party. But the truth is this, while even trying to look at that comparison, like I said earlier, you cannot, there are two different things. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu started work without planning. The Olasanye report, you understand me, ordinarily, should be the first thing a man will think of when he's trying to cut costs of governance. You say you want to remove subsidy. But the cabinet we have today, the actions he has taken thus far, is diametrically opposed to the actions he's taking now. So it makes no sense. It is just a clear display of kabu economic policy. He doesn't know what he's doing. It's just one chance. It's like he's running a government as a one chance boss. You understand me? What will we have done differently? Like my brother in the People's Daily was asking, maybe because Tinubu is in power now, that is why we don't know what Atiku would have done differently. The former vice president would have done so much differently. And I'm shocked that as a journalist, he didn't know that we had a working document. What Atiku would have done differently as it relates to subsidy is encapsulated in his working document, My Covenant with the People. And in that document, he said, look, subsidy will be removed in stages. Let me give you an example. Look at what is happening to Dangote Refinery. He's been finding it difficult difficult. He's struggling to get the needed crude oil.
Okay.
You understand me? He has to import crude oil from the United States of America. Yet, the NNPC took a loan of $3.3 billion from Afrexim Bank and gave our crude in exchange. How do you now expect the same economy to be stable? Is it possible?
Okay.
You cannot be doing one thing and be mismanaging another sector recklessly. These people are running kabu economic policies. And we have advised them, we have spoken. You are talking about the Argentine situation.
Okay, Dr. Shuaib, you made your point. Let me give your colleague, Dr. Hamid, the opportunity to wrap up too. The time is not time.
Before I go, I am Frank Shaibu. Today again, I will complain as well. Remove the doctor from my name because I know you have a college of two academics.
Sorry.
Not a doctor.
I'm sorry. I've always, it's something about me, something about you. I've always believed that you have a PhD. But
I will get there. I'm a teacher. I don't have a PhD.
Thank you very much. Because I know at some point you were lecturing at a tertiary institution. But thank you very much for the correction.
Far back as 1996, I've been teaching.
Well taken. Dr. Hamid, you took some body shots from Shuaib, who believes that because he has left our fold as a practicing journalist, we are now his punching bag. He comes with the territory. We take it with equanimity. But how would you want to wrap it up? The two doctors today, they are really dealing us. The two politicians, they are really dealing us. But let me give you the opportunity to wrap it up in about 30 seconds.
You spoke earlier about responsibility for insecurity in the country, and then you were expecting me to run one or two comments on that. I think security matter is principally responsibility of the federal government of Nigeria. Except now we have an opportunity where the government is trying to come up with a state police, where each of the states of the country can have a police that is run by the state government. If that comes on board, we're likely to see a synergy between police in the state and police at the center. So that perhaps may, contribute to mitigating or bringing down the level of insecurity in Nigeria.
Dr. Hamid,
I think that is what I would
Dr. Hamid, the backroom boys are really hard on me. I want to say thank you to you. Dr. Arabambi, I want to say thank you for a good show. I'm a bit shocked that a Democrat could be calling for a military-like firing squad or execution, but it's your opinion. You are free to hold yours. And Frank Shuaib, one of the prominent advisors of the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, and I don't think that is anything disgraceful. I say thank you for gracing the show.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here, and I would love to return again because we left so many things unsaid. Nigeria belongs to all of us.
You will always have more opportunities. Everywhere. You will always have more opportunities. Any one of you will always have more opportunities here. Thank you. This is where we wrap it up for today. Thank you for keeping watch with us. I am Bola Oba. Have a good evening.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts, and even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom.
Well, we have Mary Ann Duke Cohn. Hey, finally. The hot analyst joining us.
So good to be here. New set, new year, new me. Oh my
gosh. Super happy, super excited to have you. How have you been?
Great. I mean, it's weird, but it's fun. I love it. Love what you guys have done with the place.
Thank you. Thank you. We tried. Hi, Dee.
Hello.
Dee went, you know, there's a TikTok audio that is trending now. They say attachment, 5,000 naira. Something all back. And also, every girl now on TikTok. You know the funny thing? When I was even going to go and get the hair extensions that I used to this hair, it's not 5,000 anymore. It's even 7,000.
Oh yeah, I mean every day the price increases.
Wow.
We're just gonna go natural. Yeah, natural is the way to go. Plus the weather is hot, so exactly. For me, that's the that was the main
thing. It looks so good on you. It looks so good on you.
Please, I want to go back to being innocent and sweet.
You know, I saw a young girl this evening on TikTok. She said attachment, 7,000 naira. She took scissors and chopped off all her hair.
Oh my god. Yeah, I was going to do that actually.
There's no point.
Oh no, I love my hair. No, I rocked this for the first time in my whole life. I rocked this to the airport and I flew back from Calabar to Lagos. Like, who cares? I don't no time. Because it's really hot. Lagos is hot, but Calabar is really humid. Wow. Really humid. So I forgot about the fact that I was a baby girl. Heat did not let me.
Again, I also think that, this is just going to allow more people to be not necessarily their authentic selves, but just to, you know what, there are too many things to think about rather than someone just focusing
honestly.
on... Oh, no, please.
No, honestly, there are some things that are not worth it. They are not worth it.
It's unnecessary pressure.
Now, you guys are making me feel bad because I'm the only one with weeds.
Oh, no. I'm in.
Do you, baby?
Exactly.
I mean, it's a Monday. I'm super excited because I've been holding off this conversation, Marianne. We're supposed to have this conversation since, but we're here now. like we're catching up on all the things that we're supposed to discuss since we've been off air. And well, in line with what we're discussing, which is Oronsaye's report, right? And here's what we found as today's court. It says, President Goodluck Jonathan set up the 7-man panel in 2012 to restructure and rationalize governmental bodies, ordered the implementation of Oronsaye's recommendation in 2014. President Muhammadu Buhari also ordered the implementation in 2020. So this person is saying, let us now hope or pray that this will be the final order. And this was from Simon Kolawole, right? So the Oronsaye's report, especially the full implementation, has been mandated by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. As a result, it declared the consolidation, acquisition, dissolution. Ministries to others where the administration believes they will function more effectively. So today we want to discuss this recommendation, and we have a guest that will be joining us much later, George Ashiru. He'll be here to discuss the conversation. And when we open our phone lines, we'll also love to hear what your thoughts about the recommendations are. Stay with us. We'll be right back. You are welcome. Thanks for staying with us. It's not your welcome. We've not done TV in a while. Don't blame us. All right. World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development is celebrated globally on the 4th of March every year. It was established by UNESCO in 2019 to raise awareness of the importance of engineering in achieving sustainable development. The theme for World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development 2024 is Engineering Solutions for a Sustainable World. This theme highlights the critical role engineers play in developing innovative solutions to address global challenges such as climate change, poverty, inequality. So today we celebrate and cheer on all engineers globally who are constantly working to achieve global development.
Yeah. Well done, well done. And in Nigeria, they're called Koren, so all the guys in Koren.
Yeah.
Kudos to you. You guys do what many of us can never dream of doing. I remember back in school when you said you studied engineering, whether it was civil, whatever engineering, like, you know math. And the rest of us, we were just art students. So yes, so all the guys who are in Koren, great job you guys are doing. What would the world be without you?
Absolutely. I was going to even add that I saw a video of, where's this man from now? He invented something very beautiful. So airports that when you go to anywhere in the world, right, those airports, and they don't need Wi-Fi. Yeah, they don't need Wi-Fi. You just connect the earplugs. They can translate I think about 56 languages or something to the language that you
whatever
programmed
country you find
I'm
yourself.
telling you.
That makes you a global citizen.
That's what I'm saying. That's all that stress that you have to go learn a language because you need to communicate.
Or you even get in trouble because you cannot communicate.
He's an engineer. I think he went to Oxford, if I'm not mistaken. I just saw the video last night, so I sent it to my son because he's also studying engineering. So
lovely. So I mean,
I'm
it's
so
inspirational.
excited.
So he could also think of something.
Because now the kind of innovation that is coming out, right, are things that are literally relatable. So this guy from nowhere, all of a sudden, he's a multi-billionaire in dollars because of that simple, what's it called, innovation.
Yeah, of course,
Very
innovation that is not functional and does not address modern problems. It's not an innovation.
Yes, it's obsolete. So yeah, meeting the very important needs of the people is what, I mean, that's real entrepreneurship. If you ask
Very
me.
soon, some people will replace us here. And
No. Because I think in China, is it China or something?
There's a lot of
Already
AI
robot,
right now, yeah. There's a lot of AI
honest
transactions
person.
happening online.
But that's one of the reasons why the strike, the writers in America, Hollywood, went on strike.
Yeah.
Because they have been threatened that, okay, you know, producers and directors will start using AI. You know, of course, that brings about reduced overhead and all of that. So people who have put in so much into the
But you really can't
industry.
compare both, though.
But again, you see, whether we like it or not, as long as we embrace technology, we must also be prepared to pay the price.
Open-minded. Let's just, I don't think prepared is the word, because I don't think we'll ever be prepared.
True.
We'll just be a little bit open-minded to the fact that these guys might just be amongst us.
Absolutely. All right, so let me come to you, Marianne. What did you find for us in today's news?
What's in the news for me today? For those who've been following the news, apparently a very, very good friend of mine who's a very renowned journalist, investigative journalist, who's done all sorts of things. He's gone undercover in prisons, he's gone undercover in so many things, and this time around he decided to be a smuggler. Shayo Sheyombo decided to go to the borders of Nigeria to see what's been happening. And, you know, because we talk about how porous our borders are, but we really don't, you can't actually understand how bad it is until you watch Fisayo's report. And in the expose, there were videos that he put out about a very, very notorious smuggler. And he made very, very damning allegations against Inspector General of Police. And I want to talk about that tweet that he posted recently. He said, and I quote, "Smuggler and gun runner IBD Dende is friends with Kayode Igbetokun, the Inspector General of Police. They're both from Yewa in Ogun State." He goes ahead to say IBD Dende is friends with Bola Tinubu, who's the president. He was on presidential train to COP28 climate summit in Dubai. IBD Dende is friends with Bashir Adewale Adeniyi, the Controller General of Nigeria Customs Service. He was indeed influential in Adeniyi's emergence as CGC. He doesn't stop there. He goes ahead to say, "Make of this whatever you want, or you probably want me to say it, and I will. Nigeria's insecurity challenges aren't ending anytime soon as long as smugglers of arms and ammunition are backed by the nation's highest security officers." It then brings our attention to several allegations that have been making the news under the Buhari administration down into this administration about why terrorism continues to fester. Because who are the people who are allowing these guns to come into the country? Who are the people who are even funding these guns? Because
Absolutely.
how much does a Kachlinkov cost? It costs so much money. The average Nigerian lives under $1. So, and then the people who are wielding these guns are average Nigerians. So obviously there's something to it. And many people are asking, the customs is yet to react to this. The IGP of police is yet, the presidency is yet to react to this. And Fishayo is not one of those journalists who will just go hop on social media.
Of course, he knows the implications.
And exactly. So why is everybody quiet?
They are quiet because, you know, well, let me not say the one I want to say. But I just want to allude to the fact that our borders are truly porous. Because I remember, I think about 10 or 12 years ago, you know how we go to Cotonou to go and get cars. I mean, I was literally smuggled into Cotonou and smuggled out.
No way.
Yeah, I wanted to just live the experience, right?
Wow.
So, but then I didn't know that these things were illegal. I just kept on asking the guy, you know, because the guy is from Benin, you know, but he lives everything, he does everything in Nigeria. So he used to buy cars and all of those things. So we wanted to get a specific kind of car then. I can't remember what it was for. And he actually smuggled me into Benin Republic and smuggled me back in. We were on bikes, you know, the road was so bumpy, we were passing it through the bush. In fact, now looking back and saying it now, I get mine though. Because literally,
you were one crazy girl.
I'm telling you, literally, I actually left everything in Lagos and I went with him. I said, let's go. And we went to the car lot.
So who would have known to look for you there if anything
It's a journalist in you. If you knew, if you had a tiny camera, you could have done something.
Absolutely. So I can tell you for free, we don't have borders in this country.
Yeah. But you know, this also boils down to the fact that we have questionable people leading us at every single level. And this is not in any way trying to
throw shades at anyone.
But questions are begging for answers, and we need those answers. Because if people are dying every day, look at what happened on Christmas Day, New Year's Day. The number of people that continuously died, and all we do, and all our leaders do, is pay condolence visits and give some paltry amounts of monies and say, oh, we're condoling with families. But then the same thing keeps on happening.
Absolutely.
And no one's necessarily addressing it. So maybe this is where we will begin to address it, if we are ready to address it.
Well, if we are, please, my darling. Yes. Sorry, Diola.
Okay, so this is sometime, I mean, almost towards the end of February, you know, there was this news. Well, it's a policy from the president about in trying to bridge the gap between the expatriates, you know, wages of expatriates and the locals, you know. There are certain, you know, things that came up, and part of that, which is why I picked today's story, was the fact that companies that now employ or that have expatriates would have to do a payment of about $10,000 to $15,000 every year. So today, of course, the what's it called, the Association of, you know, Nigerian employers and all that have come out to say that that is a rather drastic move to just almost cripple businesses. Already ease of doing business in Nigeria, you know, it's not necessarily easy. And they went on to talk about the fact that even getting permits for expatriates to work in Nigeria, as crazy as we think the country is, Nigeria is actually one of the countries where it is so difficult to get work in Nigeria.
Yep.
So employers are saying, okay, if they have to go through all of that, they pay certain amounts of money to do that. It's rather, it's like double tax, you know, to have them now pay $10,000, $15,000 per expatriate. I mean, for me, it really does not make sense. While I applaud the government on trying to promote local skills, and then local content, we must also look at the fact that sometimes the skill set required is not available here. That's the truth. If I am, personally, I will speak from my own point of view. If I have a business and I require technical skills and I don't have a local person who can fit into, and I can get that outside of, I will shop for that person. But I mean, let's look at this. I even feel, even if you want to come up with a policy like that, this is the wrongest time. Now I get that you're trying to shore up revenue into the country, but this is the wrong time.
But you know, the truth is, it's the same people that if you go into certain kinds of meetings trying to seek certain kinds of contract, Glory said this on Friday, that if you don't have an expatriate on your team,
absolutely,
do you understand, your business would be shoved aside. So you're actually demanding that these people bring in expatriates into their team, and you're not making it difficult to even have them. But you know what? I really can't even speak much on that. Let me quickly take my story. I think I'll just read through. The governor of Lagos State has come out to say that they want to start to enforce monthly rentals, right? Monthly payments of rent. Before the end of 2024, they want to start making sure that they enforce monthly rentals or early next year. So we all see that what is being done in other climes, rents are collected monthly. Hence, we're looking and hoping that before the end of this year or by early next year, we will be able to implement the policy of monthly rentals. Also, the rental will be charged according to tenants' earnings Olga, have you provided the housing? And this was said through his special advisor,
the thing.
Barakat
Lock up my house.
Odunuga Bakare, because you've not given the landlord cement and sand to build this house. Literally, when I hear this kind of statement, like, are you guys playing to the gallery? Like, because if you haven't provided the house, you cannot tell me how much I want to fix as my rent.
Yep.
Right? It is actually not feasible. I get the part that monthly rentals are better, but really, how much is your minimum wage? How much are you earning even on a monthly basis? Truth be told, most people get their rents from family members, so it is never about their salaries.
Girl,
because yes,
you're preaching to
I'm
the
telling you, like, I go and collect my rent. I say, Uncle, I beg, I want to pay rent. Uncle will give you $1, you go and pay your rent. That's it, right? If you say you are benching it on a monthly income, I'm sorry, you need to increase that monthly income. Right? And you cannot determine what a landlord will fix as the price. So whilst people are doing something that is laudable, I want you to think through it. So don't just sound nice in the ears of your people.
Yeah.
I'll leave it there. We'll take a break now, and then our guest will join us as we discuss or analyze the Oronsaye's report or his recommendations to the presidency. Stay with us.
Happened last year? What happened last year? Bro, the whole LP 24 and all of those things, and see where it got us. You know, it's discouraging. But at the same time, we don't have to be discouraged. You know, if you're working towards something, if you know that you want to actually achieve a particular goal, regardless of the storms, regardless of the rainfalls, you have to make sure that you're there. You know, so regardless of what happens, we've not started seeing the shege. We'll continue working, right? We'll leave the hope and lack of interest one place, and we'll just make sure that, okay, this is our goal to make Nigeria better, and we'll always work towards it.
Do is try to show them with our actions, which I think we're already doing. Like, there's youth rallies, there's things like that. That's what I spoke about. You know, I feel like we're already doing as much as we can. The people at the top need to care enough about nurturing the next generation to push them through into these positions for it to go anywhere. Taking care of the people who have no one to take care of them should be my #1 responsibility. Making sure that they have access to food, water, school, good jobs, welfare, you know, whatever they need to build them up. Because by building them up, their next generation have a good, at least, foundation to start on. And that way, at least, the level of poverty in this country will reduce. As a government, even if things are getting expensive, we should still be able to take care of our people, the people who can't take care of themselves.
It's the whole youth of Nigeria. It literally takes a community to, like, raise and bring up those youths. And, like, if you're not really doing what you need to do to empower them or to help them or to even give them the hope that is needed, then it's just going to leave them just dry.
Directors. It's not a crime to say a 22, a 23, a 25-year-old as a board of director. For you to even say you want to come up to that space of leadership, right? How ready are you? What are the processes you have put in place? What foundation have you laid upon yourself? Are you empathy enough? Are you one that listens enough? Or you're just one that mainly you're here and you're rapidly just getting into it, you're bumping, hey, we no go. It's not about we no go agree or we no go agree. No, at times you need to draw back. You need to sit back and rethink, okay, this thing that is happening, why is it happening like that? What better solutions can I prefer to this? It starts little by there.
stage, I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to...
Certified management consultant with over 25 years consulting practice in the aviation, manufacturing, technology, oil and gas, and FMCG sectors. He has led organizations with over 100,000 members and collaborated nationally and internationally on projects in both public and private sectors. He is a multinational speaker at entrepreneurship, management, and leadership conferences and seminars in public and private sector, a global leader in sport management and promotion, and an IOC in sports management. And he has joined us live in studio to discuss this matter. And Diola says she has more questions than answers. But you look amazing this evening, if I must say.
Thank you for joining. You don't look like Nigeria's problems.
I'm telling you. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
All right, so I mean, when I'm hearing Marianne, data analysis, I didn't know where she was going.
Maybe I should start with the question, because you don't understand what I mean.
Okay.
The federal government is the #1 culprit. They're not even reducing the cost of governance, but they're asking you and I to continue to tighten our belts. And it's not, it doesn't make sense.
No, but from this report, right, at first glance, maybe let me speak like a layman, right? If you're reducing federal government agencies, you're cutting them down. Is that not like an answer to the problem the way you say the federal government? That's why I said your analysis was a bit...
Did you get the memo from the federal government saying that they're not necessarily going to fire people?
Okay, so let me come to you, sir. At first glance, when you saw the Oronsaye's report, right, and, you know, because, I mean, President Jonathan was the one that initiated it. Buhari had ordered that it should be implemented, and now Tinubu has said it should be implemented. So everybody kept on going. I mean, there was news around, okay, finally, something. I've heard good reports about that, you know, Oronsaye's report. But I don't know too much about, you know, I choose not to know. Not that I do not know, but I choose not to know. So help me understand it. At first glance, when you saw that report, what came to your mind? Is it a good thing for us in Nigeria, or is it something that we need to also, like, kind of take Marianne's cue and just be worried about a bit?
Well, obviously, some of us had a look at it when it first came out. And the conversation was going around the country at that time. And the issue was, I think, a few months later, about to step into the presidency of a federal parastatal, and the question affected that parastatal. For example, we had the National Sports Commission, we had the Federal Ministry of Youth, you know, and then after a while, within the 4 years in which I was president, it was merged into Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports. Now we have a new president, and new president says no, there's to be Federal Ministry of Youth, Federal Ministry of Sports. So clearly, one of the reasons why this report is very important is that it helps create a sort of structure for how government establishes this sort of organizations. There should be a framework, you know, just like any organization, any company, performance management framework. What is the vision of government? What do you want to achieve? So it will tell you what you need. When you set up a company, you know you need marketing. You know you need finance. You know you need people management. You need operations. So that's 4 balanced scorecards. So your strategy is built around those 4. So if you want to be competitive, you want each of them to do very well. You compare that with benchmark with other companies. Same thing with Nigeria. We have to ask ourselves, what exactly is the overall vision? What is the strategy? And then these are the pillars. So if you have 1 million operational entities to do the same thing, you're going to have multiplication of duties, of job, of roles, recurrent expenditure, OPEX will go up, CAPEX will go up. So what Oronsaye did was using an inside track, saying, look, we really don't need all of these agencies that are really political entities.
Absolutely.
They're entities created because somebody somewhere is agitating for my people to be involved in government.
Absolutely.
And then you multiply the same thing 3, 4, 5 times over so that, okay, you can now have that, you can have that. But the thinking about it is that there's a political cost, there's an economic cost. So you might get political value You know, the constituency will say our people are in government serving somewhere. But the economic cost to the country is we feel it now. Yeah. We didn't feel it in 2012 because our GDP was going up. We didn't feel it when Obasanjo first came in. As you remember, the economy went up. We didn't feel it, you know, each time the government was doing well, it wanted to spend money. But every time we go through the crunch we're going through now, they say, oh, okay, we don't want to spend that much money again. And that's what Buhari did. Buhari felt that when he came in, he meant nothing. He meant nothing. The dollar crisis we're having now, we had it 8 years ago. Absolutely. He meant nothing. So he felt, okay, the best thing, I'm going to scrap everything. And then when he said he got pushback, that you have to go through the National Assembly to scrap things. So he stopped. That's why they couldn't implement it. And it's the same problem that President Tinubu is going to face right now. Some of those are acts of assembly, acts of parliament. But 3 months may not do it. But I think, personally, the idea that you're going to save $1 trillion is good. You saved $6 trillion from removing subsidy on fuel. If you had an extra trillion, the 2025 budget should make it easier for you not to have to borrow. But the key thing is this: what is the political cost?
Great question. Great question, because
those were my questions.
again, because I'm going to go back to why I made that analysis. Charity, they say, begins at home. Mr. President made a public promise that he was going to reduce the cost of governance starting from within his government. He promised that he was going to reduce the people who were part of his advanced team and his travel team. And all that. But he's not been able to keep to it. We've seen him continuously go with the huge number of people. So who's to say that the president is the person for this job, this particular, pushing this through in this administration?
But you need to know that just like in any organization, the chief executive officer, the chief operating officer, in government, there are two different power blocks. So the president will tell you what he desires. Then the people in charge, the head of service, secretaries of the government,
tell you what is obtaining.
The permanent secretaries and general managers of various parts of the government will tell you, in reality, Mr. President, we cannot implement it. So go ahead and make your political speech. When it comes to reality, classic example, we have BVN, we have NIN, we have all kinds of data coming from a million places. After you've gotten everything, go and get your passport. You still have to go through, after going through the digital process, you then have to go through the manual process again. So what is it telling us? It's telling us that the people will tell you that go ahead with your policies. But we that are on ground, that we're going to do the dead work, we are not going to let those policies run through. Now that is where he will have a problem in implementing restructuring. Every organization that you've had, as consultants, we face it. You go to a company, it doesn't matter how large the company is. The moment you come in with ideas and you give it to the CEO or the board, and you say, this is how we think you're going to get your profit, you're going to get pushback from the staff, from the middle management staff, not even the junior staff. And this is human nature. But you see, what makes people want to change is the fact that they feel that they are part of it. So even if you want to restructure, you don't just say, or also 5 people, 7 people sat down and they made a decision for the whole of Nigeria, and then you implement it. Doesn't work that way. When did you sit down with the organized private sector? When did you sit down with NLC and the TUC and say, look, we need to save money. We have to be on the same page. I guarantee you, if I save 1 trillion here, I will spend it on education. I will spend it on security. I will spend it on schools, on vocational training. People will want to do it for you. But simply saying, we're going to restructure. Okay, where's the data that will tell you that if you save so much, who needs to go, where will they go? And you have said you are not going to sack people. That's unrealistic. Because when it comes down to brass tacks, they will be walking around without jobs. This is the same thing. They're unemployable. They're, it's politics.
It's politics,
You know, I was just going to say, but let me hold my thought. Let's take a very short break, right? When we come back from that break, we'll continue the conversation. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, we're discussing Oronsai's report. We're analyzing the report and we'd love to hear your thoughts. We have with us George Ashiru. Now, remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also call our phone line is 07025007749. That's the number to call if you do wish to join this conversation.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Pick it and shove it and say, let's implement. Shouldn't there have been like another review to just look at it and say, okay, now bringing in some of these stakeholders that you have mentioned into the picture to say, this is the situation, we want to rejig the economy, we want to grow our economy and all of that. Let's come back and review this report to see if it's still relevant. Was there any of those things that was done? Or it's just carry it and plug it?
President Buhari set up another committee to review that committee's work. And as you know, the number of parastatals and MDs have increased again since that time. But then the government has also decided at that time to digitize government. So you would expect that naturally, some things would die a natural death. You'd expect that when you digitize government, a lot of departments will not be necessary anymore. A lot of units will not be useful. And so it then becomes the report having a life of its own, through the way that the government iterates itself. I think what I believe is happening is that President Tinubu has been under pressure to make pronouncements and announcements to tackle all of the various things going on in the country, and he's pulled that one out of the shelf. He hasn't considered the fact that some of those things are no longer useful into 2024. As they were in 2012. Some of those names don't exist anymore. Some of these institutions have changed titles. You understand? Like I said, National Sports Commission was in that report. There's nothing like that now. So clearly you can't implement what is not even correct. What should have happened is to say, NESG, look into this report, extract what is implementable, and we'll review the rest. Extract. Just take what you know can work now. Everything else, leave it under review. The government doesn't just come up one day. I'll tell you 3 things that I think the government has done wrong. The president making a pronouncement about forex liberalization and lifting of subsidy on crude before he even saw the first document of government to sign. So, which means that with a limited number of people, he made a conversation and decided what he was going to do without talking to the industry, and therefore having mitigating plans. For when I do this, this will happen. When I do that, that will happen. Now, this is not something you do in business. If you do that in business, that's the end of your business. Yeah. All right? So in government, you take risks because you know that regardless of the risk you take, you're going to earn oil and gas dollars. So I think because the government knows it's not going to make a loss, it can afford to make pronouncements. We can't encourage government to make pronouncements without due diligence.
Let me come to you, Dee.
Okay. I think that's one of the key things wrong with governance in Nigeria is the fact that there is no implementable strategy. It almost feels like, okay, we just have goals. That's it. The how to get there is never there. So it just looks pretty, it looks beautiful, it sounds nice, and then that's it. But to actually sit down and say, okay, and then it's always about putting round pegs in square holes.
And putting the cart before the horse.
Exactly. So
this is a one collect monthly salary. What do you put in place?
So I'm asking myself, is it like you don't have people who have, I don't know what's the word, who have the competence to say,
we do.
Because
government can't change itself. It's like asking a doctor to perform surgery on himself. So everywhere that you've tried to implement a principle, you're always bringing international experts. You bring in professionals. You bring in people. Why do we have auditors coming to a company to audit when you already have certified accountants? It's the same principle. So when you come up with this, you will say, okay, let's get, for example, if it's something to do with the private sector, let's get experts in the private sector, give them the authority to make those changes. But you don't want to do that for political reasons. Again, there's pushback. See, if you cannot reform the civil service, you cannot save Nigeria.
I agree completely.
The civil service, you cannot even steal a dime of government money without the connivance of 2-3 people from the civil service who sign.
I always say that. It's the rat. There's a saying that it's the rat at home, inside the house, that tells the ones outside that
this is the pathway.
So how do you then expect that you'll come up with a report that will affect 1,500, really, truly 1,500 agencies of government in whatever names they are called, and you would expect that the same people will implement their death?
It's not possible.
Oh, that's self-crucifixion.
It's not possible. It's just like when they said they wanted to take out, what's it called, and just reduce the number of Senate. I say, how? Is it not the same people that will sign the law?
Yes.
Exactly. But I was just going to say, because, I mean, hearing this speak, I understand this thing, and this is a problem. Right? We like, I feel like our government, right, and this is across board, this is not specific to this dispensation. Across board, government just like to say the nice to know. Like nice to, like it sounds very nice in the ear. You know, you pay monthly rentals, you do this, like literally, right? You're not thinking through that process. It's just like the way the president announced that subsidy removal. If you know the number of people that has been badly impacted, you did not think through. You didn't even say, okay, what are the structural
cushions,
you understand, that we're going to put, if we're taking this out, what do we do next? Nothing. You just made a loud pronunciation, and now it seems like, because this is what we're hearing, it came out from this mouth that subsidy is gone, it entered through the back door. Because now it is really crazy. In fact, I'm hearing obscene amounts that is being paid that was not even paid before.
Of course.
For same subsidy.
Subsidies
so why is there so much deception when it comes to issues around the government? Why?
Subsidy is connected to forex. If we were not importing our own finished crude oil, we would never have a problem with subsidy. So now, as long as we are still importing, and then the cost of getting the dollars gone high, there will be subsidy again. That's common sense. But again, you fool people simply because people don't have enough knowledge.
Thank you.
But let's come to one very critical thing. It may be difficult for us to understand it. Sometimes it's not the politicians that's the problem. You know, President Tinubu might actually have a passion for wanting to implement this. He will find that the most difficult part of it is that the civil service is not ready to follow through with that implementation. I have served with a minister where the president released a certain amount of money to say, I want you to introduce a system that will produce these results for Nigeria. And he invited me and a couple of other people into that committee. And the people in the civil service told me, one of them told me, he said, you evil presidents, you want to take food from our mouth. So which means every attempt we will make to implement those what was approved by the president of Nigeria. They were telling us that it's your life you're playing with. Your very life.
I was just going to say that, wake up, consider drill on top of your chair.
No, but it's true. For those of us who've worked in the civil service, there are actual principalities in these, ministries, departments, and agencies, whether we like it or not, because they feel like they're the barracks. You are the soldier come, the soldier go. They know the ins and outs, and they're the ones who actually corrupt and somewhat bring these politicians into the know of what and how to steal or destroy whatever it is they do in those.
My sister, they will tell you that federal government money is their money.
Their money, yeah.
That we come in as appointees to steal their money.
Yeah.
So when you go in with your ideas, with your thoughts, with your passion, with your foreign knowledge about whatever it is, that is like you're slapping them from one side to the other. They will even tell you, do you know how many degrees that this civil service has paid for me to have more than yours? So the key thing we have is, again, I've said, transformational leadership is what we're lacking.
Yeah.
Leaders that will be able to carry everybody along and say, look, this is for all of us. We need to achieve this, and this will help us. This report on its own is say, I'm just going to take Ministry of Health, or just take this ministry, or that 5 MDAs, and we'll go and do a pilot project. And the pilot project works, then you go back and say, good. Now, let's say, now when people see that it worked well, it didn't impact people negatively. It brought down the cost of governance. It improved efficiency in the way that the government was working, and nobody lost their jobs in court. People got moved around. People will say, okay, it's not so bad. Let's try it here, 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 and change comes over a period of time.
Well, I was going to ask, is it possible?
Why not?
Not to lose their jobs. It's not possible.
Now, if you
because we already see that the cost of governance is
civil service
the cost of governance.
Yes.
The cost of governance is not the salaries.
So what is the cost of governance?
The cost of governance is the operating expenses for things that are not needed in governance, not the salary.
Yeah.
I'll just give you a quick example. So I'm consulting for an organization, and they're telling me we need to reduce money, we need to reduce costs, we need to reduce this, and we're going to sack people. So they brought 40 people's names, and I did an analysis, and the salary of the 40 people is less than a third of the salary of the CEO.
Okay, you don't care. Finish.
So really, you know that this person saying we need to, it's not really dealing with the issue. So if you had taken 40 people out, it would look like you are saving costs. You're not actually saving costs. For the cost of one single trip, that would be the same as the salary of 1,000 civil servants.
Absolutely.
If you take one governor with 5 people at $435 a day, $900 a day, depending on the ESTA code, in today's Forex, you take them out, this is the time for all the governors to say, we're not traveling. Do all your meetings with Zoom. This is the time for the federal government to say, you know what, from now till the end of 2024, we are not going to spend a dime in dollars, in order to go and do whatever. We will
in
do
fact,
all our
no
meetings.
sitting allowances for all those people that are sitting and sleeping inside the Senate now.
Even, see, I will still surprise you that
that is still not the problem.
The actual cost of government, it is in all those things that are not even highlighted in the budget. The so-called miscellaneous things that come up, and if you look truly, because what the budget does is that, I may shock you, and people who are listening, who are in the civil service may feel, I shouldn't have said it. They will simply bring out, the same spreadsheet from year to year and just say, add 25% to it, add 25% to it, because they're not going to follow it. I've never seen where they went and brought the budget and say, are we going line by line? What
happened to the monies and the things that we didn't do?
Nothing.
They don't carry you over. It's brand new every year.
Approval is dependent on the governor or the person. He just approves what he wants. He doesn't disburse what he doesn't want to disburse. Nobody goes back to say, it's my due to have 30 million for my department. It's whatever the governor wants to release to you. So we have the structure that the President Tinubu wants to change at the federal level. I gave a warning before he took over office. I said, Lagos State is not federal government. Federal government is a beast on its own. Lagos State is a beautiful state. Everything runs well. Why? It's learned from the federal government, from the white people. So it's got a structure that's, many, many decades. So it's working because of that, But the federal government is a creation that has had the impact of both the military and the civilian, the parliamentary system, American system, and every day it's always changing like a hydra-headed monster. So when you get in there, the most critical thing you want to do is spend at least 6 months reviewing the system before you come up with your own policies. You must spend a period of time asking questions, bringing professionals, getting audit reports, getting personnel reports, doing security studies about the people that surround you, so that you can then begin to say, you know what, I've realized that you don't fit well here. I'm going to move you here. You move here, you move here, you move here. Then, this is my vision. I believe now that I've got the right team. Because it's like the army. If you've got the wrong person in the Air Force, you're going to lose your war. So you can't afford to have a great soldier who is the head of the Air Force, and then a very good airman, you put him in charge of the Navy.
Let's take a WhatsApp message, I believe. We have a WhatsApp message.
You can't exhaust this
as in a week.
It has to be an ongoing conversation.
I think this from, how do I pronounce this name? Wow! From her radio days. Nice seeing you, Marianne.
Oh, okay.
That's a 2
Okay.
It is well.
It's incredible that we're having this conversation, and I'm almost certain that 5 years down the line we're going to have this conversation again. Unfortunately, this is our situation in this country. Just as he said, due diligence is not necessarily done on things, and my position on this administration and even the Buhari administration is all the plan, all the power, and ideas went into taking power. And once power was gotten, everyone went to sleep. So in fact, some people became confused. As opposed to preparing for when you take over power and what you would do right after you take that oath of office. So what the president is doing now is just anything we can just hold on to make it look like we're doing something, and that's why we're where we are today. If there was a clear-cut plan and strategy, which we really hoped for Tinubu, a lot of people said, "Oh, he built Lagos, he did this," and so we expected a lot. But City Boy is not performing.
No, the president didn't build Lagos. The president is I'll just give that as an example. Some of us went to school in Lagos, have had Lagos scholarships long before we knew who Tinubu was. So we knew those who built Lagos. But the key thing for all of us is that most of the people running government have absolutely no experience running anything.
Yeah. Thank you.
They're great politicians. They know how to win elections. So they don't have templates they've used in the past to do something somewhere. Administratively, that you could see them bring it into governance. And that's why you will never find the Elumelus ever trying to go into government. And look at the classic example.
But therein lies the problem, right? Therein lies the problem, because I would rather have, an Elumelu. I'd rather have a Dangote. I'd rather have even, God rest his soul, the late Herbert, because you would see that he was a visionary leader. Right? I'd rather have those people start thinking about going into government than this crop of politicians. Because some of these people are just interested in holding a title of governor, president, and senator. They don't have any more aspirations or what's it called? Nothing else. That's just their dreams and their aspirations. Just let me have that title, Your Excellency, and they call me Your Excellency, and that's it. Because clearly, you would think that for somebody like Tinubu, where everybody felt, oh, this guy is the most prepared, is the most qualified, that was a lot of things that was going around. And I say somebody said, no, me talking now. So they said it, right? But you would think that with all of those, accolades that were attached to his person, he will not be the same person doing some of these things. Like literally, right? Look at the example you just gave. Look at COP28. The amount of entourage that followed them. You would think that for a government that understands that we are in pain, look at the amount of looting that's been happening. People are going hungry on the streets. Now they went to Qatar. Same thing. Why is your son following you, for goodness sake? Is your son part of the government? Was he elected as well? Now, if you check the entourage, right, the government, you would think that this same person that came under a lot of scrutiny, a lot of distrust from the people, you would think that he would try to say, you know what, let me be that different leader. He came to Lagos the other day. I was counting the number of cars. I lost count of the number of cars that just come and commission, a rail line. Come on. Like, when do where do we draw the line, and when do we start to see something different?
I used the word before, unless a leader is transformational, he will revert to instinct. So if your instinct is dictatorial, you will carry it everywhere you go. If your instinct is transformational, you carry everybody along. There's something I said, when you last time you interviewed me, I said, if we're going to suffer, let it be for a just cause. We will all agree if somebody comes to us to say, look, I'm forced to make these decisions. Okonjo-Iweala was a very great transformational economic planner. The difference she made to the economy in that Obasanjo's term was such that he exited government with a surplus in reserves and no debt. That is what leadership is all about. You don't have to like the person. But what Obasanjo did better than most presidents is that he was able to surround himself with people that he didn't necessarily like, but they were good at their jobs.
Yes. Thank you. And who could stand up to him.
They were not people from his party.
Yes.
My uncle served in the Ministry of, under Goodluck Jonathan as a Foreign Affairs Minister, Agbin Gashiro. He was not a member of PDP. He was simply recommended because of his service. So that's an example of just picking somebody who knew the job and said, you're a former ambassador, you should be able to do foreign affairs. So go and do foreign affairs. Okonjo-Iweala, you're in World Bank. So clearly, you'll be very good to manage the economy. Okay, the gentleman who was Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Okonjo-Iweala and the Minister of Foreign Affairs were paid in dollars because they were expatriate Nigerians. So Obasanjo basically said, look, I don't care. I'm going to bring experts from everywhere, and we're going to turn this country around. That's what would happen if Elumelu was in power. He would want to bring in experts. The people in the civil service will say no. I'm director in charge. If you were to bring Dangote, he would say, look, I know the team that can make it happen. And then that is what then creates that dichotomy in governance, where politicians bring in special advisors, hoping that, look, I can surround myself with people that will help me succeed. That's why I'm sharing the blame equally. Because sometimes politicians do come in with ideas, and then they meet a dogmatic system, a structure that says,
let us kill the dogma inside there. Let us remove
that. That is what this Orosanye report is supposed to achieve. So that is why I said there's a political reason for bringing that report out, not an economic reason.
Let's take a comment.
Okay. So this is good evening, my dear beautiful sisters. Or what are you saying? Hashtag Ways. Trust you all are doing well and had a wonderful night rest and weekend. Nice hearing from you, beautiful ladies again. Honestly speaking, I have really missed the show and cannot wait to watch it live today. I'm tired of watching a repeat for the past 2 months.
It's okay.
Just cannot wait to watch tonight's show. God bless you, beautiful ladies. Remain blessed and enjoy the rest of the day.
Amen. Thank you so much.
Regular fan, Daniel Ilo.
Yes. But thank you so much, Daniel. I need to bring you back.
I enjoyed your perspective.
Interesting analyst, anytime, any day. I love him.
I want to know that political reason behind it. Let us not put you on the line. I didn't say on the line. On the line.
Waiting.
We have to.
So shall it be?
Well, thank you. I think we had a fantastic conversation. Thank you, Marianne. Thank you, Dee. Now, before we go, remember, if you missed the quote, here it is again. President Goodluck Jonathan set up the 7-man panel in 2012 to restructure and rationalize governmental bodies, ordered the implementation of Orosanye's recommendation in 2014. President Muhammadu Buhari also ordered the implementation in 2020. Let us now hope or pray that this will be the final order. This was from Simon Kolawole. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Ciao.
Fearlessness. It is a powerful state of mind free from the weight of limitations and challenges. Challenges that become thrilling adventures, propelling you forward. In the face of adversity, a focus that remains unwavering, fixed firmly on the exhilaration of victory rather than the fear of defeat. It can be built from that education that cultivates a bold and fearless generation of leaders, innovative thinkers, and entrepreneurial sons and daughters of Africa. This is the purpose behind Wigwe University, a beacon of knowledge that will guide the African youth through the realms of academia and the profound lessons of existence. With mentorship and guidance, shaping them into embodiments of fearlessness so that one day they shall proudly declare, "We, the fearless." Welcome to the fearless generation.
now we're going to be talking about social graces, etiquette, and ethics.
Yeah.
And one of the things that always puzzles me is when you talk about social graces and etiquette, people think, oh, it's for the high and mighty. But really, social graces, etiquette, and ethics hold the fabric of society together. Sure. It's about what are the rules we play by. How do we interact with each other? So welcome to TW Conversations. Back in a moment. Culture is a social construct, and social graces, etiquette, and ethics are also social constructs because they're part of culture. And so different cultures do different things differently, but there are certain fundamental basic rules of behavior that allow us to tolerate each other. Civility, for example. We must be civil. I don't have to like you. And so we're going to be talking about how do we interact with each other in a social context. How do we use the social graces, etiquette, and ethics, which is the moral rules by which we play, in order to make sure that we live in a society that accepts and tolerates everybody.
Manners maketh man.
I was so tempted to interrupt that just to show that was bad behavior. My question was going to be, I hope you all like me.
Manners maketh man, and often you hear that, and people wonder what does that mean, and they think it's only the uppity-nosed who have good manners. But then everybody likes to feel liked. Everybody wants to feel tolerated at least. Yes. And there's nothing wrong with showing that level of respect to each other. Sure. And often I would think about, when people talk about etiquette and all that, they tend to think table manners immediately.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think, what about timekeeping?
Yes.
You go to timekeeping. Yes. It's so ill-mannered when people pay no attention to that.
Sorry, ladies, could it be something like African time? No, I'm just wondering. This is like African time.
But that's why we're so badly behaved, because African time, who knows what time that is?
No time.
What time is it?
It's no time.
Yes.
You know?
But more people say, oh, you know, African time. Everything, when you're late in Africa, African time.
Yes.
You're late for a wedding, African time. I like the Catholic excuse because if you're late for your wedding, the priest will start.
They start immediately.
Yeah.
They start, so there's no African time.
So you meet your vows halfway.
Yes.
Well.
And that takes us into conduct as well, because how do we behave?
Yeah.
When you come to think about our ethics and social graces, how do we behave towards each other?
Go on.
The level of respect that we afford each other.
Yes. Yes. And it's in the little things. It's in how you end a phone conversation.
Yes.
You know, I call you, for example, and you say goodbye before you hang up. But then someone is...
Guilty as charged. More interesting is the person who called you who should end the conversation, and not the other way.
But you see, this is the interesting thing. Yeah. We forget that we're all coming from different places. And so what social graces and etiquette and ethics help us do is to lay the foundation, the ground rules for how we interact. Yeah. We're coming from different places. We're different people. So if I don't know that to say good morning or to say thank you, that's common. We need to be able to say good morning, thank you.
So
good afternoon.
That's the way we were raised now? Like, are the parents responsible?
Parents and society. We're importing a lot of different cultures, and it's causing confusion. For example, our culture is to greet elders in a particular way.
Yes.
You won't say hi to an older person unless you're familiar with them. But other people will. And we're importing it, and it's not mixing very well, because we're then offending people, which takes us back to why are we even interested in social graces at all?
Well, I think we would have to define what social graces is, because it's got to be one definition that cuts across every culture, every society. So it's like a universal language of the world. For example, love, respect, those are not things that you speak, but you can translate them in any culture, in any language. And what is that thing? How do you define social graces?
But then aren't there differences in it? Because the society has an influence on social graces.
Yes, true.
So coming into Nigeria, for instance, you'll find that there are certain cultures where it is expected that you curtsy when you greet an older person.
What happens in Ghana, darling?
We don't do that. But then we do have a way that we shake hands. So you must move.
Okay.
Yeah, you go from with your palm facing inward. So you can't go into a room and start greeting the opposite way. It seems to be disrespectful.
I greet you like this.
So when you walk into this room, you must greet with your palm facing.
Like
yes,
right.
yes.
So I can only start from here.
Yes.
But isn't that etiquette, though?
You're back. You have to start from here.
Okay, sorry.
Always.
Greet everybody like
Yes.
that. Okay.
So you would greet me, then you would go to the next person. Your palm would always face that way.
But isn't that etiquette?
It is etiquette.
Because it's the rule as opposed to a social grace. So
Within
for
a
example,
cultural construct.
Yes. So I'm saying that a social grace is general,
Respect,
what you're talking about. And then we have different etiquettes for different things that we do.
Absolutely.
So why are we talking about this anyway? Because it's important. Yes, it is.
Because I don't have to like you, but I must be civil to you.
Yes.
And I think that
I have to tolerate you.
We've lost some of that
We have.
in society
a lot
today.
of it, especially with the, pardon the expression, the Generation Y,
Absolutely.
the younger
And
generation.
Z.
Yeah, close to
And
them.
Z.
So, yes, you know, so we were raised in a certain way.
Yes.
So we know to do certain things, maybe up to the age of 39, 38.
Yeah.
But
Sorry, darling.
anything below that,
It
seems to be
I mean, I
fading away.
I recently was at a birthday celebration of a much older aunt, and they're my Nigerian cousins. So as we sat around the table, one of my nieces turned up. And so she said, hi, uncle, hi, auntie. And she was, and I was sitting on the other side of the table, and I was muttering to the hearing of those around me. And mind you, I'm not Nigerian, but I was muttering, she better check herself before she gets to me. I'll be waiting for her here. Believe you me, by the time the young lady got to me, because we're in a Yoruba setting, immediately she was on her knee, auntie, God will bless you. And I said, you're not talking to me. In the setting, it was appropriate.
Yes.
And she needed to know that.
right thing.
Because it's an 80-year-old's birthday. You don't come and, kiss, hug.
Be familiar.
So all of those things are important.
Do you know what that story just showed? That when you have social graces, it opens doors. Because you warmed up to her. Straight
she came to you and said,
thank you.
Hi, Rosie.
Thank you.
But I think that exactly proves the point of why
Yes.
social graces are important. And then how do we bring ethics?
I was just going to say that. Where's ethics in all
into
of this?
it? Because ethics, that's moral rules by which we play. Morality. So telling the truth.
But that's tougher
The
now.
idea of corruption.
Yes, integrity. It's tougher now, that's what I'm going to say.
Yes.
Because it's, it's a regular thing to tell a lie first. Now, you have mothers who say, oh, Auntie Rosie calls me, tell her I'm not home.
And that's what you're teaching your children.
Yes, you're teaching your children
Let
how
me get
to
back to my
lie.
type. I don't know what Ifeoma wants to invite our guests to now. I'm not sure.
Tell her I just went around the corner.
Yeah.
It seems like such a small thing, but that child is training himself to do that.
We're going to take a
Jumping
break
the
right
queue
now.
at
Hold
home.
that thought. So, ladies, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're inviting a guest to talk about etiquette specifically.
Oh, nice.
Don't go away. Welcome back. I'd like to invite Amanda Amushon, who is the CEO of the Etiquette Avenue, to have a conversation with us. Amanda.
Hello, Amanda.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to the set.
Thank you.
Please sit.
That's a good place to start. At least kissing our husbands. Is it African?
Oh, yes.
It's part of social graces, actually. You know, some people do 3 kisses. And some do
French
2.
too.
Yes, the
Yeah,
French
yeah,
do 3, some do 2, some do just 1. Nigerians don't really do anything, but we've learned to do those things.
Yes.
So Amanda, you run etiquette programs.
Yes, that's correct.
What sort of things would we be looking at to know? What should we teach our children?
Okay, our children, that's great. Now, there's a lot of competition out there in the world, and we want our children to be able to compete with the children from the rest of the world. So it's no longer Kike versus Nkechi. It's now like Kike versus Ming Li from China. So the question is, and the thing we ask is, so can our children compete with children from the rest of the world? So yes, and we now speak a global language. So some of the things we need to teach them so it stays with them. Table manners. You know, little things that are fast eroding, like, I'm sure parents would say, oh, elbows off the table. You know, you don't have your elbows off the table. You sit upright. Yes. That's.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, certainly.
What sort of things did any of you do, what boo-boos did you make when you were growing up? We all make social graces mistakes. There must be, I sometimes hit my teeth with a fork. As you said, table manners. I remember, if I forget myself, you hear chink.
then I freeze straight away and I think, oh God, I hope nobody saw that. What sort of things did you do wrong yourself? Because these children you're talking about will do those things anyway too, even after being taught the proper things.
I think it's, for me, the setting of cutlery. You know, you can put a spoon at the side and you can also put it at the top. But you have to look to see the size of the spoon and figure out whether you're truly having soup or whether it's for dessert. Do you see what I'm saying? And so if you don't think about it in those terms, then you will use the wrong one because you're just thinking spoon. Any old spoon, let me just take a spoon.
No, but the honest truth is, growing up, I don't know, I guess there are very few families who would have like a proper dinner, sit down dinner, sit at the table. If you did, then you probably would have learned a few things, you know, by now. But you would know that your soup spoon is to the right-hand side and your dessert, you know, spoon is at the top, you know. So little things like that. So if it was a practice when you were growing up, then certainly it will be a part of you, which is why we encourage parents to teach their children from when they're young, you know, so it stays with them.
Like that in the past, you know.
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry, you know, because I mean, it was from me, from what I learned that if you were going to eat, my daughter learned, I came to teach me, that you could
use the back of the fork.
Back of the fork to
as opposed to just the...
And I was wondering, can you eat rice with the back of the fork?
That's a very good...
If you put meat on it and then put the rice on top of it. But more importantly, I think, in terms of etiquette, is how we sit, how we stand, how we walk, our comportment, you know, how we dress up.
She did that, or I did that as well.
But that always happens. When I talk about how people are sitting, I know everybody's sitting up straight, you know. But I even think that I try to put it in terms of you, yourself. I sit up straight because it's good for my back. So I'm not even doing it for etiquette. I'm doing it because it's good for my back. I don't want backache as an old person. You know, a lot of people complain about backache because they don't sit up straight. If there's a study called ergonomics, then certainly it must matter.
So if someone has no backache?
I don't have backache. So how do you teach posture? Do you teach them posture?
Yes, especially with children. You're supposed to be able to stand, you know, upright, chin up. Because you notice when many people walk, even as adults, we walk, some people walk slouched, some people walk looking down, you know, and it takes away the elegance, especially, you know, for ladies. It takes away something, you know, from you. So you just shoulders back, square your shoulders, and, you know, you do have
big...
No, but
you know, it can be...
You will do the needful.
Big
when
here.
I was younger, I was in secondary school, and a lot of my seniors who were 2-3 years my senior didn't have, you know, bosoms. And I had, and they would keep saying, look at you, you're chesting out, why are you walking like this? And it made me start slouching. Okay. So that's how I started slouching, yes.
Well, you have
for
to train
so long.
yourself.
So that's so I'm still, you know,
My
and
mom
then...
used to give us a mop stick. If you slouch, she would make you walk around the house with your hands hooked over. Yes, because she walked in the airways. So they would make them walk a plank with books on their head.
I was just going to say that with books,
and
you know?
a mop stick.
Yes.
So they walk with high heels on the plank with books, about 3 or 4 books on their head.
Wow.
And that's so. My mom she's 76 and she sits like this.
So this is good for you.
Yes.
But is it offensive to people looking at you slouching and looking at you just walking and behaving anyhow? Because really, that's what it's about. You can do whatever you like by yourself, but how it impacts on other people is really the reason why social graces, etiquette, and ethics matter.
Yeah, that's a brilliant way to put it, because the key word with etiquette is consideration. Yeah. So how does my behavior affect the people around me? Yes. So if I go out as a lady, you know, everyone is pleasant, it's a nice gathering of women, and I'm walking and I'm dragging my feet. It's almost, if we're going out as a group, why is there someone in the group who has chosen this day to embarrass us all? Yes. You know, so the thing is, they might know and they might not. Yes. So the honest truth is, where does it start from? It has to start from somewhere. So when the children are young, you start teaching them. So little things like elbows off the table, little things like sit up, little things like
don't drag your feet.
Little things like, you know, for the ladies, sit with your legs closed, even when you're wearing trousers, please. You know, and then you stress it, please. Your knees but why though?
Habits.
Why? I mean,
now,
you can't see.
The practice.
Mostly, yes. When I
These
went
days,
out,
that's what Generation Y people do.
No,
they sit however they like.
We don't always do that, though.
But you feel that everything has to be how I feel like at the moment. Yeah. So, for example, I might want to sit right now with one leg on this chair, and I'll simply tuck one leg under the, and just be comfortable, because the people watching feel more comfortable with all of us looking natural and happy.
But then natural and happy.
How does it tell on other people?
No, there's a setting for everything. Yes. So I guess if you're with your buddies, you know, of course you put your feet up and have a good chat. But then if you're invited to dinner and it was a formal dinner, you would have to know how to comport yourself.
Exactly. Yes,
or
in
even when you're at the cocktail party, because I still see people invite you for cocktails and you go in their chairs. Yes. And you're thinking, but the cocktail party doesn't have chairs. And they say, oh, but there's some old people. And suddenly have the roomers sitting down.
So but that brings me to socializing, though. Socializing as a matter of good manners. What it is that we may be social, we don't necessarily socialize well. Because to socialize means you can talk to people, whoever it is, whether you know them or not. And that's something that is taught. It's a social grace.
I didn't get that. No, it's right over my head now. It's a social and not socialize well. How can you be social and not socialize well?
You like going to parties, but you only sit with people you know.
You know. Oh, that's what it is.
And if you socialize well, you can talk to anybody, sit anywhere. You don't have to go with anybody to a party, because you know that whatever happens, there's someone you can talk to.
So is this an art that can be taught?
I wonder. It's would I say yes? Some people think etiquette, you know, if I was social graces, is an art. And you have to be mindful, because it's not a case of I don't feel like.
Yes.
It is what is expected of you. You know, so like you mentioned, socialize, you go to a function, you don't want to just sit with people that you know.
What's the first thing you should tell somebody that you don't know at all?
No. You say hello and you introduce yourself.
Yes. Yeah. But it might even start because something happened, and say, that's really fun, isn't it? You know, because something just happened, both of you are there, and something funny happens. And that's an opening. But it's not a mistake that English people talk about the weather, really. Which is what Rosie and I were talking about. It's an icebreaker. It's about icebreakers. It's about icebreakers. You know?
You see, women do that easily. I was on program once and we talked about women. Two of you could sit down and in 5 minutes you know your old boyfriend, your first kiss, whatever. But you could have two men sit down
these days
for
women
10
are very competitive
minutes and not speak to each other at
But they do. But it's about socializing. They can talk about football, because I don't know a man who doesn't like football.
Sure.
And if he doesn't like football, he likes boxing. Okay, fine. He doesn't like football, he likes boxing. Or he wants to think about how to get to the next rung of the ladder in his office.
Okay. That is the bit that we're losing, because there's an art of banal chit-chat.
There is, absolutely.
Now, we're not teaching anyone the art of banal chit-chat. We go into a gathering and we go to our friends. And so we don't improve and grow our networks. So if you're not growing your social network, you're also taking away from yourself a lot of opportunity. So we do need to pay attention to the art of banal chit-chat, because then you can meet someone. And the first question is, what do you do? It's not, what do you do for a living? That should not be the question.
Tell me, though, I'm very curious about this. I'm honest here.
But you know, the best thing to do is actually to go to the bathroom and do that.
Yes. But they're teaching people to do this in...
Yes, so that you don't see the teeth. But you see, you really should just manage yourself and excuse yourself.
Then why give us toothpicks at parties?
No, but you see...
But who gives it to you?
The thing is, when you do this, I still know what you're doing. I just need to imagine what you're doing, and it's still not pleasant.
Yes.
You know, so whether I don't see the food, I know what you're doing. So like she said, like Ifoma said, the best thing is to excuse yourself and go to the bathroom. But
the also, is because you know it's
but your hair doesn't make it invisible.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Because you know it's not pleasant. That's why you're conscious enough to do that. So you don't get up and do it on the table.
But I don't put toothpicks on my table. So that's the thing.
Yes.
Toothpicks on the table. Yes. I don't use toothpicks anyway. I use dental floss. I have to get up and go.
Yes, you have to get up. But you see, if you were dining formally, for example, there's a time when, unless it's absolutely necessary, where you're allowed to get up and excuse yourself and go to the bathroom. There's a time, and that's usually at the relaxed session of the function. And okay, go ahead.
She's in class.
So you get to dinner with vegetable stuck on your teeth.
You use
until you.
The honest,
hello, you might not know.
Okay. Well, true, but the thing is,
but you know something. The truth of the matter is this: in terms of social graces, etiquette, and ethics, we're trying to create a society where each one of us can live happily and at peace, where our idiosyncrasies are ours and they're tolerated, but where we also recognize that other people are different from us and that they need to be tolerated, and where we create a platform that allows all of us to interact. And for me, that's the essence of social graces, etiquette, and ethics, the idea of it. Otherwise, we'll live in a state of anarchy. If I don't like you, I can come and put my finger in your eye. It's not allowed.
Yeah.
If I don't like you, I can just ignore you and not greet you when I walk in. It's not allowed. But we're doing a lot of those things. So is the 21st century destroying the fabric of society by not paying attention to these things? And I think it's something that all of us need to go away and think about. I think we need to learn to bring up our children in the things that matter, which is living peaceably with other people. Understanding that it's not about us. It's about us and other people together in society.
So would you say, Ifoma, sorry to cut you there, Rosie. So would you say, Ifoma, that you're wondering how relevant are social graces in the 21st century?
I'm wondering whether people pay attention to it, yes.
But if I may say, when you bring in the ethics part of it, we tend to respect, we've let money take over quite a lot of things that we should pay attention to.
Money and material.
It's not generation.
No, it's not generation.
It's not about the generation at all. It's simply about what we've chosen to respect. And therefore, we allow people to ride roughshod over anything. We still respect them. We still want to kowtow to them because you don't know how you're going to use that person in your life in the future. So you give up all the things around respect, proper respect, genuine respect, about integrity, trustworthiness. All of that seems to have been thrown away to the point of, what can he do to help me? Or what can she do to help me?
It's a very selfish thought.
And
well,
what can this person do for
me?
Amanda.
No, I was going to say, I strongly believe, as a proponent of etiquette, that if we could have that ingrained in the average person in our society, I think Nigeria would turn around. I do not.
Politicians.
I was going to say we make a lot of noise by saying things like corruption. Corruption is Nigeria's downfall. I just think simple behavior. You know, don't litter the streets. I once had a driver that we were in a bit of traffic and he bought something which I thought was not right because it was rude. You know, you didn't take permission. He takes the window down, he buys something, he opens it up quickly. He knew the price, so, you know, he just popped the money outside quickly, collected it, no change. It was pretty quick. And the next thing, he eats what he's bought and then takes the window down, out. It goes. And immediately, I said, why would you do that? He just said, they will clean it.
Who's the they?
Good question. He said they would clean it. On another occasion, he takes me to a supermarket. I come out and I see he's thrown something in the gutter. And when I got into the car, I was thinking, okay, you're going to get a mouthful from me. So I got into the car and I said, why did you do that? I said, you see, you know how it is when drivers, take their buses, they park their cars and they all congregate and have a chat. And they were all there and they were sitting around this pool of mess. And then I said, you know what's going to happen? In 2 weeks, it's going to rain. The gutters are going to get, blocked. And then mosquitoes are going to come and breed. And next minute, when we come back to this supermarket, you're going to go, and when I ask you what's wrong with you, you will tell me, oh, mosquitoes. A week after that, oh, I'm not coming to work. Why? I have malaria. And then when it's a tough strain, 2 weeks later, you say, oh, no, someone in my village is doing me. When you're not feeling better.
But I think that what I
cycle.
like, sorry to interrupt you, is to go back to what you said about teaching everyone the importance. They think it's for those of us who are educated, that the ones who are concerned, they don't see how it affects them. And as long as all of us don't learn that, we'll have a problem. We'll continue to have a problem.
Teach it. I would never forget war against indiscipline. I was old enough to know if you didn't line up and one of the army boys saw you, you would frog jump in the middle
Yes.
of CMS.
But that was introduced, and then they
But even as early as, that's the earliest time I can remember discipline in Nigeria. After that, it's a function of discipline.
Remember I said something about culture?
Yes.
Sadly, we're going to have to round up this conversation. But I think what I want to leave the viewers with is think about it. Think about the importance of social graces, etiquette, and ethics in your daily life, and make a point of noting the things that help you to live well with other people. I wish we could have spoken longer, but anyway, it was lovely to have. Yes, I really enjoyed the conversation because it's at the heart of what our problems are in Nigeria. So thank you very much.
Okay, and thank you, Amanda.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
I think
what I would like to know, for example, is your driver. Did he change eventually?
Yes, because...
So is he more respectful of... Because we fight all the time.
He doesn't work for me anymore. Oh. But the thing is, when you have staff and they leave you, you have to have left something with them.
Yes.
You one or two things that they take. I was like, that woman, her trouble is too much. But,
I love that. My madam, no for agree, tolerates this one.
Yes.
She no for agree.
And then, like you said something very, very important that I think that we should include everyone. Yes. But the problem is, who takes it to everyone? The misconception that etiquette is just for the classes, that's been the misconception. Yes. So they just think, it's about eating with your knife and fork and your pinky, sticking out, and then...
You have run out of the show, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay. So
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says "No right turn" on red,
On Plus TV News Now, Abuja residents stop truck loaded with palliatives, loot items as federal government begins distribution of grains nationwide. Deadly attacks in Benue as soldiers, civilians killed by suspected bandits in Kwande, Apa. Sudan demands a full reinstatement to the AU, conditions acceptance of mediation. U.S. Supreme Court rules Trump can't be removed from ballot over January 6 Capitol riot. Good evening, my name is Nyamgul Ageji. This is the news now. The Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, says the ministry will this week commence the distribution of 42,000 metric tons of grains across the 36 states of the Federation as approved by the President Bola Tinubu. Kyari said the ministry is working with the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, and the Department of State Services, DSS, to ensure the grains get to the right people in the right packages and quantities. He made this known in a post on his X handle on Monday. According to the minister, 58,500 metric tons of milled rice from mega rice millers will also be released into the market for stabilization. The Federal Capital Territory FCT Minister of State Maria Mahmood on Monday, March 4, declared that the looting of a warehouse in the Gwagwa Tasha on Sunday by hoodlums was beyond hunger but a criminal act. The minister made this declaration at the end of an assessment visit to Gwagwa Tasha to ascertain the level of damage to the warehouse. Speaking to reporters at the scene, Mahmood described what she saw as an unfortunate incident, a situation whereby hoodlums carted away all the grains and other foodstuffs, including roofs and fence. The minister, who expressed disappointment over the attitude of the youths within the area, however, assured that the administration would establish a police post in all government warehouses across the territory going forward. Some residents said youths in their numbers broke into the warehouse located around the Tasha area of the community around 7 a.m., looting bags of maize and grains. About 15 suspects were arrested by the police for the act, and some valuables were recovered from them. In the meantime, residents of the Federal Capital Territory FCT have stopped a truck loaded with palliatives in the Day area, allegedly looting items in the vehicle. A video showed suspected hoodlums working hastily with their grains on the busy road to unknown locations. The narrator reported that the masses stopped trailer loads of palliatives and everyone was carrying bags of rice.
Now so. Yes. Yeah, so what is happening this morning?
Okay, we are dying of hunger.
Yes.
So we got to sneak in and find what to eat.
That's right.
Voting Tinubu, we don't know that you are regretting. That's why. We are not scared of this.
Is this a government palliative?
This is government palliative.
All right.
This is government palliative. Everything is being, this is gone. This 100 days, I don't know the See, I know the roti finish.
They just keep us since.
Keep us since rotting and we are dying.
Hungry, they kill people.
Yes.
That's right.
The Federal Capital Territory Police Command has denied reports claiming a truck carrying food items in the Day area of the FCT was attacked and looted on Monday morning. In a statement released by the command's public relations officer, SP Josephine Ade, the police said they were unaware of such attacks. However, Ade asked that anyone or any person with evidence of any such activities to come forward and report to the police. It had earlier reported the looting of a warehouse in Gwagwa Tasha belonging to the Agricultural and Rural Development Secretariat of the FCTA at Gwagwa in the Abuja Municipal Area Council on Sunday. The spokesperson for the Secretariat, Zachary Aliyu, and the public relations officer of the police command both confirmed the incident and the arrest of 15 persons in connection with the vandalization of the warehouse. Meanwhile, the FCT Minister of State, Dr. Maria Mahmood, following a visit to the warehouse earlier today, and in a statement by her SA Media, Austin Elemwe, said the administration will reinforce security across government-owned warehouses in the territory. Vice President Kashim Shettima has stated that President Bola Tinubu's administration is facing significant challenges in resolving Nigeria's problems, stating that the current administration has no intention of deceiving or making life more difficult for citizens and that the economic challenges will soon be resolved.
In President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we have a leader whose vision transcends the immediate horizon. He's a refined economic strategist who understands the balance between our present circumstances and the trajectory of the global landscape. Our routes to the future hinge upon our sensitivity to our realities. The tough decisions we have taken may pose short-term challenges, but rest assured it is a strategic investment to fortify the foundations of our economy. As your guarantee, I affirm that the reforms in progress will not only weather the storms, but usher in a future where we shall stand grateful for the resilience and foresight displayed in propelling our nations towards economic prosperity. The global business outsourcing industry is a towering monument valued at over $250 million, and the success stories from India and the inspiring testimony to the transformative power of strategic outsourcing. Now the spotlight turns to Nigeria, a nation with an abundance of talent, a competitive cost structure, a rapidly improving ICT infrastructure, and a strategically advantageous location. Now is our time to carve our own narrative within the global BPO landscape. Now indeed is our chance to contribute not only to our economic expansion, but also to solidifying our role as a key player in the international business arena.
The House of Representatives Committee on Financial Crimes has resolved to issue an arrest warrant on the Chief Executive Officers of Binance Holdings Limited following the non-appearance of the company before the committee after several summons. Chairman of the committee, Honorable Jinja Obinna, gave the ruling in Abuja during an investigative hearing to ascertain the company's alleged involvement in terrorism financing, money laundering, and other related financial crimes based on a petition against it by two civil society groups. The Honorable Jinja-led committee, who were not pleased by Binance legal representatives' claim at the hearing, insisted through a motion passed at the investigative hearing that Binance chief executive must appear in person to defend the allegation against the company.
Recommend that the House of Reps to invoke its powers, its constitutional powers, by issuing a subpoena and also issuing a warrant for Binance executives to be arrested and brought to this committee to answer these questions. Questions relating to the financing of terrorism, money laundering, and other financial crimes.
The content we will discuss during the process of this hearing, but again, the chairman asked you a very eloquent, straightforward question. Were the two people that were purportedly detained, because we don't know about this, it is rumor as far as I'm concerned, and it is a rumor that you are still flying until we get a formal written letter from NSA. We don't know anything about this arrest. However, you have been asked, did these two people, were they intended to attend this? And you waffled around that question.
A report back to the House so that the House may invoke its constitutional power to subpoena Binance to be brought before it so that it may answer these questions for Nigerians. I believe we are just dragging our feet. Binance is not there. You have written, you have given us the synopsis. Mr. Chairman, let's do the proper thing. Let the House take leadership of this issue. Let Nigerians be in the forefront of what is going on.
Earlier, Binance Holdings' legal representative had claimed that the arrest of two executives of the company upon arrival into the country by operatives of the National Security Advisor, NSA, could have hindered the appearance of the chief executives to the committee's investigative hearing.
The situation that Binance had been faced with, particularly in the last 7 days, had forced a very, very difficult situation on it. Binance was planning to have representatives on the ground, but at the time these two persons were arrested, it had not been expressly communicated to us that these two persons are the delegates for that purpose. We are aware that there are quite a number of executives spanning the region of Europe, America, and Asia in the Binance team. It is possible that one of these persons who have been arrested or none of these persons who have been arrested were going to be delegates to this honorable house today.
The federal government had since clamped down on Binance for allegedly fixing foreign exchange rate, which is currently affecting the Naira. In other news, 5 farmers in the Udedoku community in Benue State were attacked and killed by suspected Fulani herdsmen on March 3. The attack occurred during church service and left many injured. The bodies of the victims have been deposited at the morgue in the area. The House of Representatives member representing Kwande Oshongo Federal Constituency, Honorable Ugbo, condemned the killings and called for better collaboration among stakeholders to end the incessant killings in Kwande and its surrounding areas. From Ondo State comes the report that the Security Network Agency, also known as Amotekun Corps, has arrested no fewer than 67 men for allegedly involving in kidnapping and some other crimes in the state. The suspects were said to have been arrested by the men of the Amotekun Corps in collaboration with the police, army, the DSS, and the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps in various parts of the state in the last 2 weeks. Parading the suspects at the headquarters of the command in Akure on Monday, the commander of the Corps, Akogun Adetunji Adeleye, noted that many of the suspected kidnappers had been identified by the victims, confirming their involvement in the crime. 3 Oshun Amotekun operatives hospitalized after the clash with herders. According to the commander, 3 out of the suspects escaped from the prison while facing some criminal charges in Benin, Edo State. While appealing to the people of the state to always inform the security agencies of anybody or group with suspicious movement in their environment, the Amotekun boss said the Corps remained resolute to continue to make Ondo State safe for the socio-economic activities of that state. The chairman of the Bayelsa Governorship Election Tribunal sitting in Abuja has adjourned the petition brought before it by the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, Timipre Silva, indefinitely. This is to await the decision of the Court of Appeal President on the allegations of bias and denial of fair hearing as raised by Silva and the APC. Silva and the APC had passed a vote of no confidence on the Bayelsa State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal, calling for an outright disbandment and reconstitution. In a petition to the President of the Court of Appeal, APC and Silva accused the tribunal of denying them their constitutional right to fair hearing as required by law. Among others, APC and its governorship candidate claimed that they had lined up 234 witnesses, but were ordered that the 234 witnesses must be called within 7 days only. The petitioners added that they agreed to call 25 witnesses daily, but the tribunal allowed them to call only 8 witnesses per day. From Kogi State comes the report that the State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Abuja on Monday adjourned a hearing in the petition filed by Social Democratic Party SDP and its candidate Murtala Ajaka until March 14. The petitioners are challenging the election of Governor Ahmed Ododo of the All Progressives Congress APC. The development followed the Court of Appeal judgment that set aside the tribunal's inspection order granted the SDP and expunged paragraphs G, K, and N of the earlier ruling. Upon resumption of the hearing on Monday, counsel to the petitioners Jibril Oketakwa, SAN, moved for the business of the day. But the first respondent's lawyer, Kanu Agabi, drew the attention of the tribunal to the decision of the appeal court and an affidavit to the effect. This necessitated the adjournment for the tribunal to take the application. Meanwhile, tendering the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC devices and others scheduled for Monday could not proceed in view of the appellate court's decision. A former governor of Anambra, Willie Obiano, has challenged the jurisdiction of the Abuja Federal High Court to hear the alleged fraud preferred against him by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. The FCC had on January 24 arraigned the former governor on 9 charges bordering on alleged money laundering to the tune of 4 billion naira. In the charges, the EFCC alleged that Obiano diverted Anambra State security votes to the tune of 4,8,573,350 naira while he was in the saddle as governor between 2014 and 2022. The EFCC accused him of indirectly transferring through his private principal secretary 1.2 billion naira from the state security vote account to another account belonging to Moment of Peace Ventures, an entity with no business with the state. Obiano, however, pleaded not guilty to all the counts. At the resumed hearing of the case on Monday, counsel for the EFCC, Silvanus Tahir, told the court he was ready for the commencement of hearing in the matter and had 3 witnesses to present in court. The Lagos State government on Sunday issued a 4-day relocation notice to all squatters occupying illegal shanties around the Lagos Coastal Road in Mayegun in the Lekki area of the state. Speaking with newsmen after an inspection tour of Jakande, Elegushi, Itedo System 156 and 44 on Orchid Road, the State Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Dokumbo Wahab, said all such shanties and squatters close to the regional road alignment must vacate the area by Thursday afternoon, as enforcement would commence in the early hours of Friday.
They are saying they want to do the work and open up based on the design they sent. We've not seen the intent, we've not seen the traction on their part, and will not allow the rain to take us by surprise this year. So let it be for the overriding public interest that we're doing the work. We are awarding to somebody that said we can fix it within 3 months. That's why I was emphasizing 3 months, that's 90 days to complete it, so we can start the proper work of regenerating Oroyin, Saleko and the neighboring communities. Because we were there sometime last year around October, and when we went there, the contractor was on site, took it, and we found out with the first and second rain that we had this year, a bit of flooding in some areas. The plan is to clean the whole place up and take possession and regenerate the whole of Jakande.
Governor Babagana Zulum has unveiled a fleet of electric vehicles to ease the movement of residents at a subsidized rate. These low-cost energy cars provide cheap transportation for residents, most of whom are recovering from the destruction caused by Boko Haram.
The most important thing is that you have to sustain all this, get good drivers, fire out all those drivers that cannot maintain it. Before was very known for its capacity of generating internal generated revenue. You are doing your best, but we shall continue to support you. Most importantly,
Taraba State Governor Agbu Kefas has faulted the Kuteb ruling house for boycotting stakeholders meeting held in Jalingo between the State Minister of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs ahead of installation of a first-class monarch in Takum. The governor, who spoke through the State Commissioner for Information and Orientation, Zainab Usman Jalingo, insisted that their absence would not affect the ongoing peace-building process embarked on by Governor Kefas as demanded by the people of Takum. The commissioner said the meeting is meant for a transparent process in which the new chief will emerge calling on others to support the government initiative.
As you are aware, the chieftaincy issue in Takum has been a matter of concern. Recently, the Permanent Secretary of Bureau for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, in collaboration with other stakeholders, extended invitations to the ruling tribes in Takum. These invitations were intended to initiate a transparent and fair process for installation of a new chief in Takum. Despite our efforts for inclusiveness and transparency, one of the three parties declined the invitation. Their decision was based on concerns over potential threats from their tribal kinsmen should they attend the meeting. While we respect their decision, we want to emphasize that this process is crucial for the benefit of the community and the people of Takum. The Taraba State Government, together with all relevant stakeholders, remain committed to ensuring a fair and transparent chieftaincy selection process in Takum. We urge you to trust in the commitment of the Taraba State Government to address chieftaincy situations in Takum.
Governments at all levels have been urged to give more support and funding to the media industry in the country. A professor of science education at the University of Ilorin, Mulikat Ahmad, made the call during the annual memorial lecture of late Professor Shehu Jimo in Ilorin, the Kwara State capital. The theme of the lecture is Education as a Vehicle for Socio-Economic Development, the Role of the Media. Professor Mulikat Ahmad, who was the guest lecturer at the event, while urging teachers, parents and everyone to go back to the drawing board, maintained that promoting collaboration between the education sector and media would have greater impact in fostering socio-economic development, but also added that there was need for government to give more support and funding to the media industry in the country.
The funding itself, the government should try and give normal funding. And I said incentive is very, very important. There are basic incentives that they should give the media. You see, denying people their regular salaries is wrong. It's wrong. Apart from regular salaries, the allowances are there. They should pay them on time. If Nigeria is saying it's giving us clinical percent now, you can see the rate at which things are being sold in Nigeria, the increase in price. Can you compare the price we had in the last 10 years with the price today? It's uncomparable. So Nigeria as a government should try and provide basic amenities for these houses to enable them to perform.
Similarly, the former Vice-Chancellor, University of Ilorin, Professor Abdul Ganiyu Ambali, also stressed the need for media personnel to be well insured as they go through a lot of risk in discharging their duties.
You see media going to cover fire outbreaks and other life-threatening events. I think we need to insure them because these are people that are well educated, that have families, and we want to see them tomorrow. And in so doing, we have to guarantee their today. So I think one of those things that the government, both state, federal, and of course, even the local government, because local government don't have media units.
The Catholic priest of Holy Ghost Parish, Makurdi Diocese, Most Reverend Father Moses Iarapu, says Nigeria would be a lot better if more women are given opportunities to serve the nation in various capacities, while admonishing men of all faith to respect their women and take good care of them, saying they occupy a special place in the homes and society. Reverend Father Iarapu, who is the Vicar General Pastoral Makurdi Diocese, stated this during the Thanksgiving service sermon held at his parish in Makurdi as part of activities lined up for the 2024 United Nations Women's Day tagged Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. The Thanksgiving Mass had in attendance the representative of the UNHCR, the Ministry of Women Affairs and other development partners, where they called on the men to support women against all forms of vices and help them actualize their God-given potential as they filed out with placards of various inscriptions.
The truth is, you cannot go without a woman. Imagine that half of the governors were women. The world would have been a better place. Nigeria would have been a better place. If half of the ministers were women, it would have been better. Yes. They will say 1% or how many women. They will choose ministers, maybe 60 ministers, 5 women, and they are celebrating. And sometimes they will not choose their own girlfriends or their own daughters or somebody close to them who is very bad. And the person will still money. They say, hey, give women smoking, see they don't think.
This is one of the lineup activities because in these faith institutions is where we are able to meet all kinds of people from different backgrounds. There are 11 core Catholic saints in our church who are actually survivors of sexual and gender-based violence in different forms. Denial of resources, rape, physical assault, and so on and so forth.
Speaking on the activities lined up for the week ahead of the 8th March 2024 International Women's Day, Women Affairs Ministry and other partners say sensitization on gender-based violence and issues surrounding women will be the focus and how they can improve their well-being.
Well, for this year's International Women's Day, we have activities earmarked for these days. Let's sensitize the general public on issues affecting women, how women should be included in key activities in the society. And we also plan to be in schools, 4 schools across Makurdi, that's Makurdi International Primary School, Wajina School, Government Girls and Government Model Secondary School, where we'll also be sensitizing boys and girls on gender-based issues.
We are to include women in all that we do. Oftentimes, women are neglected in the background, especially when it comes to finances and economic aspects of life. Women mostly work for free. So we are encouraged to inspire and to include women in our decisions makings and in all that we do pertaining the economy to improve the livelihood of women and the family.
Nigeria's former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, has enjoined the management and staff of Punch Nigeria Limited to keep the flag flying and continue to sustain the legacy of the founder, late Chief James Aboderin. Obasanjo stated this while speaking at a black-tie dinner to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the newspaper. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedekun was there and now reports.
It was a night of encomium and commendations for the management and staff of the Punch Nigeria Limited for sustaining the legacy of its founder, Chief James Aboderin, part of a week-long event to round off the Golden Jubilee of the Punch newspaper. The atmosphere was stunning, alluring and mesmerizing with special lighting, sophisticated decor, flowers and serene music. People people of Old Street graced the event. In her address, the chairman, Punch Nigeria Limited, Mrs. Angela Emwa, said the dinner was aimed at celebrating everyone who has contributed to the success story of the organization.
To you all, we say thank you. Today we also celebrate the countless stories told by our journalists, the voiceless voices that they amplify, and the boundaries pushed in pursuit of a better tomorrow.
Ex-Nigeria's President Olusegun Obasanjo is a close friend of the founder, late Chief Olu Aboderin. In his brief remark, he relayed fond memories of the late Aboderin, saying his objective of establishing the Punch newspaper is fulfilled.
When he conceived of the idea of Punch, he discussed with me. And again, I said we were a bit idealistic. And it was out of idealism that Oluwaboderin decided to establish and found Punch.
IT expert Adedoyin Odunfa delivered the keynote address. She harped on the need for the Punch newspaper to unleash untapped potentials in a chartered territory.
In this new world, we don't have the benefit of hindsight. Indeed, headlines are generated by artificial intelligence. The task then is to digitize the entire value chain to generate intrinsic value. At 50, foresight becomes more important than hindsight.
Surviving 50 years in a challenging economic climate such as Africa is indeed no mean feat. No wonder the large turnout. Eulogies, encomiums, and commendations rent the air for staff and management of one of Nigeria's oldest newspapers.
One thing that Punch is noted for is that you don't bribe to get your story published. They choose what is right and they stand by it.
50 years, they've really done well. I was not there, or let's say I was not there in 50, but at least in the past 20, 25 years that I've followed Punch closely, they've discharged their duty.
You know, at 50, it's time for Punch to fast forward, you know, into the future, looking at the dynamics of the global media landscape and innovate to meet the challenging times. And I have no doubt that they've built resilience and they have the capacity to be able to evolve.
Earlier in her welcome address, the chairman of the anniversary committee, Wumi Tunde Obi, disclosed that the unity in the family had kept the media house going 40 years after the passing of the founder. Highlights of the event was a cutting of the anniversary cake. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
In the wake of World Hearing Day, there has been a renewed call for the country to promote an inclusive environment where people with hearing disability can have equal opportunities to thrive. This call was made by the Sims Deaf Pro Foundation at the event to commemorate World Hearing Day 2024, themed Spotlighting Excellence, Deaf Arts Showcase and Policymakers.
They say we shouldn't be too much dependent on them. So we are trying to push our own way to make the deaf people, make the world see the deaf people that they can actually do this thing. What we are doing here is something most people think is not even possible. We're providing support in the sense that they can be economically viable, being able to be useful to themselves too in the society. We are still very hopeful that the government will reach out to us. We are pushing all we can to be able to get to the government.
Eniola Ayeni, who represents the General Manager, Lagos State Office for Disability Affairs at Denike Oyetunde Lawal, urges everyone to learn sign language to bridge the gap. She speaks alongside policymakers who also call for inclusivity.
At the Lagos State Office for Disability Affairs, we understand the importance of communication
Hence, we engage everybody in Lagos State to endeavor to learn sign language through trainings organized for them by the office.
I came across the Deaf Can Dance crew. I've been following their work, and I've also created opportunities for them to work with choreographers that I work with. And I think when people see that, they will realize that there are actually gaps in the work that they're making or the work that they're platforming, and they will encourage the inclusion of artists who have disabilities within their own platforms as well.
When you identify something, you embrace it and know there's something there. If the society can identify with them, it makes it easier to create opportunities, to create platforms. And I believe even in the academics, that opportunity can be to create curriculums around the disabilities. Like I said, I don't like to use the word disability. So people that are unique, every one of us are unique. So we can actually have inclusion when we look at the SDG goal, where inclusion is infused.
Special educator and sign language interpreter Bayonle Olaoluwa reveals the causes of deafness and how we can prevent it. One of the special young adults also speaks on how she practices.
Deafness can be hereditary, right? Like a deaf person can give birth to another deaf person. So another part is smoking while being pregnant, accidents during pregnancy for someone who was born hearing and now became deaf. Measles is one of the major causes. Prolonged labor can also cause it. Sound, noise can cause it. Injury in the ear can also cause it. Earwax, excessive earwax can make someone lose their eardrum and become deaf.
She uses hearing aids. When she wants to listen to music, she has to listen to the song first to score the song so that it will match the signs. So she will sign to what she has prepared, she has rehearsed.
Still ahead, 43 countries demand international probe into Navalny's death. Details when we return.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes, it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Thanks for staying with us. We move now to other parts of Africa. Sudan's Defense Forces Commander Abdel Fattah al-Burhan has conditioned acceptance of Africa Union mediation on membership reinstatement. He met with the AU high-level panel on the resolution of the conflict in Sudan, which aims to facilitate dialogue, restore constitutional order, and work collaboratively with Sudanese stakeholders. Sudan was suspended from the continental body after an October 2021 takeover, which was widely condemned as a coup. Algeria has pledged that it will support Mozambique in its fight against terrorism in the northern province of Cabo Delgado, Mozambique's news agency AIM reported on Monday. Summarizing a 4-day working visit to Algeria, Mozambican President Filipe Nyusi made the announcement on Sunday. He said that both delegations spoke of forms of equipping exchanges of information, adding that an instrument that will guide cooperation in defense and security will be concluded. While working on the guiding document is being moved forward, Nyusi added that the Algerian government has promised immediate support in individual equipment for members of the local militias who are fighting the terrorists alongside the armed forces. Ghana's finance ministry has warned the country stands to lose a substantial amount of financing from international banks, estimated at $3.8 billion over the next 5 years or 6 years, should President Nana Akufo-Addo sign a controversial anti-LGBTQ bill. The impact could adversely affect Ghana's foreign exchange reserves and exchange rate stability, according to the Finance Ministry's statement released on Monday. The controversial legislation, which prohibits lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender, known as LGBT activities, and criminalizes their promotion, advocacy, and funding in the West African nation, was unanimously passed by the Parliament last week, Wednesday, after 3 years since it was introduced. If assented to by President Akufo-Addo, the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Anti-LGBTQ+ bill will, among other things, impose sanctions on willful promotion and engaging in LGBTQ activities in Ghana, with a minimum sentence of 6 months and maximum of 3 years in prison for culprits. Activists, and international rights groups have condemned the bill. The United States on Monday imposed sanctions on Zimbabwean President Emmerson Mnangagwa and other senior leaders, denouncing what it said was a campaign of riots and abuses and corruption. The sanctions, which will block any U.S.-based property and block any unofficial travel to the United States, replace a broader 2-decade-old sanctions program against Zimbabwe. Secretary of State Antony Blinken called the new measures part of a stronger, more targeted sanctions policy on Zimbabwe, as he voiced concern over serious cases of corruption and human rights abuse. Mnangagwa, whose party has been in power for more than 4 decades, was declared the winner of a new term in an election in August that international observers said fell short of democratic standards. He is the second consecutive Zimbabwean leader to face U.S. sanctions following veteran President Robert Mugabe. Outside Africa, the U.S. Supreme Court on Monday removed a potential hurdle to Donald Trump's bid to recapture the White House, unanimously dismissing a state court ruling that could have barred him from the ballot for engaging in insurrection. A high-stakes ruling in favor of the former president came on the eve of Super Tuesday primaries that are expected to cement Trump's march towards the Republican nomination to take on President Joe Biden in November. It was the most consequential election case heard by the court since it halted the Florida vote recount in 2000, with Republican Judge W. Bush narrowly leading Democrat Al Gore. The question before the 9 justices was whether Trump was eligible or ineligible to appear on the ballot. The reason given was that he engaged in insurrection on January 6, 2021, assault on the U.S. Capitol by his supporters. In a 9-0 decision, the conservative-dominated court said the judgment of the Colorado Supreme Court cannot stand, meaning 77-year-old Trump, Republican White House frontrunner, can appear on the state's primary ballot. Meanwhile, Donald Trump hailed a big win for the United States on Monday after the Supreme Court struck down a bid by Colorado to remove him from the Republican presidential primary ballot for allegedly engaging in insurrection. Trump hailed the decision, declaring it a big win for America in a post on his Truth Social website. The case stemmed from a ruling in December by the state Supreme Court in Colorado, one of the 15 states and territories voting on Super Tuesday. The state court, citing the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, ruled that Trump should be kicked off the ballot because of his role in the January 6 attack on Congress when a mob tried to halt certification of Biden's 2020 election victory. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment bars anyone from holding public office if they engaged in insurrection or rebellion after once pledging to support and defend the Constitution. More than 40 countries on Monday demanded an independent international investigation into the death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny and said President Vladimir Putin bore ultimate responsibility. European Union members, the United States, Britain, Ukraine, Australia, Canada, New Zealand and Norway were among countries to voice outrage over Navalny's death at the UN Human Rights Council. Navalny, 47 years old, who died in an Arctic prison colony, was laid to rest in Moscow on Friday, surrounded by crowds of defiant mourners who chanted his name. The countries said they were deeply concerned about the systematic crackdown on civil society and the repression of political opposition within Russia and abroad. They urged Russia to immediately and unconditionally release all political prisoners, human rights defenders, journalists and anti-war activists detained for peacefully exercising their human rights and for opposing Russia's war in Ukraine. Up next, CBN concludes sale of 1 trillion naira government securities, says investors oversubscribed. And that's in business news after this short break.
My name is Adejokela Sisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Very good evening and a warm welcome to the Business Desk. Now, a report on the assessment of progress on regional integration in Africa has said that the African share of global trade remained at less than 3%, driven largely by merchandise trade in 2023. The reports by the Economic Commission for Africa show that African nations still engage in more trade with countries outside the continent than with each other. Now, the report showed that despite progress in monetary and financial integration, member states had not met the macroeconomic convergence criteria despite progress in regional integration. It further noted that although the agreements establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area officially started on the 1st of January 2021, and the anticipated improvement in trade between African countries had not materialized. According to the report, the proportion of intra-African trade relative to worldwide trade decreased from 14.5% in 2021 to 13.7% in 2022. Also, the Central Bank of Nigeria has completed a liquidity management exercise by issuing 1.053 trillion naira in short-term government securities. The exercise was completed on March 4, 2024, and the CBN offered 500 billion naira at the open market operations auction. The subscription was 79%, with 79% of the total bids coming from foreign investors. The CBN Governor, Olayemi Kadiso, set a strategy to curb inflation, stabilize the exchange rate, and boost confidence in the banking system as well as the economy. And still in business, Nigeria's Customs Service has announced a 90-day window for regularizing imports and duties on specific vehicle categories. This initiative applies to vehicles imported into Nigeria where the requisite customs duty has not been fulfilled or vehicles detained due to undervaluation. Chief Superintendent of Customs and National Public Relations Officer Abdullahi Mewada clarified that seized and condemned vehicles will be fortified to the federal government. Vehicle owners and agents must also apply to zonal coordinators and CACFCT command, submit necessary documents and process VERG in line with the Federal Ministry of Finance directives. Nigeria's three cement manufacturers, Dangote Cement, Boa Cement and Lafarge Africa, recorded a profit of 710.03 billion naira in 2023 due to significant sales growth and higher prices. However, foreign exchange losses affected the net profit of the companies as total sales rose from 2.35 trillion naira in 2022 to 3.076 trillion naira in 2023. Operating profit increased from 799.79 billion naira in 2022 to 910.99 billion naira in 2023. Now, the decline in the pre-tax profits was largely due to Boa Cement's slowdown in profitability. The company's vast ownership is held by Alhaji Aliko Dangote, Alhaji Abdul Samad Rabiu, and Oxium Limited. And on business, over 40 million telephone lines in Nigeria were barred by telecommunication operators due to the expiration of the February 28, 2024 deadline for telecom consumers to link their subscriber identity model to their national identity numbers. This marks a 28 million increase from the 12 million lines initially planned to be deactivated. The Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC) had also asked telecoms to bar SIMs without their owners' national identity numbers by February 28, 2024. The NCC has also asked operators to bar SIM holders whose NINs have been submitted but not verified by March 29, 2024. And that's much can take on the business desk. I am Emmanuel Olububokun. The news continues shortly.
Up next is entertainment news.
Bella Shmurda has revealed details about his upcoming projects during an interview on the In My Opinion podcast. Fans can expect a new single titled Loner to be released on March 15, 2024. Sharing the inspiration behind the song, Shmurda stated that he feels like a loner right now, though he is healing. The artist also announced his upcoming album, scheduled for release on September 12, 2024, which coincides with the first anniversary of the passing of fellow musician Mohbad. This album will feature a collaboration with Mohbad, serving as a tribute to his legacy and impact on the Nigerian music scene. Shmurda previously released a solo tribute song titled My Brother after Mohbad's death in 2023. The upcoming album, titled Road to September 12th, follows his 2023 EP, DND, which included hit songs Ara and NSV featuring Tiwa Savage. And moving on, actors Jonathan Majors and Megan Good attended the AAFCA Special Achievement Awards luncheon on Sunday in Los Angeles, marking their first public appearance as a couple. Their red carpet debut comes amidst ongoing legal issues for Majors. He was convicted in December 2023 of misdemeanor assault and harassment charges stemming from an incident involving an ex-girlfriend. He is currently awaiting sentencing, which could include up to a year in jail. Majors has also faced accusations of abusive behavior from two other former girlfriends, which his legal team denies. He has appealed the verdicts from the December trial. While the couple has reportedly grown closer, they have largely remained out of the public eye since the conviction. It is important to note that these are allegations and Majors maintains his innocence. The legal proceedings are ongoing and no final judgment has been reached. And finally, American rapper Rick Ross named Nigerian singer Burna Boy as one of the top African artists of all time during a recent Instagram live session with South African rapper Nasty C. The conversation turned to their favorite African artists, with Ross placing Burna Boy at the top of his personal list. He acknowledged the subjective nature of such claims, stating, "If you are calling names for me, I would say Burna Boy." Nasty C echoed this sentiment, initially agreeing with Ross's choice before adding his late colleague, South African rapper AKA, as his number 3. He placed Senegalese-American singer Akon at his number 2 spot. And that's all for the entertainment section tonight. Enjoy the rest of the program and do have a lovely evening. Abdul Salam Jakila Sisi, Plus TV News.
Sports Update is next.
Anthony Joshua has vowed to make a statement and deliver a knockout victory over Francis Ngannou in Friday's crossover super fight in Saudi Arabia. Joshua is currently on a 3-fight winning streak and building back towards being in world title contention, most recently dispatching Otto Wallin in a dominant 5-round win in December. AJ is expecting a different test against Ngannou in their non-title contest, having seen the mixed martial arts star push Tyson Fury close in his professional boxing debut last October, although is relishing the opportunity to impress again. Quote, "Definitely, I would love to knock him out and make a statement," Joshua exclusively told Sky Sports. He explained that he felt physically strong enough to get the job done and mentally ready for war as he looked forward to the challenge. Meanwhile, Ngannou, who knocked down Fury with a left hook during the 3rd round of his split decision defeat, is adamant he has the boxing technique to produce a knockout victory against Anthony Joshua. Quote, "I believe if I land on anyone, I will knock them out. The question is how to land," said the 37-year-old former UFC champion. The Nigeria Olympics Committee, NOC, said that Nigeria would be represented by no fewer than 358 athletes in 25 sports at the 13th African Games. Tony Nezianya, the public relations officer of NOC, stated this in a statement on Monday in Lagos. He said that the Games would be held from March 8th to 23rd in Accra, Kumasi, and Cape Coast. Nezianya explained that Nigeria is competing in 25 sports at the event after Nigerian athletes were accredited at the delegation registration meeting conducted on March 4th. According to the breakdown, Team Taekwondo, wrestling, and karate have the highest number of individual sports athletes, each having 14, while arm wrestling has 15 athletes. Meanwhile, athletics has 50 participants, football has 40, hockey 32, and volleyball is sending 24 members. Other sports events that Nigeria will take part in include weightlifting and badminton, both having a 12-member team, while boxing has 11 pugilists, judo has 10, and Scrabble has 8 members.
And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Many thanks for being there.
Hello, welcome to Timeless Conversations. Today my guest is someone for whom I have a great deal of respect. Indeed, he's my trainer, my teacher. If someone has been your teacher once, you can't say he's my former teacher. So he's my teacher. He is an award-winning broadcaster, an icon in our industry, a very committed Nigerian. Please welcome Sonny Irabor.
I've been here over 50 years. Believe it or not, I've seen Lagos change in different directions.
Of trying to show how totally, inconsiderate you can be, how unacceptable your actions can be, and how, you can actually get out of line, inflict injuries or wounds on innocent people, and just make people be afraid of you for the fun of it. Bully. So I'm doing a monologue. My guest is right here looking at me and wondering what's going on with Sonny.
Thank you very much. And welcome too. It's like you're doing my job for me.
Yes, I'm doing your job for you now. Now, see you teach us. I recall that in 1982, I was one of the first people in your class. The very first class you had to take.
40 years ago.
40 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I recall then that you would leave us in the class to quickly go take the network news, and of course by the time you came back the class was upside down, and then you tried to restore order. Let me ask you, why broadcasting?
I've said this times without number. There was a Dele Olowu, a great friend, was my senior in school, and that was in 1968. I heard his voice on Midwest Radio. The voice didn't change. It was just the same light, personable voice. And I said to myself, that must be Dele Olowu. That must be Dele Olowu. I said, okay, when I grow up, I'll be like him. But guess what? He came back to school that same day. I said, did I hear your voice on radio? Those days of rediffusion.
Rediffusion, yes.
And he said, did you listen? I said, yeah. I said, really? How did I sound? I said, great, But it never left my mind. I made up my mind, one way or the other, I will have to be a broadcaster. So to me, he was the influence.
That was your influence. But your trajectory started from the prison service.
Yeah.
Now called correctional service.
Is that what they call it now?
Yes, it's called the correctional service.
Hallelujah.
Now. Yes.
Well, would that correct them? But anyway, let's go back to, the idea of being in prisons was accidental.
Okay.
Or correctional center.
No, it was prison service.
Yes, at the time. And so I was living with my sister.
Yeah.
She was the officer in the Nigerian prisons. So she said, look, while you're waiting to go back to school, this was in 1971, come and work with us. I said, okay. So I joined, and I started enjoying myself. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years.
Yes.
Oh boy, time don't work out. So anyway, along the line, a friend came, Jones Hussein.
Jones Hussein, yes.
Then another friend, Iria Inakimio.
Good.
And another friend, Patrick Oke.
Yes.
And they were all from Radio Nigeria.
Nigeria.
There was a place called the Sharp Corner.
Yes.
And then
that's an Ikoyi Obalinde.
Yeah, no, on the Alagbon Close.
Alagbon Close, okay.
Yeah. And they would just come there. They would eat. Some of them would drink. I never knew how to drink anyway. So I was like, oh, I wish I could just be like these guys. Then one day, Patrick and Jones said, you have the kind of voice that I think should make a good broadcaster. I said, really? Okay. So come, let's go. So we went to Radio Nigeria.
You had an audition?
No. Patrick Oke with Boma Kaliwo. gave me a script to read. And I read today. I would say the email you are getting now. We read letters.
Yes,
that took 2 weeks to arrive at the studio.
Exactly.
And maybe another 2 weeks to respond to.
Processed, yes.
You know, and so it was called NBC Mailbag. Patrick was the narrator. I was the voice.
Ooh.
And sometimes Boma, who was the producer,
Yeah,
if there was no other voice, she would join when there were too many letters. So the feedback mechanism we had was through that process. Where people reacted to what programs they heard, no matter how long it took.
Yes.
But they reacted. And there was always a feedback.
Yes.
Yeah. So that gave me a leeway, and that was in 74. But in 76, I was sent to apply for a job.
Okay, now.
At Radio Nigeria.
Whoa.
Meanwhile, I was still with Alagbon Close.
Alagbon Close, yes. And so that's how your radio broadcast life started.
And I went for training in 1977.
That thing about training, in those days, people didn't go on the air as full-fledged broadcasters without training.
Yeah.
But these days, what do we have?
Well, talk about speed and time, you know, because in those days, people looked at perfection, and you have to be ready for the job psychologically and physiologically.
Yes.
And then also, you have to be prepared to be trained, and you have to show that you were trained for the job and ready to operate as a professional.
Sure.
So, as luck will have it, I was trained. After 3 months, I became a junior presentation assistant. Can you imagine? Junior presentation assistant.
Yes.
And then they said you could not go on air. Me, I was ready to go, but they said you could not go on air.
You'll be looking at the microphone like
I'll just be looking at. And then they now paired me with the likes of Jones Hussein.
Yes. Your
what
friend.
Now the Citizens Jones of
Max
Radio.
Max
today.
Radio, yes.
And I brought him down because of what he did to me.
Yes.
The first baptism of fire I had was when Jones started to read news at midnight. And then 1 minute into it, he said, "Sonny, finish the news." He had cut off the mic. "Sonny, finish the news. I'm not feeling good. You just have to finish the news." Me, how? I'm not allowed to finish the news. I can't. You're wasting more time.
And this is midnight.
Midnight. So grab. Where did you stop? There. So my voice was so tiny.
Yes, then.
I wasn't sure whether I was hearing myself. I was really scared. And I said, okay.
That was fear.
And I read it.
Yeah.
I read. The sound of my voice was like, probably if Butterfly has a voice.
Yeah, that would have been like
it.
Yes.
You know, and I finished it, and he said, "Sign off." That was good. Sign it off. Sign it off. And I signed it off. I never forgave him.
You didn't?
Till today, I don't go forget Jones Hussein, and I'll go forgive him.
But
because I felt like going to the toilet.
Whoa.
I could not go to the toilet. I had to finish the news. And it wasn't funny for me.
Yes.
I don't know if okay, imagine yourself driving a car and there's traffic.
Yeah.
On, say, the marina. And marina is an open space.
Yes.
And you feel like, you know, going to the light one in the to the toilet.
Yeah.
And then what do you get?
You can't.
You cannot leave the car because it's moving, it's crawling.
Yes.
You cannot go anywhere else to do whatever.
You have to do what they say, what they call whole body.
I was holding body. It was tough.
But then you rose to become one of the main voices on the Radio Nigeria Network News.
Glory to God for that.
For many years.
It was a baptism of fire.
What was that experience like? The experience of being that voice that people looked forward to hearing.
I didn't know I was.
On the news.
I didn't know I was until they told me. Like you're saying it now.
Yes.
Well, there were times I felt, excuse me, that, okay, am I really the kind of person that would be that voice? I never saw myself as one. Because there were, can you beat Patrick Okey's voice?
No, you couldn't.
So,
Yeah.
or even your voice.
Oh, well.
You know, so I think it was just a stroke of luck for me.
Well, what about the commitment that was required?
All right. Now that you said that,
Yes.
yes.
What
I
about
was
the
very
commitment?
committed.
Yes.
I was, and I was also particularly, I saw myself as somebody who had an assignment, and no matter what, I had to do it right. Because I was always told, put your best foot forward. Make the best of what you get, and try and live by it.
Yeah.
And then the rest is history.
The rest is history. Well, historically, you will recall that governments used to change in the Radio Nigeria studio. I, Major General, or I, Colonel so and so.
Joseph Navem Garba.
Exactly. Right.
Sani
Did any of those
Abacha.
coups catch you in the studio?
7.
7 caught you there.
Not in the studio.
Yeah.
But enough for them to come and pick me
They'll
at
pick
home.
you. Oh, yeah, yeah.
I think
Naturally.
it was Rosalind Ogunro that was really
caught.
trapped.
Yes.
You know, and she spent 27 hours.
Yeah.
And that was the Dimka coup that killed Muritala Mohammed.
The
assassinated.
The Abacha coup, right, caught me on the radio in Radio Lagos.
Ew.
Oh, yes.
Really?
Yes. 24 hours, you didn't go anywhere.
Yes.
Right.
And in my own case, they came for me. They said, come and relieve whoever was on duty. And I'll be there for, in fact, there was once I was there from 2 p.m. till the following morning,
Yes.
10 or 11 a.m.
No, but let's discuss the psychology of that. What was that like?
It was traumatic.
Yeah.
I had never felt any joy in seeing any man in uniform, a soldier. I say this not because I don't like them, not because they do not represent the importance of protecting the integrity of, was it the territorial integrity of the country,
nation,
of the
yes.
sovereign, but because over time I just saw them abusing the privilege of holding the gun, owning power, and then you just take it as, seize it as you liked. That was what I saw. And I wasn't too happy. But then I interacted with them.
Yes.
I did. I had no choice.
Yeah, especially you, a popular newscaster. I said, go call that man. Where's Sonny? As though they knew you.
You know, okay, the one that brought in President Ibrahim Babangida.
Yes.
Myself and Tom Bra Abarowe. And I think, who was it again? Tulufa Toimbo, or thereabout. They asked us to go to NTA to record his voice.
Yes.
And come back to Radio Nigeria to play it back.
Yes.
Okay. So, Tom Bra was the studio manager. I was the announcer on duty. And Tulu, I think, was he was senior to us.
Yes.
I'm not sure the role he played, but anyway, we went. We got there. And the thing is, Babangida, he has a beautiful voice. You know, he made that announcement. The first announcement was very fast. And I called Tom Bra and said, boy, I wouldn't take this for a broadcaster. It's too fast. In fairness to Babangida, he asked, is this okay? I said, no, sir. Then everybody looked at me.
Who are you? But you were being professional.
But in fairness, the man offered to take it again. He never even met me. He didn't even see who said that. Just said, look, if they don't like it, let me try. You know, he took it a second time. And it was better.
Yes.
Yeah, made some impact there.
Exactly. But then it was with all of that apparatus of power there, all those guns and stern-looking faces and all that.
I don't know what gave me the strength of character, the boldness to say, no, sir. But I did. And he listened.
And he retook it.
He retook it.
It was a better broadcast.
It was better.
Yeah.
And that also gladdened my heart.
Good. That you could speak up where you had to.
Exactly. Yeah.
Many people on the radio today they use words that were taboo for us to use.
NTPB.
Yes. You are a trainer. What can be done?
You said you are a trainer. What can be done? As if I'm the cause of the problem.
Oh, no.
Let them send them to training school, first and foremost.
Yes.
If they send them to school, they will have a chance to see things the way they are done. They will be scrutinized. And they will be given a chance to say, did I do it right or wrong?
Not. Yeah.
But now, get out of school, if at all you went to school, then you take him to the studio, say your voice sounds good. What about his mental capacity?
Yeah.
What is about his psychological state of mind that can tell him, listen, you're talking to people who are more knowledgeable than yourself.
Yeah, yeah, true.
So,
true.
Involve them. Talk to the beggar on the street and the professor in the classroom, and in between, the leaders everywhere, because you're talking to someone, one person. But that person has a brain.
Yes.
And he can process things.
And he might even be smarter than you. So
In
why
fact,
talk
he's
to him
most
as though
likely
he were
to
not?
be smarter than you.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, you've had a checkered career in broadcasting. In fact, let me say in media practice. Part of that was a 13-month stint as commissioner in your home state, Edo. What was that experience like?
Well, it was an interesting experience. It's just that I didn't see myself capable of playing politics and being a professional at the same time. I couldn't. And good thing, the governor then, Lucky Benedion, he's a man, I should say, he listens, you know, and I think he just found that, because he came on Sonny Rabo Live, by the way, and from there he made up his mind I was going to be in his cabinet. You know, and I felt honored by it. But after 13 months, it became a bit tough. The day I left was the day Mrs. Stella Basunjo actually came to launch Radio Nigeria Benin, you know. And before that, I had done a bit of short trip because things were not just going the way I had expected.
But was there any particular thing you wanted to say it was like, or compare it to?
In the 13 months?
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of good things should have happened, but they didn't. You know, and I saw a governor who was being twisted to do a lot of things for the politicians rather than for the people. And there's no way anybody can rule like that.
But isn't politics meant to be for to the people's benefit?
Okay, you said it.
Yes.
But do you feel it? Let the people tell you that they are actually getting or gaining the so-called benefits of democracy in the people. I don't see that happening, and I don't think people are really enjoying that. Otherwise, we will not be where we are today. We are going down rather than going up.
That's
and
true.
This going down started a long time ago.
But can you divorce the person from their politics?
Why shouldn't he divorce himself from the politics? Who elected you there? Isn't it the people?
Yes.
Okay. So if the people put you there, what should you do? What should your priority be? Meet the people's needs.
Yeah, and expectations.
Not meet the politicians' needs. That's what's happening today.
Yeah.
And that's very sad, really.
It is sad. It is sad. And even these days, you hear people say the young or younger generation is not ready to take power.
That's a very untrue statement. And that's from a very selfish point of view.
Why do you say that?
Because adults are overstaying their role and time in power. Look, Trudeau of Canada, how old is he?
Yeah, well, he was a baby when Gowan visited.
Thank you. 1971 or
yes,
thereabouts.
72 or 73.
Yeah.
Because I think he's about 48 now or so.
So you can imagine how many years he's put in now.
Yes.
So how old was he when Bill Clinton, how old was he? 43 when he came to power.
Yes.
Emmanuel Macron
Yes.
was 39 when he came to power.
Exactly.
The Prime Minister of Austria, Austria, was 31.
Yes.
So what's happening to African leaders? Become geriatric before you can be anything? No. You see, what I'm trying to say is this. I'm not perfect. But I believe, honestly,
Yes.
that the people deserve a true leader, a committed leader, one who can say, I have something to offer you.
Yes.
Because of the needs that I see before us. Give me a chance and I'll give it to you.
All right.
Now, if that happens and you actually perform, then you're being creditable.
Okay.
And creditworthy.
We're still on Timeless Conversations. My guest is Sonny Irabor. We'll take a short break now. We'll be back shortly. You're welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations. My guest is Sonny Irabor. We're talking about the role of the youth and the older generation in politics. And you've expressed this salient fact that the older generation is overstaying its role or its position in power.
Both.
Both?
Yeah. Because look, at this stage, there should be elder statesmen advising the young ones. But if you are not giving the young ones a chance to rule, to give them the benefit of the doubt, let them experience life at that level.
Yes.
You might see that they have a lot to offer.
But APC brought out its presidential form, a nomination form, at 100 million naira. How many young people would be able to afford that? And then they said they reduced it to 50 million, even 20 million. How many of them have it?
That is part of the four power we are talking about.
Yeah.
Because you're now making people to go towards facing the wrong direction. I have no money to offer, but I have leadership, which I'm endowed with. And the 100 million is now standing between me and truism.
Even 50 million?
Even 50 million. It's not proper.
How many people have 50 million? In fact, how many people have 1 million?
How many states have that money today?
Yes.
States.
States.
Yeah. Do you know how many of them are begging?
Yes.
Is the country not begging and borrowing now?
That's true. That's very true.
So I think, you see, maybe we should not misplace our priorities. I think that's where the problem lies.
Yeah, but you know, it's about practice. It's about saying something and doing the same thing, or saying something and doing another thing.
Yeah.
Why must politics be one where people say one thing
and then they do another?
Yeah, why?
There used to be one Olu Obaseki.
Yes.
Many years ago, he said, "Do as I say, not as I do."
Not as I do.
And
yes.
the children know, no.
Yes.
You do it, we must follow you.
Exactly.
You know. Excuse me. Now, that question is salient. But do we have conscience? If we have conscience, we should be able to understand that the reason there is politics is because of the people.
Yeah.
You see, government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Democracy.
That's what it's supposed to be.
So why should it be otherwise? Why should the National Assembly earn far more than their counterparts elsewhere in the world?
Yes.
It came as an aside, but it's the truth.
It is the truth.
Why, for example, should we now see a situation where there's no money to do certain things? We say, okay, don't worry, we'll go and borrow money to do it. When the money is brought, you divide the money into different bits and take it for other things instead of what it was meant for.
Yes.
Why should anybody that borrowed me money come and tell me how I should spend the money?
Yeah.
It's because they don't believe I will spend it the way I said I was going to. Should Nigeria be like that? No.
But then, what's the role of integrity in power?
What's the meaning of integrity?
Yeah.
Integrity is not supposed to be, let me even put it bluntly, somebody who is able to respect the rule of law and respect his own level of commitment to truth.
Yes.
And believe that he's not above the law. Then integrity can come in effortlessly.
Yeah.
That is not happening. Because if that were happening, then what we are going through now, we shouldn't be going through it. I'm not casting aspersion, because this started a long time ago and is continuing as it is, and we don't know when it's going to end.
But you know, the younger generation, they say things like, Daddy, Uncle, your generation has failed us.
Yes, they are right.
And those uncles will now say, but is your generation ready?
Why would I take advantage of the loophole that I see there? Did they give them a chance? NSAS came. What happened? There's a report on NSAS.
Yeah.
And it told the truth the best it could. International media came. They saw everything.
Yeah.
Now, when it came to a climax, where people were killed, now we started looking for truth. Why should that happen? The children or the youths had a chance, and they proved to us that they could do things well.
They could organize.
Organize. And you are telling me they are not ready?
Yeah.
Bros, I beg, get as it be.
Nobody say it be as it gets.
At all.
It get as it be. Now, truthfully, the younger generation has a great deal working for them.
Yeah.
Technology, information dissemination.
That we wrestle with them over? We always wrestle it with them.
Yeah. Yes, because again, older people don't want to relinquish power.
But do we even know how to use the computer that is in front of us?
Yeah,
we don't want to relinquish power.
Yeah, I think
we don't know what information is in that computer that is in front of us that we don't know how to use.
That we don't know how to use. So, but really, shouldn't there be a deliberate attempt to nurture, mentor people who will take over in different strata of life?
Start by respecting the rule of law. Let the constitutions, the 79, the 99, let them play their roles. Let us see how far we can manage it. Let's stop amending constitutions when we don't even know the meaning of the constitutions. Our lawyers should honestly help us. They should not take advantage of the situation. They should help us interpret the laws. And then the law enforcement should do the best they can to make sure that things are done properly, creditably, and effectively.
But this thing you're saying, it sounds so utopian.
Well,
why am I saying so? Sometimes in traffic, you find vehicles driving against traffic, and they're blaring sirens, and they are not ambulances or fire brigade vehicles.
Do we respect ambulances?
Well, some of us
Have you ever seen an ambulance being respected on your highway, Lagos Highway?
I think it's beginning to pick up. I've seen
beginning to. You are a retiree now,
Yes, I am. Yes.
Beginning to pick up.
It's beginning to pick up.
When did it start?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Right? And then there's a fresh breath of air. You see an RRS vehicle filled with policemen stop for the traffic light.
Then that's leadership.
I saw
by
that.
example.
I was happy.
That's good.
I chased them. I said, thank you for stopping for the traffic light.
Because when they stopped, everybody stopped.
Everybody stopped.
That's the point I'm making. Respect the rule of law.
Yeah. You see, we will take a break now. We'll take a break now. We'll come back soon. Thank you. Welcome back to our talk with Sonny Rabo. Now, you have had the unique opportunity of being a public and private sector broadcaster. What's that experience? Can you compare both?
Well, it's interesting to talk about. It's rather intriguing because for the public, which is the government-owned, they see us as civil servants, but we see ourselves as private servants or private sector people. And the reason for that is because we still try to maintain some form of professionalism, which is required. So I entered broadcasting at a time when the competition was not that strong. But in 1992, which was halfway through, Babangida opened up the floodgates. So private radio stations, private TV stations, they all came up. But don't forget, there was always private print.
Yes,
That's
always been there.
Yes. In fact, that's why they've been seen as bolder than the rest of us.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at it from that point of view, you also see that the private sector radio, which I really got fully involved in with the advent of the establishment of Inspiration
FM, yes.
You know, and of course there was Sonny Rabo Live with AIT.
Yes.
I saw myself listening to both sides of the coin. I saw a bit of public service, and I saw a lot of private sector service, if there's any phrase like that. But what happened was that, hey, private sector, sometimes the private sector, they will do their best to make sure that salaries are paid as and when due. That was, with Inspiration, that has always been the case. And I enjoyed that. I think AIT, I wasn't part of it. I was just an artist that took Sonny Rabo Live there. So my program earned its money.
Yes.
You know, it was sponsored by others, and then I paid my dues, and so that partnership was there. But I think the best option would be to look at it from this Inspiration point of view, where I'm still serving on the board.
On the board, yeah.
Yeah, there's been a lot of challenge, but met with reality, met with meeting the expectations as required.
Okay.
But not without sweat.
Yes.
Not without sweat at all.
Okay.
The public sector, however, is you're waiting for government to do everything for you. That's not very helpful.
Okay.
You know. So it compromised quality, professionalism.
Yeah.
But at a stage, it's also started trying some people
to pick up.
Yes.
No, but yeah, let me take you back. Was this Sonny Rabo Live that made you leave Radio Nigeria?
It wasn't. I just saw my hands getting fuller and fuller and fuller. At Radio Nigeria, I was already dabbling in too many things. I mean, I was an actor, second chance.
Yes.
You know, and then I've been training. Training was part of public service for me. And I was reading news. I was doing so many things side by side.
Yeah.
Everything was just moving so fast. And I said, Oba, Sonny, slow down. Do things your way so you can still maximize certain qualities and profits. It was tough.
And then you had to leave.
I just told my DG then that I needed to leave. I gave 6 months notice, and he gave me 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
I said, bros, thank you, sir. And I left. So I moved from, public service to private sector because I already had Rui Communications Limited.
Oh, okay, and then that was already running.
Yes.
That was being run by your wife?
By my wife.
Okay.
And of course, thank God, because when she now woke up, the magazine came to birth,
No, now, talking about waking up, you turned 70 recently. And that was in March.
Yes, March 23.
March 23, you turned 70. First, you don't look 70.
Thank you.
Second, you've never looked your age. No, you have never looked your age.
Okay.
At least I've known you for not less than 40 years.
Thank you.
I feel talk.
Okay.
So, what's been the secret?
Be a happy person. There are moments where you cannot afford to be not happy.
Yeah.
But just try your best. Everybody said I was a happy-go-lucky person, and but I think I worried less. There's a friend of mine, very rich man, but he didn't go to the kind of school we all went to, and not many of us went to school anyway. But there was something he always said, and that made me never forget him. If you worry, you die. You don't worry, you die. So why worry?
Exactly.
So I kept that mantra with me, and I did my best not to worry. But there were moments of worry, and there was nothing you could do. You just had to worry. But let go. Let God.
Yes. On the occasion of your 70th birthday, our dear colleague and friend of yours, a junior of yours in school, Ogie
Eboli?
Eboigbe.
Mhm.
Yeah, he wrote something about you. That the first day he met you, that you were playing table tennis at the college, and he had just been admitted,
Mhm.
and he was looking. He said, "Okay, you stay behind me and be picking the balls."
Oh God, that's unfair. Okay. When I see him, I will go.
Yeah, but he didn't lie now. He was describing his
I
experience.
remember the experience.
Right.
Oh my God.
They don't do that in school these days. Or they will call it bullying. Or,
oh, boy.
But they still bully, though.
Oh, wait, I didn't bully. But people bullied me now. Yeah, well, that was an experience because, again, there was also a hierarchy of experience.
Mm-hmm.
Nami first reached you.
Yes.
Nami first reached school before you.
Before, yes.
And go behind me, pick the ball.
Pick the ball.
Eh?
You were even in Form 3. He was just in Form 1.
Oh.
So he had 3 years experience already. He was about to start. That's what he wrote.
Yeah.
And it was a very beautiful thing. He happened to even end up being your best man when you were
Can
getting
you imagine?
married. Yes.
See how the world goes around.
Yes.
Because Ogie is very principled.
Yeah, he is.
He's, I say, and he's very spiritual.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yes.
So he's that kind of person. Look, you won't believe what Ogie has done. Ogie was State House correspondent.
Yes.
Then he finished and went to work for Canadian Embassy. He was their PR officer.
Mm.
Then he went to work for UBA as PR officer. Now, if you look at his
trajectory,
you say to yourself, maybe Ogie be this.
Mm-hmm.
But he maintained a cool mien about it.
Yes.
If you worry,
you die.
You don't worry,
you die.
So
why worry? Yeah, we won't worry, but we'll talk about something.
Yeah.
A few years ago, about 2 years ago, you had a fall.
Yeah. 2020, 2020. Oh my God, clues. That year, pandemic year.
Yes.
I think the world stood still. In my case, my world almost stood still. On August 25, 26, maybe, I'm not so sure. I ran through the kitchen, which was being cleaned up, washed, you know, they mop it.
Yeah.
So it was wet. Just to give the driver the car key. I was feeling spriteful. I just, I slipped. And then I started doing Tom and Jerry, just trying not to fall.
Oh, no.
I navigated my way through the back door. I zoomed. I hit the sharp edge of the steps. My chest at the back. And it was bang. I saw, well, I don't know if you can look at elephants as stars. That's what I must have seen. So I recovered and just got up and sat there. Poor drivers, they were just looking at, sorry, sir. They made poor girl almost crying because she felt she caused it. And I got up and I just went back in as if nothing happened. A few days later, I was not feeling my best. And Betty, my wife, said, why is your shoulder slumped? It's like your one side was, you know. And I said, I don't feel it, but somehow I just feel one kind of shit. I said, I know, call the doctor, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I felt good. I thought I felt good. Then I said, I'll call the doctor later. And I didn't. Anyway, what then happened was that all of a sudden, I started feeling uneasiness and kind of heat wave around my system.
Wow.
So I now called the doctor. Doctor said, what's wrong with you? I said, I don't know how I'm feeling. But I had a fall. And when? I said, some days ago. Did you hit your head? I said, well, no, I didn't. Are you sure? I said, no, I didn't. Okay, come to my house. So we drove to his house. My son drove. My daughter I was at the back. No, I was in front. The two women were at the back, my wife and my daughter. So we got there. And his wife was having, this Dr. Sheyi Roberts.
Okay.
His wife was having her 60th birthday.
Yeah.
And so they didn't have any major, because pandemic, there was really no noise making of any kind. Anyway, so they came out and looked at me, examined me and said, if you feel like this, by morning, go and check go and do MRI. But he shake my hands, and I shook his hands with this hand. He said, grip me, and I gripped him.
That's
he
your
pulled
right
me.
side.
Yes. He pulled me, and I pulled him back. You're okay, you're okay. So far, so good. But please, if you feel any discomfort or any change, call me and make sure. But in the morning, go and see go to Mikio and do your MRI. So everything seemed okay. I slept well. I went to do the MRI in the morning. By then, I was beginning to limp, and Betty said, take me. Because Betty, who had done surgery some years back, some her clutches that she used. So yeah, take. So I started using that, and then got to do the MRI. Sitting down waiting for the MRI must have taken about 5 hours. And my system was degenerating.
Oh no.
So I felt something was really not the best for me. I said, it must be that fall, it must be that fall, it must be that fall. Anyway, I finally went into the MRI. One noisy machine like this, oh God. And 20 minutes later, I came out. They said they would send the results to the doctor. But by the time I came out, this hand
had gone limp.
And, oh, wow. Betty was upset. My children were very upset. They didn't know what was happening. Because everybody sees me as like, I've never ever been admitted in any hospital.
Wow.
So by the time she saw the MRI results, quick, St. Nicholas, I should go to them. So I spent 9 days there. And I already had what you might call almost a full-blown stroke. On this hand. Yeah. But luckily, that was the only thing that showed there was any stroke. But, you know, she had called it evolving stroke. That discouraged me and said, no, don't worry. Make sure you drink a lot of water. Make sure you do this, you do that. You know. And then it put me on medication. And so the hand started coming back to life.
Okay.
Over now it's 2 years. It will be 2 years.
It will be 2 years in August.
Well, August the 4th.
Okay, but the stroke was
2nd September.
Wow.
You know. So that was it.
What has it been like for you? You're somebody who is on the go.
Hey.
On the move.
It was. It's been tough because even my family, they don't want me to do anything
at all.
They don't. But then when I insist, they say, no, it's okay, but you have to obey the doctor's orders. I say, you're right, it's true. So we've done a lot of physiotherapy. The hand is a lot better now. I can now
lift up a little bit.
You know?
Yeah.
But sometimes if I keep it for too long, I just have to.
So you just have to keep it mobile. You need to keep moving it.
Yes, that kind of thing. So, well, here I am. Getting back to track, back on track, as they say.
Well, you know, like we joked the other day that old age is catching up with you. So it sent you a message through that phone.
Oh boy, the guy needed joke because I never would. I'm just 70, going on 70.
You're a septuagenarian.
Okay, sir.
Septuagenarian.
Septuagenarian.
Yes.
No, don't be conscious now.
I'm conscious.
I'm not teaching you.
You taught me before now. I have to be conscious.
I wanted to learn from you.
You're a septuagenarian now, so whatever you say.
You are saying I'm 70.
I know, I'm reminding you that you're 70.
No, but I think it was, somebody said the other day that was
March
17.
23rd that you turned 70.
That I turned 17.
70.
Pronunciation.
No, not 17. 17. T-E. No, but you look good for 70.
Thank you.
You look very, very good for 70.
Body not feel good.
Body never feel good yet. It will soon return to normal.
Yeah.
Now, as someone who is 70 now, and you have worked for about 53 years. That's it.
Yeah.
When are you going to retire fully?
Is there any retirement?
That's the question I asked you.
Because really, even when I was ill, And I didn't feel like doing anything. Believe it or not, there was a kind of degenerating or feeling that I thought I had.
Of just being immobile.
Yes.
Of not doing anything.
I didn't like that.
That's what scares most people.
But I didn't like
about retirement.
Well, why is there the word retirement?
Maybe because you need to slow down as you get older.
Yes, slow down. But
yeah.
just say slow down.
Yeah, well, slow down.
Don't say retire.
Slow down. Those are two words. Retirement is one word.
Well, what do we say? Go slow when we are
if we say that in Nigeria, go slow.
Look, my father, and in 1973, my father retired.
Yes.
And we said, Dad, don't go anywhere. Just, you know what he did? He escaped.
Ooh.
We thought he was missing. For 3 months, we were looking for this man.
Wow.
He went to a place called Eho. On the way to Auchi in Edo State.
Yes.
It was Midwest there.
Yeah.
And the guy created a farm, a 5-hectare or acre land.
Yes.
Farmland. Got 8 able-bodied boys, 8 of them.
Yeah.
My father looked so fresh. We only saw him 3 months after we declared him missing.
Yes.
But one thing he did that got us a bit comfortable was that he said, don't worry, I'm okay, nothing wrong with me, but if you want to know where I am, don't bother. Because he said we were hounding him to stop.
To just stop working.
He
Okay.
said, no.
So we're not going to hound you, so you won't
don't
escape.
hound me.
So you won't escape.
Yes.
But one thing we're going to say is that don't be in a hurry.
No,
to get many things done.
Okay. Right, that's the point.
Yes, don't be in a hurry.
But body is slowing me down, so I can't even hurry anymore.
But at least take it easy. Now, taking it easy will make me ask you the question, what's your favorite meal?
Oh, they stopped me on that a long time ago. It was sushi and banga soup. They don't stop. So
sushi, what's sushi?
Sushi is that starch that they do in Urhobo land.
Okay.
That is very yellowish because of the palm oil.
Yes.
Yeah, by the time you don't beat and well.
Okay.
You know, then you don't do banga soup with fish.
Yes.
Yeah? Not frozen fish.
You know, fresh fish now.
Fresh fish.
Fresh fish, yes.
Not fried.
Not fried,
but
just
the one that they dry
broiled.
up, you know.
Oh, did you dry it up?
Yes, and then they cook it, and the one that they turn together is a roundish fish. Like tilapia is the best, but these days now only this thing they see. Catfish. So anyway, I left that, and now I take.
So you found a new love.
Plantain mash with black soup.
I was going to ask you about black soup. You know, I have a lot of friends who are Edo and all that.
Bitter leaf soup.
I love
black
soup.
Give me knuckles.
Yes, you know that black soup.
Yes,
when you take it,
it keeps my body together.
I love the what's that leaf now? No, I don't take pounded yam.
Me too.
Yeah.
But I still at it a little bit out because
no.
The mixture is good.
Yeah, I love the efirin, ewuro, the ewuro bean. You know, when you mix it together and it's a beautiful
there was one I took in Ibadan, gbegiri soup.
Gbegiri is out there.
Gbegiri and lafu and all this.
Gbegiri and amala. You understand me? And then when they add gbegiri to the amala and then with the soup, the other soup, that's ogufe soup. Ewedu. So that's why they call it
Nigeria
abula.
is so rich.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But if you talk about Nigeria, 2023 is around the corner. What's going on? How do you feel? You're an old man now. You're an elder citizen now.
Well, of the above. I'm seeing untruth. I'm seeing falsehood. I'm seeing a desire not to allow the young ones play their roles. People who should not run, there's no need for them to run. Come on, they've had the best of times. They should slow down and give others a chance to roll. Honestly, I think what we are doing right now is like Shakespeare's Comedy of Errors. It should not be so.
Some people said that Nigeria is at a precipice right now.
We've been there too many times, and I hope this time we'll be able to get away from it.
We were in 1993.
Yeah, we were in 1993.
And that was very
scary. We were in 1979.
Yes.
See?
And
we were in the 1964 wet year.
The truth is, 64, I wouldn't have been aware. I was just 2 years old then. Right. So I was one of those they were carrying around. Not so for anything to happen. Don't crawl out there. No, but seriously, why is it that every election year we heat up the politics so much?
Some people enjoy that. They want the world to see. You see that fear-mongering, fear factor.
Yeah.
It doesn't help anybody. It takes us back, actually. So if we can tell the truth to ourselves and respect the rule of law, I keep saying that.
Yeah, but you keep saying rule of law.
Yeah, what is the rule of law?
Who is going to lead in the respect of rule of law? There is something missing in the Nigerian political space. It's leadership, good quality leadership.
Because the right people have not been given a chance, to rule or lead by example. And so somebody makes a mistake, he's at fault, he's taken to court, he's guilty. Let the judiciary handle their case themselves.
Yeah, but talking about going to court, people don't get punished. People steal money, huge sums of money, and then they do a plea bargain, slap them on the wrist 6 months.
And then, why is the money so available? Shouldn't the money be in the banks?
Yeah.
Should it be in houses or bullion vans?
The truth.
Should any individual own bullion vans? Should anybody even say why? Look, I don't see why our money should be doled out the way it is being doled out.
But the point is that there is a law, there is the EFCC Act that says you cannot withdraw more than so much in
Nobody's
cash.
obeying it. Why?
No, nobody is enforcing it.
That's
the banks, the enforcement should start from the banks.
The banks,
really.
that's right.
Because the moment you are withdrawing more than so much in cash, it should be reported.
Absolutely.
You can't do it in other countries now.
And if it's reported, who should follow it up?
Yeah, but they should do the reporting first.
True. Absolutely.
They
I agree with
should
you
do it
completely.
up to today. Many arms of government, local, state, and even federal, they withdraw huge sums of money in cash.
And that should
to do what? That shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be at all. And there's no reason why anybody should bring us so low.
Yes.
Because I think it's because of that attitude of, I can get away with it. That's why all these things are.
There's even more than I can get away. We are getting away with it. That's it. Nobody is being punished. So there is a dearth of leadership.
And then we have leaders.
Supposedly.
They call themselves leaders.
Supposedly. But you see, it transcends those in public life. Even in private lives.
Who put the people there? It's not us.
Yeah, we do.
So,
well, how many good people are coming out? You have never come out to run for election.
Was I given a chance?
No, did you try?
I tried and ran.
So then you didn't try?
I tried and ran away.
No, you didn't try.
Okay.
You didn't stay. You have to have a fighting spirit.
No, but I was appointed. I wasn't elected.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
So it's not really a case of live and let live.
Yes.
It looks like it's a case of live and let die.
Oh, not die.
That's what's happening.
No, it's a case of standing by what you believe in.
For us, yes.
Yes.
But for those who are there now, who don't want to give anybody a chance, what are they doing? They're living to let die.
Yeah, but then
me myself first.
But the whole thing will crumble. That's where we're at the precipice. That's what led us to this.
It's scary.
Yes.
Because from what we've discussed so far, I'm almost giving up saying, no matter what has been said, there's nothing I can hold on to as being the solution to the problem. I've heard Peter Obi give such a beautiful analysis of our economy. I listened to Soludo at the platform.
Yes.
You know? But I was asking myself, on the Rewani, Bismarck, who is listening to these guys? Who is willing to take the advice they have given? So everything's adding up. And it's coming to the fact that me, supposing I try, who would join me? I think that's the fear.
Hey, well, see,
should it be so?
This is what it should be. Me, I would try.
Okay.
I will be known for trying. Okay. And we've had examples in the past. Okay. We had Aminu Kano. We had Tai Sholari.
Yes.
You understand me?
Yes.
We had other people, and I'm not mentioning the big names. I'm mentioning the moderately respected names. Who stood for what they believed in.
Principles.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Absolutely.
what we're missing.
That is seriously missing.
Yes.
And there's no, I don't see any, no light at the end of the tunnel.
Well, if we say there's no light at the end of the tunnel, then what are we handing over to the younger generation?
That question you've asked so many times.
Yes.
And honestly, I can only tell the world, give the youth a chance. That's all I can say.
And on that note, I'd like to thank this is how he calls me, my brother, my colleague, and then I add my EGMO and my trainer. This is the first time on the air I will say Mr. Sonny Irabo. Usually we'll just say Sonny Irabo. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for sharing your passion with us. And thank you for still training people.
Thank you.
Thank you. You don't old though.
If you worry, you die.
Yes.
You don't worry, you die. So why?
Why worry? Okay. On that note, we want to thank you so much for being with us on Timeless Conversations for this episode. We look forward to joining you soon. Thank you.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have two interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First, party planners, event managers celebrate Network for Growth. It was a time of networking, Thanksgiving and share fun when members of the Association of Professional Party Organizers and Event Managers of Nigeria converged in Lagos for the 3rd edition of Owambe tagged Funkified. The annual event brings stakeholders in the industry to unwind, reflect on past years and projects for the future. Plus TV crew was there to bring you all the beautiful moments Let's look at this video. We'll be right back.
Scintillating scenery, great music, energetic dancing, and magical moments. It is the third edition of Owambe, simply put, Owambe 3.0. Tagged funkified, stakeholders in the party planning and event management industry gather here for the sole reason to enjoy same great moments they gave to their clients. Magic and sheer excitement encapsulate the ambience here. Members of the association with their kith and kin are treated to a lot of fun and sweet memories that will not go away in a hurry. So as the evening hits on, guests present are reminded of the journey so far.
Just to let loose and lose our own feelings at some point.
It's a time for us to unwind, to taste what other people we have been giving to other people. So you can see us. It will soon be so groovy that we enjoy the moment.
Event management has emerged over the past decade as a dynamic sector of the tourism and leisure industries. The number, diversity, and popularity of events have also grown throughout this period. With 2023 gone and 2024 getting fired on, what trends and glamour should Nigerians expect from these set of people who provide them with indelible memories? Plus TV crew gets up close to some of the key players to find out more.
Fast becoming a global village. So whatever is obtainable anywhere in the world would have to be obtainable here too, as you know, Nigerian event stakeholders. So we don't even want to say we're made in Nigeria. We're going to be global brands, but created in Nigeria.
Upward, we're trendsetters, we're pace setters. We are, everything setters in the industry. So all I can say is watch out.
Without a doubt, the event and creative industry has come to stay in Nigeria, and the country is taking the world by storm. Notwithstanding the current economic realities, active players are finding innovative ways to thrive.
And what you look for is a situation where the professional event planners, which is what this organization is about, if you're a professional event planner, you look at all the militating issues that you have. Retool, repackage yourself. In business, it's not when prices go up that you must necessarily put up your prices. You can actually hang in there, let people notice the difference you're making.
Seriously affecting us in the industry, because bringing things from China is not an easy thing now. So what we have is what we maintain. If you maintain what you have, from there, what we pray for is the exchange rate to come down.
Parties and events bring colors and smiles to faces of people. The stakeholders are careful to ensure qualitative standards, knowing that the barriers to gaining entry into the business is not much. With some support from relevant authorities, they believe that the year 2024 and beyond will be resounding with great memories and joy.
Because our back-end processes now we have to spend more money on our back-end processes. And so we look for creative ways to actually cut costs without cutting corners, and so that's a whole lot of brain work, to deal with. So, but we keep at it because we're not going to rest, and that's why we're creative professionals.
If we have not changed the event industry, you won't see people here. So we are leaders. APWEM is the place to be. We are transforming spaces, doing a lot of marvelous things, and being the leader, people are following us.
On the whole, I can say it's been exciting for us. We've been able to introduce wellness and healthy eating, even while people are partying, and for us, that's a very big plus.
The Owambe 3.0, like other editions, leads the party planners and event managers with sweet tales to be remembered, just as they have committed to always raising the bar and setting their place and pace with innovation and dedication.
Nigeria and indeed Africa have been advised to use indigenous languages as the basis for instructing students and learning in schools, as it is the panacea to tackling non-colonialism and national development. This advice was handed down during a public presentation of The First Language, Our Hope, Ideas Towards a Greater Africa, authored by Solomon Atala. Let's look at this video. We'll be right back.
Africa remains generally underdeveloped compared with the rest of the world. This author, Solomon Atala, believes that the main reason for the poor report is the continent's education, which is on the wrong pedestal in foreign languages.
Africa must be modern. That's the name of the book. Somehow, I simply wrote down the name and the title. Please, a round of applause. Celebrate, a round of applause.
At this public presentation of The First Language, Our Home, Solomon Atala is pushing strongly for the return to using the mother tongue from the elementary level. He encapsulated in this reference book, which advocates on prioritizing the African culture for the continent to take its true place among the Committee of Nations. The reviewer shares similar sentiments.
It has been, it's what we all know, that outside of the African continent, the first languages are used for education and governance. And that is the reason behind the height they have attained. But as they have attained this height by Second Industrial Revolution, they imposed their own languages on the entire of Africa.
Germans write in German, Japanese write in Japanese, Russians write in Russian, but Africans write in Arabic, they write in English, they write in French, they write in Portuguese. Okay. These days you also have people who are proud to tell you they can't speak their native tongues. They can't speak Yoruba, or they can't speak Igbo, or they can't speak Hausa.
Just how soon can this renaissance be seen? Other concerns are raised about building the capacity of teachers who will instruct in indigenous African languages. This is just as the author and reviewer believe that originality is lost when teaching or translating in foreign languages.
Even in my days then, don't speak vernacular. If you speak vernacular, you were penalized. So it is not just the mothers and fathers of today. That is how they programmed us. And they wanted us to remain under their feet. Mama, I don't think that's what I think we want to put a stop to.
You have to start encouraging people to take an interest in African studies, let me put it that way, and African languages. So when you have people who are trained, especially teachers, and it's not just at the university level, you understand, because it is the foundation that matters. So our educational policy planners, okay, should first create laws, okay, that will emphasize mother tongue education right from nursery and primary school.
The author concludes that Africa is not modern because the continent has not used its first languages in the education of its people, as done by others since Renaissance, explaining on the need to change this narrative.
Going to launch this book.
Dignitaries from within the Lagos and District Society of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, gathered to host their 59th president. It is also time to inaugurate the new excos of the FBN chapter.
This is clearly demonstrated in the vast and constantly growing community of chartered accountants on our staff list. At least 250 active financial members of the Institute throughout Nigeria.
The 31st chairman of the Lagos and District Society, Toyin Biola Salami, welcomes all present. She reflects on the journey so far, while restating the district's steadfast commitment to inspire the next generation of accountants.
We have remained steadfast in our commitment to excellence. Notably, initiatives such as the Catch Them Young program was also held in November, which hosted over 200 students.
While chartered members of the noble profession wine and dine, issues affecting accountancy globally take center stage at the interactive session. In a chat with the ICANN president, he is quick to share insight on transparency and accountability in the public finance space.
And what we have discovered is that the level of accountability and transparency is low for some states. Some states are taking the bottom 5 lowest performing states, and we have been advocating for this better transparency, because we believe that when there is better transparency and accountability, then there is an improved governance, because the various arms of government will be able to state what these funds are used for and how the funds impact on the life of the citizen.
The Association of Chartered Certified Accountants and the Institute of Management Accountants Global Economic Confidence Survey shows declining confidence among accountants globally for the third consecutive quarter in the fourth quarter of 2023, consistent with a further moderation in global growth. What is being done to drive confidence in young people to the profession, and what does the future hold for the industry?
As a district, every year we have all these programs that we carry out during the year. One of them is the Catch Them Young program, where we go to schools within our catchment area. We visit them, we give books, we give presents, we do quizzes. We try to encourage them to become accountants. This year alone, we had one in November, and we intend to have another one on the 28th of February. And all this is all done with sponsors and people who come together just to encourage our young ones to become accountants.
So what has happened in the profession is that globally, especially in the Western world, the profession is no longer attracting the young ones. And of course, you know, where you don't have young ones, the tendency is that the profession is going to get into extinction. But in ICANN, which is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, we have a program targeted at the young ones. We call it Catch Them Young program. And because of that, our program, we have been able to attract young ones to the profession.
Awards are presented to outstanding members of the district for exceptional service and dedication.
Madam, congratulations. On behalf of the ICANN Lagos and District Society, we present these gifts to the President of ICANN. So, the more you belong to a chapter, the more you belong to a district, because that's
At a line-in state in Lagos, family, friends, guests arrived to see the quintessential Vincent Dejumo Louis's corpse for the last time. Tears cascaded down on the faces of some, while others were there to comfort them. From there, his remains were moved to Holy Cross Cathedral at Catholic Mission Street, Lagos Island. At the church, the officiating minister, Very Reverend Monsignor Bernard Okodua, offers prayers for the deceased as the congregation joins the choir to sing hymns.
You give life to all things and make them holy. And you never cease to gather a people to yourselves, so that from the rising of the sun to its setting, a pure sacrifice may be offered to your name.
Popular Nigerian filmmaker Tunde Kelani shares his experience working with the late Dejumo Louis.
I happened to have worked with him in NTA, where he played the pioneering role of the village headmaster, Oloja. And he carried it on stage and off stage. He was Kabiyesi Adebosipo in Mainframe Productions, Agogo Ewo. He comes with a large dose of humility. He was famous, but he didn't carry it.
Kelani says the late icon's contribution to the entertainment industry will not be forgotten in a hurry.
He was home with everybody and inspired all of us. So we can never forget him. Even I can disclose here that the next film I'm going to make, Agogo Ewo 2, we are going to pay a tribute to his memory. So may his soul rest in peace.
The first daughter of the deceased, Adiola Folabi, says one thing no one could take away from his father was that he was apologetic whenever he was wrong. She wished him eternal rest.
What I remember the most is his voice. He had a wonderful voice and he sang a lot. And then he taught us how to sing, but he sang a lot. He was very thoughtful, and very forgiving. He can say sorry when it hurts, and I find that hard. The way we grew up, most parents don't know how to say sorry, but my daddy would tell you he's sorry when he's sorry. He has to be with the Lord. He has no choice.
More tributes poured in for Dejumo Louis as his son-in-law, Chukwuma Osakwe, recounted the moment he sought the hands of the thespian's daughter's hands in marriage. He describes him as a detribalized Nigerian. The wife of Osakwe, Adelola, corroborated her husband's view, hoping to see her father's wish for Nigeria come through.
I saw the side that the rest of the world didn't see, because I met a very playful man. When I arrived, he said, that he'd always known and prayed that one of his children, especially the males, should marry an Igbo person. But that this is his daughter now bringing an Igbo man, so that he's happy that his family is around. He wanted intertribal marriages.
There's so many of them, but they always ended with hugs and kisses. So for me, those are the things I'll miss the very most. So I'm wishing him good rest. And I'm trusting that his desires for us will come to be, right? And also that his desire for this nation, as we call that's cultural unity, is something that would really come to be, not in the not too distant future.
Vincent Dejumo Louis, an accomplished TV producer and director, played the role of Kabiyesi in Nigeria's longest-running soap opera, Village Headmaster, which aired on the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. He was one-time lecturer at the NTA College, Jos, Plateau State, and manager of programs at NTA Ibadan until his retirement in 1999. The late TV star was born on the 28th of July 1943 and passed on the 22nd of December 2023 at the age of 80.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they are also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Photography for me was more a means of expression than at the beginning, than a source of income, you know. Luckily for me, my fine art career had picked up, so I was making a living as a painter while developing the passion for photography. So that gave me the opportunity, you know, to stand my ground and beat out a path, you know, towards the mastery of my craft, and then become, you know, the Kelechi Amadi Obi that you people know today. Is all about insisting that my work had to be excellent. You see, I always tell people, do not chase success. You attract success by developing yourself. So when you apply yourself, you learn new ways, you improve your learning, you practice what you've learned. Once you improve yourself, then you add more value to the world. And then the world has no choice than to add financial value.
It took me 2 years to set up my house. I have to support my son. I have to do some things for my siblings, my younger ones. So it took me 2 years. I was making money by then. I was saving money, going to locations, but I was using a Nokia phone. I don't get carried away with anything. I don't want to stay in Lekki by force. I decided to keep my dignity against all odds. But during this period, a lot of people mocked me. How can you be staying in Obawole, Iju Shaga? Do what you can afford. Don't pass your boundary. Don't try to impress anybody. Live within your means.
Back then, when I was schooling in University of Jos, I was making music with them, Jesse Jags, Ice Prince, and everybody, Jeremiah Gang. You know, I didn't have a laptop. So, and I remember Chopsticks had one laptop that he wasn't using, but he was looking for how to sell it. So he could gather money and go back to school, and, you know, so I told him that, you know, give me this laptop, let me just borrow it. And before the next day, I zoomed to Lagos. I mean, it wasn't intentional, but I needed a laptop so bad to get my music going. And I think that's one downtime story that I've actually never told anybody. Things might be difficult, things might look like it's not gonna happen. People might even look at you like you don't know what the hell you're doing, but just as long as you know that you have your particular goal that you're trying to, you know, achieve, just stay focused with it, you know, do whatever seems possible, do whatever it takes to, you know, get to it. Because at the end of the day, winning is all that matters. Winning is all people care about. So make sure you go out there and just win. That's all.
I love storytelling. Every time I watched a film or every time I was in stage acting, I would come alive, you know, and I sort of like knew that was what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. That was what would bring me fulfillment. But the reality was I was a third-year student in a University of Technology studying chemical engineering. So I decided to quit. I decided to drop out of school. It was a struggle. No one wanted to listen to me. My family thought I was going crazy. Someone, my older brother thought I was smoking something. But I tried to convince them and no one listened to me. So what I did was to try and finish. So I went back to school, finished my engineering course, and by then I had almost forgot my dream to be in entertainment. So what happened was I served, got into an engineering firm, oil and gas, and I became an engineer, going offshore, going to the field. But, the dream started to come alive again. I'd watch movies, I'd get invited to on set by my friends, and that spark started to burn again. I started to see myself doing things, acting films, telling stories, and I couldn't sleep at night. I would dream and imagine myself in the entertainment world, and I'd come alive. So I decided I'd quit my job. And I walked back to my seat. I said goodbye to oil and gas and engineering, and I focused and faced entertainment, and that's how I got to where I am today.
To be honest, I don't want to give anybody a hope it's some easy thing to do. But rest, man. Okay, firstly, when you rest, then you pray. And that's real, man. It's not because I'm not even a churchgoer or anything, but this is real. It's because there's a power that's beyond you that works for you if you accept it or decide to go in that direction. So, for me, what works for me, what has worked for me, Buju, Daniel Benson, is I'll just kneel down and I'll tell God, this is what's popping and I want him to change it. Before I went into music, to be honest, in church, my mom forced me to church. So I go down on my knees and I tell God I want to go into music because I don't know what I'm doing in my life. And I started making music. I was in 300 level IT, I was working. They were making me carry files from places to places. And I was studying computer science technology in quotes. And I'm like, this is not making any sense. Then going back to school and knowing I can't make music while being in school because of the hustle and bustle and everything. So I leave school and I take that decision upon myself to become something with my gift, because the Bible says your gift will make room for you. So it works, man. If there's anything you want to take from that, you can take that. But that's what works for me, my G.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
A very good morning to you. You're welcome to the breakfast on Plus TV Africa. My name is Rome Paulson. Well, today is the 4th day of March. Yes, we're fully settled in March, and today we'll be looking at a couple of stories as well as taking the global headlines, making the national dailies. We'll also be taking some top trending stories, but first, let's see our quote of the day to set the tone. Yesterday's accomplishments were, or rather today's accomplishments were yesterday's impossibilities, and that is from Robert H. Schuller. He says today's accomplishments were yesterday's impossibilities. So that is just to tell you that all of the things that you thought were impossible yesterday, well, you're accomplishing them today. I know most times in your mind you might just say, oh, I can't do this, I might not be capable of this big idea that I have. But guess what? It might just seem as an impossibility today, but tomorrow it will be an accomplishment. Or in fact, it might seem as an impossibility yesterday, but today you might just be achieving those big ideas. So, today's accomplishments were yesterday's impossibilities. There's nothing that you cannot do as long as you set your mind to it. And that is our quote for the day. We're just championing you into your week, letting you know that there is nothing that you cannot do. As long as you say, yes, I want to go for this, then go for it. And you just might be surprised. You will accomplish all that you've thought about. All right, so let's move over to some top trending stories. Our first one is from Abuja. It says residents loot government warehouse in Abuja. Abuja residents have looted a warehouse belonging to the Federal Capital Territory Department of Agriculture. The warehouse was raided by the residents on Sunday morning, at which time they carted away with foodstuffs and other items stored in there. Earlier reports on social media had claimed that the warehouse belonged to the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA. However, the reports have now been clarified that the warehouse belongs to the Federal Capital Territory Agriculture Department. Nigerians have been groaning over the hardship and soaring prices of commodities occasioned by government policies, especially the removal of fuel subsidy and the unification of the forex rate. In some states, many Nigerians have taken to the streets in protest of unbearable hardship due to the high cost of commodities, especially food items. On February 7, residents of Suleja in Niger State took to the streets to register their displeasure over the high cost of living in the country. The Suleja protest came after a similar protest in Minna, the state capital, just 2 days earlier. The protesters carried placards with various inscriptions such as "Leadership is all about improving the life of the masses" and "Nigerians are suffering, stop the hardship now," among others. Days later, a similar protest broke out in the Makola area of Ibadan, the Oyo state capital, with youths in their droves carrying placards, some of which had the inscriptions such as "End food hike and inflation," "The poor are starving," and "Tinubu, don't forget your promises," amongst others. The President, Bola Tinubu-led administration has acknowledged the hardship Nigerians are facing and has introduced several palliative measures and other actions to arrest the situation, including ordering the National Security Advisor, NSA Nuhu Ribadu, and the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, and the Director of the Department of State Services, DSS, Yusuf Bichi, to work with governors to go after those hoarding foodstuffs, as well as ordering the release of grains to ease the rising cost of food items. This is quite a sad story, because how did we get here to the point where people are looting food? And that's just to let you know how much hunger is in the land. People are hungry, and so they're always going to find other means. I would not say, stealing should be the case, or stealing should be the next best thing because you want to put food on your table. But sometimes you might just be pushed against the wall. And this is the case because people can barely afford food. Food is an essential commodity. Well, you go to the market and things are so ridiculously expensive. If you bought something yesterday, today it's a different price. Every single day, the prices of goods and services go up. And most times you can't not really afford it. And we're seeing people, going to these places now to loot the food from the Federal Capital Territory Department of Agriculture. It's quite sad, and I think something should be done for this. I understand that there are certain palliatives that have, that have been put out, but maybe it's not enough. Maybe we need to look at other measures, other means to ensure that people can at least feed. Feeding is the first thing before you think about other things like accommodation, clothes on your back, the luxury lifestyle. First, you need to eat, because hunger is not even a joke with anybody. And so I think the government really, really needs to look into this, look for other measures, other things that can be put in place to just alleviate the sufferings of Nigerians. You don't want people suffering to the point that they're going, to warehouses. It starts with this. Before you know it, you're seeing an uprising in other parts of the country. For instance, there was a protest in Minna, and then another one in Suleja, and then another one in Ibadan, and then another one in Benin, and Lagos. You're seeing all of these little demonstrations spring up, and what you need to do is to cut it off, because you don't want a situation whereby hoodlums are going to hijack it, and then there's just chaos in Nigeria. That's not even the kind of Nigeria that we want. We want a Nigeria that is flourishing, thriving. People are enjoying themselves. People are they can make ends meet. Right now, people can barely make ends meet, and it's quite sad. It's quite sad, because I can only imagine what would have pushed this set of people. I mean, I'm not going to be here. I'm not going to stay here and defend them. That is a poor action by these residents that have gone into loot. But I can only imagine their thought process. We don't have food. What do? I need to feed my belly. I need to feed my family. A mother might be there with her kids crying, saying, "Mommy, I'm hungry." Or a father and the kids are, probably pulling his pants and say, "Daddy, we need food." And so you can only imagine their thought process for them to decide that they want to go loot a warehouse that belongs to the Department of Agriculture in Abuja. And what we do not want is to see this replicate, because it's a ripple effect. It starts in one place and then it moves over. What we don't want is for this to spring up in other areas. So whatever needs to be done now. That is it, because we don't want this to escalate. So the government needs to find, a way to put other measures to just curb the hardship, just try your best. I understand that they might be trying their best. They're trying everything in their arsenal, bringing out everything, but we just need more. Nigerians need more. And the prices of goods and services, the prices of food, especially those commodities, are super expensive. Those people who are hoarding food, please stop hoarding food so that we can afford them, and people can just eat. All right, enough with that. Let's move over to another story. Nigeria signs multi-sectoral agreement with Qatar during Tinubu's visit. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of the State of Qatar, on Sunday in Doha witnessed a signing of the historic agreements between both nations, opening a gateway for leveraging the potentials of cooperation in pivotal sectors of education, enterprise development, investment promotion, youth empowerment, mining, tourism, and sports. This was disclosed by the Special Advisor to the President on Media and Publicity, Ajuri Ngalale, on Sunday, said that before the signing ceremony at the Qatar Presidential Palace, President Tinubu assured his hosts of Nigeria's preparedness to welcome investors into the country, noting the ongoing reforms that favor innovation, return on investment, and multiculturalism. The Emir of the State of Qatar, His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, emphasized that Qatar is open to President Tinubu's investment push, recalling that he traveled to Nigeria in 2019 owing to his belief that Nigeria is an important and strategic ally on its own and within the context of its role in regional affairs. The Emir told President Tinubu that he was encouraged by his actions and passion to create new opportunities, and promised to follow up by sending a team of officials to Nigeria after Ramadan, as well as to advance discussions on what some of the actionable investment opportunities that are available. President Tinubu names the coordinating Minister of the Economy and Minister of Finance, Mr. Wale Edun, as a team leader of the government team that will interface with Qatari authorities in investment identification and implementation moving forward. Furthermore, during the bilateral deliberations, President Tinubu enabled a brief presentation to the Emir by the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, who spoke in detail about the high grade of several minerals, including lithium, immediately derivable across the country with an emphasis on imminent opportunities for local mineral processing and value additive industry in the sector. The bilateral engagement was followed by a closed-door meeting between two heads of state. The two heads of state before they proceeded to the signing ceremony for 7 bilateral agreements across multiple sectors. The 7 agreements signed include a cooperation agreement in the field of education, regulation of employment of workers with the Qatar government, establishment of a joint business council, JBC, between the Qatar Chamber of Commerce and the industry and Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA, in addition to a cooperation agreement in the field of youths and sports. The other agreements are cooperation in the field of tourism and business events, and a memorandum of understanding combating illicit trade and narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances. This is quite a good one. We've seen President Tinubu move around the world looking for investors to come into Nigeria. And I mean, this is a good news, I want to believe, because when you look at Qatar, when you look at the you look at the Emirates, in total, you see how much development has, really, really expanded in the last few years. I mean, Dubai was a desert. Look at what it is now. It now is a tourist attraction to the entire world. Everybody want to go to Dubai on holiday. And so you see how much the United Emirates, the UAE, has, just gone out there and created a niche for themselves, developed their entire space. And so it's nice that Nigeria is collaborating with them, because we're just hopeful that, all of those development will also come to Nigeria as well. And I love the fact that, they're trying to even have the whole bilateral agreement with youths and sports, because, I mean, the young people, they're budding with ideas, and we have so much to give. So when you see this bilateral agreements, just come hand in hand, it's amazing. My own question now is, with investors coming in, I hope we have a thriving economy for them, because our economy seems to be dwindling. So I hope we have, a sustainable economy, because we don't want a situation whereby all these foreign investors will say, no, we cannot come and operate because, you have double taxation, you have this and that, and these are certain policies that kind of limit our businesses or our investment, really. So we want a situation whereby they're happy to come because they know that when they come, they have a thriving economy that, their businesses can just flourish. But I mean, kudos to the federal government. This is amazing. It's great that we're having this, and we just hope that there's going to be more to come. I mean, it's starting with Qatar, but hopefully other countries would join in, and we can just have some really, really, really good bilateral agreements with them. All right, so our final top trending story, AFDB supports Nigeria with $134 million to cultivate rice, maize, cassava, and soybeans. The African Development Bank, AFDB, is supporting Nigeria in the cultivation of rice, maize, cassava, and soybeans to boost food production. The bank is providing $134 million to achieve this. Its president, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, said on Saturday after visiting the Center for Dryland Agriculture, CDA, at Bayero University, Kano. Adesina told newsmen that the bank will support Nigeria to cultivate 30,000 hectares and 50,000 hectares of soybeans during the 2024 planting season. Furthermore, he explained that this March, the AFDB is supporting Nigeria to cultivate 118,000 hectares of the heat-tolerant varieties of wheat and another 150,000 hectares of maize. He highlighted that in an era of climate change, only 3% of African agriculture is under irrigation. He added that the AFDB would provide grants for the CDA and collaborate with it to become a center used for prediction of weather patterns and the gathering of information that would make farmers to plan better. He committed the AFDB to work with the CDA to become one of the centers of excellence in technology, while also promising support for youth development, for youth to develop their business ideas into reality with a $20,000 grant on Agri-Pitch and Hagri Hakin. Adesina commended the Vice Chancellor of the Bayero University, Kano, Professor Sagir Adamu Abbas, and the Director CDA for assisting the farmers with access to technology in the face of climate change. In his remarks, the Director of CDA, Professor Jibrin Mohammed Jibrin, said that the CDA is renowned for its research and teaching in development initiatives focusing on dryland agriculture. Mohammed Jibrin added that the CDA had received several World Bank grants for research and had also, so far enrolled 1,153 doctorate and master's degree students in trained farmers in agroecological practices. The CDA is a World Bank supported center established to serve as a regional training hub for the West and Central African sub-regions. The Bayero University, Kano, established the center in 2012 as part of its efforts to address the development challenges of the dryland areas of the sub-region. Well, $134 million, that is a lot of money, and I hope it would be put to good use. I mean, if we can really have that, I think that might just help with the shortage in food supply. And so the prices of food as we see now might just have some form of reduction. Maybe not so much, because there's always this joke that whatever goes up in Nigeria never comes down, and gravity doesn't happen here, especially with prices. But we hope that, whatever the African Development Bank is offering for the growth of this produce, the maize, the soybeans, rice, cassava, we hope that it will be put to good use and people would not siphon the money, because there's also the case of corruption in these things. You see this large chunk of money and then you don't even know how it's been spent. There's no transparency whatsoever, but we just hope that there would be some form of transparency, especially with where we are now or where we are moving as a country. So we hope that there will be some form of transparency and people would, actually use it for what it's meant for. And so, we can, start to have a better agricultural sector where, there's more technology, there's more research, people can, plan, because there was also something in the report talking about the weather report. And when we return, we'll be on Off the Press.
Share it to everyone. This Ramadan on Plus TV. Join us for Salam Plus. Share it to everyone. Featuring Tea Talk at Sahur, anchored by 3 lively, passionate and energetic young ladies. They cover all topics relevant to today's Muslim Ummah.
How then would you advise our sisters out there in ensuring that they keep their homes safe?
If you are not healthy mentally, physically, your marriage will not work. Only a thriving woman will catch her husband's fancy.
There's more coming your way this Ramadan on Salam Plus, on Plus TV. And makes you smile, share it to everyone.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. And right now it's time to take global stories making headlines in our national dailies. Joining me to discuss this is Professor Kamilu Sani Fage. He's from the Department of Political Science, Bayero University, Kano. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, and thank you very much.
Yes, it's always nice to have you. Okay, so let's get straight into the papers. And I'm going to be starting with The Punch this morning. And in fact, this was one of our top trending stories this morning. And the major headline here talks about food crisis, tight security at Nima stores as hoodlums loot FCT warehouses. The riders here are troop fall attack on Abuja warehouse, arrest 5, hoodlums caught away with rice and others. Another rider is policemen deployed in Bayelsa, Kaduna, Delta, Osun warehouses. Reforms not meant to inflict hardship, says Shetima. So we've seen the report where it says, people in Abuja, in the Federal Capital Territory, went straight into these warehouses. to steal food. Initially, they even thought it was for NEMA, but we got another report that it was for the Federal Capital Territory, the Department of Agriculture for the Federal Capital Territory. And we see how people were just looting. In fact, I was looking at pictures and I couldn't believe that, everyone was struggling for this food. And what I had said earlier was the fact that people are hungry, and that's the reason why they've been pushed to the wall. There is no justification for just going to steal food or loot food, as we may call it. But what do you think is the problem and why people are going? There's hunger in the land, no doubt. But do you think that the hunger now is at the deepest we can ever experience, and that's the reason why people are resorting to looting?
Actually, this is a very dangerous trend. The warehouses that have been attacked already, trucks, food loaded with trucks were also attacked, and the thing is spreading to many parts of the country. So, like I said, it is a dangerous trade. The primary reason is the hunger that is in the town or in the country. And hunger takes two forms. One form is where you don't have food or shortage of food. And the other form is that you may have food available, but it is too costly for the people to buy. So this is the situation we are in. So that is why people have resorted to that. And what the government ought to do is what they say, a stitch in time saves 9. Already, these things have started cropping here and there. So the government should head it up by responding in such a way that it makes people affordable to Nigerians.
Make more food affordable. In another report, the African Development Bank is, offering Nigeria, I think, $134 million to grow cassava, rice, soybeans, and others. Do you think this might just help, especially with the food prices? Because like you said, there might be food, maybe not so much, but then the prices are so expensive that people can barely afford them. And that's the reason why they're moving into the streets, having to loot. So do you think this might just help?
Yeah, on the long run, that will help, because it will help maybe in the next 1 year or two if the money is invested, if farmers are allowed, to benefit from that, and if security is improved in such a way that farmers will be able to go to their farms, especially here in the north, which is one of the reasons. But on a short-term basis, the government ought to address this issue. Remember what happened during COVID? There were food stores that were, saved, and the government didn't distribute it and didn't bring it out. So people get to know about it, and they looted the place. In fact, that was what happened in Abuja. The place that has been attacked is that people knew that there was food there, and it was stored, and nothing is being done. And that was where they did it, during COVID. So I think on a short-term basis, that is what the government should do. And on a long-term basis, the government should invest in agriculture, not only the federal one, but even the state. For example, here in Kano, we have about 23 ASDAM, and they are not being used. So state government also ought to come. They invest in agriculture in areas that they have relative advantage. Where you have cassava, let them grow it. Where you have rice, potential for rice, where you have maize and other things, so that there will be synergy between all tiers of government to address the situation, both on short-run and long-term basis.
Yeah. I think it really needs to be addressed as soon as possible, because what we do not want is a situation whereby you're seeing this happening in other states. And even looking at the headlines this morning, it's talking about how the policemen have already been deployed to Bayelsa, Kaduna, Delta, and Osun warehouses, because, I mean, it starts with the Federal Capital Territory, but you might just see other places where people are going there to loot the warehouses. And we just don't want a situation whereby there's crisis or there's an uprising. You're even seeing protests springing up in different parts of Nigeria right now. So we're hoping that the government can do something short-term and long-term to, curb this whole food security or the food shortage in food supply, really. Another headline I want to take is still on the Punch. Is at the top. It says, report Nigerian officials demanding bribes, Tinubu tells Qatari investors. So there's been a bilateral agreement signed by the president and the person in Qatar, the head, the prime minister, or whatever we want to call him. So there's been an agreement that has been signed, a bilateral agreement between both of the countries, and we're seeing a situation whereby there's going to be, more collaboration. There's going to be more in youth and sports. There's going to be in commerce, different ones. And so the president is saying, reports, anyone demanding bribes. Do you think this is a way of fighting corruption? Because corruption has eaten so deep into our nation. And do you think maybe this is a start for President Tinubu to fight corruption?
No, I don't think that is the right step. It is okay, it is good that you assure investors that you are going to do something on that, because after all, corruption is one of the reasons why people are not willing to come and invest in Nigeria. So I think by assuring them that the government is ready to deal with it, in as much as it knows what happened. So I think that is it. But actually, the government should have gone beyond that and seriously fight corruption holistically, meaning not just passing the buck on the investors and say, okay, report if you know, but giving them the confidence that we are doing something and their investment is secured, so that they will do it. Look at what is happening now because of corruption, because of insecurity. Even the available, foreign investors that we have are migrating out. So that is a counterproductive, which I think, despite the assurances by the government, the foreign investors will be afraid to come in. But what they need to do is to see that we're able to retain those who are in there, and we create also a conducive environment for them to invest in terms of security, in terms of energy sources, in terms of fighting corruption. So we do it on a holistic basis, like I said, and that is when you will have investors come.
Yeah. Actually, it's the Emir of the State of Qatar. Anyway, so we're talking about corruption now, and, there's one thing to say, report anyone, but how about a situation whereby these foreign investors come in and they really don't have a choice? So what way would you say is best for us to fight corruption at this time?
Yeah, you see, we have things. The best way is, we allow the laws to work. In climes where they are able to fight their laws are far above anybody in the place. Take, for example, other African countries that are able to do it, and also in some Asian countries that are able to do it. What they do is that the laws, they impose the law, irrespective of whose cow is gored, they will take that measures and deal with it squarely. And the other thing is also, create the environment so that there will be no incentive for government officials or public officials to engage in corruption. where people are earning meager allowance, once they see any opportunity, they will ask of such investment. I know of a situation where foreign investor, also from the Arabian countries, one of the Arab countries, wanted to do this. They just want an assurance that the money is available for them to invest. But the official demand 10% before even, giving that assurance. So I think these are some of the things. And you cannot say the investors should report. Give them the guideline, give them the assurance that you are fighting it. So the best way, I think, is to make the laws, also looted or relooted by the agents. Look at within the agency, how between the time it was established during Obasanjo's time to date, how many of the heads of the institutions have been accused in one way or another of relooting the loot. So I think these are some of the things, the way that we have to fight it.
Mm-hmm. You got me there as relooting. So sometimes it's being looted and then the agencies reloot them again. Well, we hear cases in Nigeria where they tell you that the monkey swallowed millions or billions, a snake, carted away with money. So we hear all of that. Anyways, let's move over to The Guardian. And the major headline here says, Nigeria's terrorism index. Terror attacks decline amid new recruitment, rise in violent conflicts. What do you think about this? Do you think the terror attacks have, declined? Because you're still hearing cases even in Abuja. You're hearing, even here in Lagos, the Bagada Expressway. You're hearing where people are being kidnapped. You're hearing where people are being, manhandled. You're hearing all of this terror attacks. So do you really think there's a decline?
No, I don't think there is a decline. We have this kind of statistics always, and there's what they call lying with statistics. Perhaps they might have taken one of the averages, which, will show maybe either in frequency or they will look at the average per capita and so on. They will come up with this. But if that is what happened, that is a very good news that we have it, and that will give us the incentive to take more measures to ensure that we eliminate terrorism in Nigeria. But I think, in reality, I don't know what basis the paper has that to make that judgment. By giving what is happening on ground, I don't think it is declining, at least in the last 3 months or so.
Mm. Okay, so there's a small headline just below, and it says hardship. So this is still talking about the looted warehouses. So it says hardship, military, paramilitary to distribute food as hoodlums loot warehouses. Do you think this is the way to go? Because even if you distribute food today, tomorrow they still need food. So how long are we going to do this? I remember there was a report, I think last week, that said the president was looking to give 25,000 naira to each household, well, only 15 million Nigerians for the next 3 months. And my question then was, what happens after the 3 months? So even if I'm going to be given a bag of rice, which I barely think it will be that, maybe a small bowl of rice and other things, what happens tomorrow? So I might only feed myself for today, and how am I sure that I can even still afford food, in the coming days? So do you think this is the right way to go? Is this what is going to solve our problem, our food problem in Nigeria?
No, I think it's the wrong way to go about it. It's more of politicizing the issue. It's more of beating a dead horse by giving palliatives, or by giving just steeping for a few days, and then you allow it. Like the Chinese say, if you give a person a fish, you are giving him a food for a day. If you teach the person to fish, you are giving him food for life. So instead of the government to keep on taking these measures, on ad hoc basis, it has to look at what caused the problem and how do we arrest it. Like I said earlier on, the thing is not that there is no food in Nigeria, but it is so expensive that people cannot afford it. So by the time you give them food, let's assume to last them up to 3 months. Then what will happen after 3 months? What we are doing now is something that may not last up to a week. It will finish, and then we will be back to square one. So I think that is a wrong way to do it. And the government has already so many advisors. They should have looked at this issue and see how they address the problem so that they bring the cost of food and other things and make them affordable. We kept on saying this, the two policies of the regulation of the oil and, allow Naira, floating the Naira as the immediate cause of this problem. So the government ought to look at these twin problems so that we wouldn't have, we wouldn't be where we are now. And like I also said, this is a dangerous trend. If we allow it to continue, we don't know where it is going to end. People are crying that there is a food shortage, there is hunger in town. So I think the government has to address that, to respond immediately so that we don't have a trouble in our hands. Like this, what the Sultan said, the situation is that we are now sitting on a cake of gunpowder, which means it's a time bomb. If it's not addressed, it will explode anytime. And by the time it explodes, it will be too late for anybody to address the situation.
Okay, I'm going to take another one still on The Guardian. It says, blame governors for restructuring delay, economic downturn. Do you think the governors are to be blamed for this?
Oh yes, the government, the governors have become a sort of a wheel in the wheel of progress. There has been many attempts to, review the constitution and they sabotage it.
But don't you think it's the policies from the federal government, that causes economic downturn? So do you think the governors have, a hand in this, or they're the ones to even take the blame entirely?
No, they are not the ones. It takes two to tango.
Yes.
I just say that the government policy of this deregulation and floating the Naira is the immediate cause. But in as much as we blame the whole thing squarely on the federal government, we also blame the governors because to some extent they have the responsibility in their own domain to make life affordable. So what we need is a collective effort, not a blame game. Here we are engaging in blame game, but what we need is a collective effort. But the governors and the federal government, in fact, the local government, even though they are rendered toothless now, so all tiers of government should come together, put hands together to arrest this situation. Even though the state government and local government are not the cause of it, but they have the power also to contribute in their own quota towards addressing the problem. You see, this has been the nature in Nigeria. Like when we are fighting corruption, you see that it is only the federal government that is doing it. The state government do not care. The same thing when we are now facing this problem, even though we say it is caused by the federal government, yet this is Nigeria, and Nigeria belongs to all of us. So all the tiers of government should do, they should not sit down. If there is any federal allocation, they will just be happy and willing to take it, and they will not use it to, help in their own states.
So I know that this is, I'm talking about the Constitution, the amendment of the Constitution, but I think the governors, they still have a blame, just to take, because I would expect that each state governor would, try to create revenue for even the entire country, so for the federal government. But we're seeing cases whereby the governors go to Abuja once every month and then they're taking money from there. So instead of them to remit money and say, okay, we're making money with, whatever we're doing in our states for the country, you're seeing them go there taking more money, and so we still keep diving into loans and things that we have no business with. So I would say that the governors have a hand in that, and that's the blame they can take. But then when it comes to like constitution, what are the legislators doing? That's the question. They are supposed to be, trying to amend the constitution. I know they've said they will, and it should be ready in 2025. But come on.
You see, our constitution is a rigid one, and what they have the way of, amending it will have to go after the legislature. It will have to go to, the states for, them to vote for or against the amendment, and that is where the governors play a role. The governors have total control of their state legislature. So by the time you do it, you now take any amendment to the states, for ratification there. When the politicians tend to change it, they do not allow people to now vote like a plebiscite where people can do it. They will just limit it to the state assembly. And the state assemblies are controlled by the governor. So they do the biddings of their own governor. Remember one very important issue. That was the issue of granting autonomy, financial autonomy to legislatures. One of the surprising things is that it was the legislature that kicked against that. After the federal legislatures have passed it on to the state, and what they needed was 24 states out of 36 to okay it, but it couldn't get 24 states in the state assemblies because they are just yes men of the executive. So that is why you blame the governors there, because of the stronghold that they have, and they are able to sabotage this. And the other reason why you blame the governors is that it is only in Nigeria where you have a forum of governors, and where they gang together. If there is anything at the federal level, they will gang together and block it using their numerical strength. And the third factor that you can now say about this is the issue of corruption that we talk about, which makes it easier for things to grease some hands and get their way through with whatever they want to do.
That says states should account for money they receive, which I think should be done. There should be some form of transparency. You can't just be receiving money and we don't know what you're using it for. So talking about the autonomy that you said, you have the autonomy, but you should be able to be transparent to say, okay, these are where the funds went to. This is what we use the money for. But I want to take one more from The Guardian that says teachers endless wait for federal government's promises of improved salary welfare. One of the things that they say in Nigeria is that our teachers are not very well paid, even the doctors, but right now we're looking at teachers, and there's endless promises of the federal government saying they would improve their salaries and give them better welfare. What do you think about this, the endless wait?
Yeah, I think the endless wait is a reality with teachers at all levels. The ones like those of us who are under the federal employment and some federal schools, the same thing with state. They have been promising that there will be the good things will come later, but it is endless things. And so people are now, before teachers resign, moving from one place to another. The Jaffa syndrome started with them. Then the doctors, all based on the fact that there is no, conducive atmosphere for people to do. So that's why even there's a saying now, like in my language, that teaching is the last profession. It is just a little bit over. I don't want to use it, but it's a literal translation. That after teaching, then some people will go to looting, because that will be the only thing. It is the last profession because of the poor remuneration in terms of in the teaching sector. So I think this is one of the reasons, and this is one of the reasons also for the plight of many teachers living in the employment, and this is one of the reasons why our educational system is deteriorating, because it cannot attract good caliber people to join it. They would rather go to other sectors, especially now that politics is the most lucrative area. So people will just be rushing into politics. Either they contest or they now be advisors or whatever. They join because that is where the goodies are.
But what do you think causes this delay? Because I would expect the government to prioritize the welfare of teachers, because, I mean, that works hand in hand with the quality education that we'd want for the citizens. So what causes this delay? Why are they not, improving the salaries or giving them better welfare? Why?
Yeah, I think the reason is because the government, one, doesn't take teaching seriously. And two, if you look at it, most of the public officials, the big ones, they don't have their children in the education.
Hello, sir. Hello, Prof. Can you hear me?
Role. So
okay,
can
hear you now.
It is like what happened in the past, where the sons of and daughters of the big and the weak were all together. Then you have a situation like that. But because of this attitude, take for example the last ASU strike that we had for 8 months. It was over an agreement that was reached in 2009. For over 13 years, the government was not even willing to sign the agreement. So this shows the lack of interest in the system and the lack of trust in the system. So that is why the government will not have agreement and they will not sign. They will keep on promising that it is coming and it will never come.
That's quite unfortunate. We just hope that the government starts to prioritize the welfare of our essential workers, because teaching is an essential job. Healthcare for citizens is also essential. So we hope that the government will start to prioritize the salaries for teachers, doctors, everyone who's in the essential services. Anyways, I'm going to go to Nature News, and the headline here says, Nigeria loses 3.1 trillion naira to gas flaring in 5 years. What do you think about this one, gas flaring? And then we're losing as much as 3.1 trillion naira for this.
You see, this shows, the West in Nigeria, because if you go to the oil-producing areas, gas flaring is on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days in a year. It is meaning running out throughout the year. Just because, one, we don't have the technology to, refine it. Two, because and most importantly, because the consumers or the demand, we don't have demands of it. So we rather fly it and then sell the crude oil. So I think this is a double jeopardy. We lose a lot of money, and there is also environmental hazard, and there is also, hazard to the people in the place. So the government ought to have looked at this, but it has been with us. These 5 years, if we are to go back to when we started it, it is going to be hundreds of trillions of naira that we lost through this gas flaring.
Okay, so my final one is on the Business NG, and it talks about power crisis. Federal government threatens to sanction, revokes license of non-performing discos. Do you think this is a good way to go?
Yeah, you see, discos you can blame them, but what of the generation? Okay? Because this course can distribute what they get. But actually, from the news, what they said is that some Discord deliberately refuse to get the energy that is supplied to them for whatever reason. Maybe it's corruption, maybe it is too expensive and other things that they don't do. But I think, yes, it's a good thing, because one of the things that will make our system work is that there has to be punitive measures. People who are responsible for any policy failure, they should be dealt with according to the laws. We are not saying there will be arbitrary punishment, but there are laws and regulation governing every operation. So if somebody is found violating or wanting in that, you have to sanction him, depending on the company, depending on what the law says. That will now, one, restore what has been done. Two, it will punish the culprit. And three, it will deter others from doing the same thing. So unless we do it, unless we say the government goes about sanctioning who are culpable, then we will not be able to address the problem.
Okay. This is where we have to wrap it up, sadly, but we want to say thank you for coming to review the papers. It's always nice having you. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah. All right, we've been speaking to Professor Kamilu Sani Fage. He's from the Department of Political Science, Bayero University, Kano. And we've just been reviewing the papers talking about the state of the nation, economic matters, security, and other things. But we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be having our first hot topic. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. And right now it's time for our first hot topic. This one says, Falana asks federal government to review fuel subsidy removal. Joining me to discuss this is Abdullahi Mohammed. He's a public relations analyst. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, Nigerians. It's my pleasure.
Okay. So on the 29th of May, the moment President Bola Tinubu was sworn in to office, the first statement was subsidy is gone. And that's where we are now. So we've seen the ripple effect of that statement, where fuel that used to be for about 180 something naira now retails between 568 to as much as even 650 or 700 naira in some states. So first, let's just talk about the fact that fuel subsidy is gone. What is your take on fuel subsidy being gone? Was it a good call or a bad call?
Yes, it depends on the indices.
Okay.
On a general note, it depends on the indices. If you look at it critically, whether subsidy is a good or bad call. I will start from the fact that it's a good call, because it's one thing that majority of Nigerians, at least Even though previous government and people have been saying cabals hijack it, it only pays few cabals and so on. But with recent event, majority who accept that or agree that at least majority of Nigerians, if not almost every Nigerian, enjoyed the subsidy regime because we understand that it made the PMS affordable. It made other basic household items like food, clothing, accommodation, transportation, and so on and so forth. In fact, everything is affected. It made such things affordable for the ordinary Nigerians. But you know, a bit bad again in some extent because it took away a whole lot from the government coffers. So in that respect, the government had perhaps not too much to execute infrastructural development across the country. But the challenge is that even with what was left for government, how judicious was whether the previous government or even this new government were expending it. So that's another discussion. But if you look at the two-way thing, like I said earlier, the two indices, it's the subsidy regime had its positive and negative effect. But to very many Nigerians, and myself inclusive, definitely would have supported the continuation of subsidy, perhaps gradual withdrawal, not the major mistake, like I will keep saying, that the current president made when he made that very famous announcement on the 29th of May, 2023, when he was being sworn in. He was just coming into power. There were so many things that he never knew or he didn't know as at then because he's just going into the office. So making such a very blanket statement, I mean, on the swearing in ground was for me a very big undoing. And we saw the ripple effect, seriously, because, you know, marketers tripled the price of their goods, even though subsidy was, was provided for until June, until June ending. But because of that infamous statement by the president, marketers took advantage of that and then increased the cost of their goods, increased the cost of transportation and everything else. And we are still really battling from the ripple effect of that infamous statement. So, like I said earlier, the subsidy regime had its bad and negative side, but to a very large extent, it was more positive than negative to majority of Nigerians. Okay.
So I hear you. You say it's more positive than negative to many Nigerians, but I beg to differ that many Nigerians are suffering at the moment. And most times we see fuel as one essential commodity that, cuts across every other sector. So for instance, you need to have like a farm, and you need to have mechanization. You're probably using fuel to, run that machine. After farming, when you harvest your produce, you need to move it to the big city. You need fuel for transportation. Sometimes you have to, preserve your goods, right? You need fuel because we don't have constant power in Nigeria. So you need fuel to be able to at least, run a generator to make sure that you still have your alternative source of power. So you can see that, this fuel subsidy being gone and with it being tripled or even quadrupled sometime, yes, it's a major thing. So when you're saying it is positive, I want to understand, how we went from before May 29 to post May 29, where right now people can barely, afford the basic commodities or just even live life the way it's supposed to be. So I really need to understand how positive, because I get you. If you're saying it's positive in the sense of, okay, there were some cabals that, were just siphoning this money and, just doing all of this criminality or illegality, it's understandable. Shouldn't there have been a way to curb that than take subsidy out and then the common man can barely feed or afford anything?
Yes, perhaps you didn't understand my first statement. When I said positive, I was saying subsidies should have been allowed, and perhaps gradually taken out because it, benefited ordinary Nigerians more. And when I meant negative is that it took away, funds from government coffers to perhaps execute more infrastructure. So we are on the same page. But if I may answer your second question now, what the new administration perhaps is saying is that we needed more money to execute infrastructures. You understand? So we are taking out subsidy, and then from the federal allocations, which happen every month. The federal government and the state government have more monies now to distribute, perhaps in order to carry out these so many infrastructures that we are lacking. Perhaps whether it's even road, the electricity that you talked about, and so many other things. But the challenge here is this. I know of a Punch newspaper report that talked about in the first 6 months of this administration. Both the federal government and the state government have distributed, have allocated over 15 trillion naira, which is at least a 29% increase from what was allocated to both state and federal government and local government, if you compare year in year to the previous administration. So what Nigerians are now asking is the fact that why is it that we still have so much people going through on one-ton hardship across the country? In fact, people can barely feed, like you mentioned.
Exactly.
If the allocation to various sectors of government is increasing, you understand, and which is a direct savings from the subsidies that have been removed. So why is it that Nigerians are still suffering? Nigerians can't eat at least. Feeding is actually the basic minimum. So these are things that we should ask both the federal and state government. But if you allow me to add, the hasty nature with which the present government removed the subsidy is what is really backfiring. You understand? Yeah, nobody will talk about the fact that subsidy should be here forever. No. But at least it should be gradual when government have put in place all the necessary wherewithal to cushion the effects that we are seeing today. But it was not there, and government just took up subsidy. So these are the effects that we've been seeing since May 29th, 2023. Even though government have been having increasing allocations, but both the state government and the federal government and even the local government can't really account for.
Where we were, spending so much money and financing some certain cabals because, they come and they say these are the monies for subsidy and they take that. And most times you can't really account for what it is. But now that subsidy has been gone and they've been able to save some money, I want to believe, because if you're saying, we need to save more money for infrastructure, like you rightly pointed out, and, other amenities. So why are we not seeing all of that happen now? And isn't it just, a situation of robbing Peter to pay Paul? So they've taken the money from the cabals, but the money is somewhere else because we're not seeing it. We're not seeing any dividends of subsidy being gone. Don't you agree?
That's the issue. The government perhaps have the power to say, okay, perhaps some cabals are benefiting from subsidy.
Yeah.
But again, like you mentioned, robbing Peter to pay Paul. And so why not deal with that rather than
exactly my point,
or remove subsidy totally? Benefits majority of Nigerians, and then now that you're handing over these monies to very few people, the 30 state governors and the local government chairmen and perhaps the federal government agencies, and then Nigerians are now actually seeing the benefit of what these increased monies that have been allocated to these government agencies, what they are used for. So those are the challenges. You are running from one kind of corruption, and then in fact you are indulging or jumping into another worse form of corruption. Just like EFCC funds that have been looted, and that the CBN is saying from 2016 to 2019 they could not trace the funds retrieved by EFCC. So these are some of the challenges. In fact, there are many insinuations by Nigerians and opinions by Nigerians out there that most of the agencies put in place to fight whether corruption or to stem things in Nigeria actually spearhead negativities, which is actually shocking and disheartening. So rather than the government focusing and fighting corruption in that sector, the subsidy regime, because for instance, even now, because of our lack of data, we do not know the amount of PMS we import, whether it's monthly or annually. Accurately, we do not know. We are just suggesting. We just insinuate, even at government level, which is very shocking. And this is why the corruption is rife. So these are some of the things we need to put in place. And then why, for God's sake, that after 63 years, we are still exporting crude and importing PMS? Remember, even the Dangote refinery that we've celebrated so well, just yesterday or 2 days ago, it was all over the papers that Dangote refinery is importing 850,000 barrels of crude from Brazil and some other countries. Because what the previous government have done is that they've paid upfront with Nigerian crude. Some of the loans that the government borrowed, which is so another shocking thing. So there are so many things in terms of corruption to unravel Nigeria. And this is the crux of the matter, rather than shifting blames or shifting goalposts.
So how do we start to fight this corruption, especially in this sector? Because you even said that we do not know how much PMS, how much we import, how much crude we import, or the crude we export and the PMS that we import. And the World Bank had even come out to accuse the NNPCL of not being transparent in whatever importation or exportation that they do. And you're just saying that as well. How do we fight this corruption? Because subsidy is something that affects, everyone. From that May 29, it has affected the entire Nigeria. So how do we fight corruption to ensure that we don't even mind paying for this, but we're not paying whereby there's still corruption in the air?
It is quite simple and at the same time very complicated. What do I mean by this? Simple if there is political will from the top. From the government. And when I mean the government, I mean the president now. You see the trajectory. For the APC government in particular, the last president was the president, and then the petroleum minister at the same time. Yeah. I'm surprised that this same president, they are member of the same party anyway, also inherited same. But with that, we didn't even see clean sheets from the NNPC. In fact, the NNPC still remain one of the worst corruption hit agency, public companies in Nigeria. Like you rightly said, in fact, in the past 10, 15 years, the NNPC was not audited for a very long time. The NNPCL was running at loss, where Saudi Aramco were being listed. Their counterpart in Saudi Arabia were being listed as the third largest company and the most profitable company in the world. But in Nigeria, for donkey years, the NNPC was running at capital loss. Taxpayers' money being thrown here and there without profit. How do you run companies like that? Perhaps if it were a private company for a very long time, the NNPCL would have gone bankrupt and then closed shop for a very long time, because you can't keep running organizations at loss. But having said that, the political will is not there. If you are you are in the media space, for instance, let us digress a bit. There has been an investigation that has been carried out by one of Nigeria's finest investigation journalists, Fisayo Soyombo, on the corruptions in smuggling goods and all what have you into Nigeria. It's been out there for the past 5-6 days. The Nigerian Customs Service is seeing all these things flying. No comment. Whether to say they are guilty or not, whether to say some of their officers that have been accused are guilty or not. The Minister of Interior, whose the Nigerian Customs Service is under, also, they are seeing all these things. The ministry is seeing all these things, but nobody is making any comment. And shockingly, the president is in Qatar, perhaps he's coming back today, was in Qatar since yesterday or 2 days ago, and mentioned to the Qatari president Sheikh Al-Thani,
Yeah.
that if any Nigerian or any Nigerian agency made a kind of attempt to, induce bribery and so on, the Qatari monarch should report to him that, which is very funny. Okay, you guys are admitting even internationally that Nigeria is corruption ridden, but we have an investigation report that is indicting a whole echelon. I mean, the top and echelon of the Nigerian custom, but everyone keeps mute. So how do we build a country like that? So that's what we say. We must have a political will that is devoid of the fact that the current government, perhaps even 8 months into the first term or 9 months at most, are looking towards winning 2027. So you must have political alliances, whether they are corrupt or not. You don't want to step on toes and so on and so on. So it is a big challenge here. That's why I said it is very simple and very complicated. Very simple in the fact that if there is a political will and perhaps the president and his allies wants to have a clean sheet, it is important that they, fight this scourge head on. But complicated in the fact that, okay, this is my ally, yes, he might help me in the next coming election. I don't want to step on his or her toes, and so on and so forth. So, people in power will look away why things are so bad, within and inside the country. So this is a challenge that we face as a country. So it's going to be a very complicated one, seriously, because all facets of our economy, of our lives as Nigerians, whether it's in the private sector, it's in the government sector, public sector, go to schools, just everywhere, even the hospitals, it's shocking that everywhere is reading with corrupt practices here and there, and it's really unfortunate. We need to fight this scourge, or else, like they keep saying, if we don't kill corruption, corruption will definitely kill Nigeria.
Yeah, and I agree with you, with everything that you've said, but I'm even thinking to myself, shouldn't there be some form of agency to, just check the NNPCL? Because we're talking about transparency now, and if we don't do anything, I don't think the NNPCL is going to just come out and say, okay, this is what we've done. This, you can check our books, you can just audit them, and, it's made public to Nigerians. I would really love to see that, there's some form of checks and balances for the NNPCL. But yeah, let's talk about Femi Falana's statement asking the federal government to review fuel subsidy. What do you think about this? Do you think that is a good way to go? We need to review this. And I'm sure when we're even talking about the review of it, is probably to maybe have like a little more, because as of right now, they even say there's still some form of subsidy. So it's called a quasi-subsidy. Do you think the federal government, because making that blanket statement, maybe they did not really think too much into it, but seeing as it's had a ripple effect on Nigerians, do you think this needs to be reviewed right now?
Yes, every right-thinking Nigerian would think along Femi Falana's line, because it's really unfortunate things that are going on across the country. There have been looting of government warehouses in Abuja. Across the country, there have been private companies, trucks, transporting food that have been looted, in Zaria, in Sokoto, in so many places, which indicates the fact that Nigerians are hungry, indicate the fact that things are not going well. And I want to believe the present government is not hiding under the cloak that it's the administration is still new, because 9 months, yes, we understand 9 months is still a bit new, but it's still not new at the same time. I hope the government is not hiding under that cloak to keep making excuses for what is happening. So these are things. Like you said, but there are agencies that have been auditing, that have been checkmating the NNPCL for a very long time. What is the EFCC created for? What is the ICPC created for? You understand? But the more you look at the less you see across Nigeria. Because if we want to talk about the NNPCL, perhaps we might not. We might have 24 hours might still be a very short time for us, because this, like I said, if you want to compare them to Saudi Aramco, for instance, they are different ball games, and it depends on transparency. It depends on how you run these agencies. These are just the simple things. You understand? We understand that in fact, some of the report that NNPCL gives that is very shocking. So recently, sometimes early last year, you remember it was all over the news that we have crude being siphoned, stolen crude that have been, and the NNPCL were reporting that this has been going on for over 10 years, for God's sake. So how do you, have an agency that is saddled with such responsibility, say Nigerian crude oil have been stolen, continuously stolen for over 10 years. It's not just perhaps few quantities, large quantities of crude. And these are some of the things that we talk about. Our security apparatuses, our governance apparatuses, and so on and so forth. All are very complicit in some of the things that face the ordinary Nigerians today. And coming to your statement, which is true, even the IMF has alluded to that fact, that Nigerian government is still paying subsidy. If you remember, I think in December, there was this rumor all over the place that at least we're supposed to be buying PMS for about 1,200 naira per liter, when the government even refuted it and so on and so forth. It is because I want to believe that if some form of subsidy is still being paid by this present government, because if it's not, the way the naira has been floated, and the naira is about, I think maybe today 1,400, 1,500 per dollar. Definitely, we are supposed to have been paying more for PMS per liter. You understand? But definitely, I'm sure the current government doesn't want to go that route, because it will become so disastrous if Nigerians at this moment of hardship begin to buy PMS per liter at 1,200 or 1,300, as the case may be. So perhaps definitely the IMF and then other people are right that there is a form of subsidy going on the ground. In fact, there is an MD of an oil company yesterday mentioned in Nigeria that the government is paying 1 trillion naira per month to keep the price as it is today. Yeah.
I think I would agree with you, because I know that even diesel had to go up, but PMS is still the same. And I think it would be quite disastrous if we have to pay about 1,000 something for PMS, because as of right now, people are even screaming hardship in Nigeria. So just imagine what would happen there. But your final thoughts, what do you think is the way for us to go right now? Nigeria, we're facing a downturn that we've never seen before economically. What do you think is the way forward? And is there, some light at the end of the tunnel that people can actually hope for?
It depends on the government. And then the citizens have very very few functions, but the government have more and more functions to do. The government must think short term at this moment, because that statement on May 29th really plunged us into some of the major crises that we are in now as a country. So the government must think short term, medium and long term. Short term, I think we needed to, all of the government warehouses, NEMA has to come into play to provide food relief. All of our emergencies apparatuses must come into play to provide at least food relief to Nigerians. You understand? Because we all agree that Nigerians are hungry at the moment. So NEMA has to come into play. All of our emergency apparatuses must come into play in order to ensure that Nigerians can eat at least. Then in the medium term, we must also understand that while we have food challenge is the fact that, again, we have security issues, insecurity issues that people can't farm. People can't go to their farm, whether it's the mechanized farming, whether it's the sustainable farming for the family circle. People can't farm any longer. You understand? And we can't farm to feed ourselves. The borders are closed. We can't import food as well. So these are two things that government must look into in the medium term to say, how do we provide security so that people can go back to farm, at least to provide food to feed the nation? Or do we want to go the route of opening our borders so that we can be able to import what we need at least to feed ourselves, even though it will be at the detriment of the local manufacturers back home. So these are some of the things that I feel the government should look at, because feeding, hunger, is the last thing that could cause for any nation. Yeah, people can go without accommodation, even to some people can go without major clothing and so on and so forth. But nobody can go without hunger, without eating for 2, 3, 4, 5 days, and expected to continue.
Well, we hope that, all of these things are really looked into. We hope that they start to curb the hunger, as you say, because people can barely feed at the moment, and there's only so much they can take. There's only so much, there's only so much you can push them, really, and that's why you're seeing like the looting in Abuja, and we hope that doesn't even spread to other areas. But this is where we have to wrap it up on this segment. We want to thank you for coming and sharing your valuable contributions.
Thank you very much. Always my pleasure.
All right.
God bless Nigeria.
Thank you. So we've been speaking to Mohammed Abdullahi. He's a public relations analyst, and we've just been talking about what Femi Falana said. He has asked the federal government to review the fuel subsidy removal. We'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll be looking at our second hot topic. Please stay with us.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye. Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. And right now it's time for our second hot topic. This one, we're talking about the federal government threatens sanctions as foreign airlines stick to high fares. Joining me to have a conversation is Olumide Ohunayo. He's the General Secretary, Aviation Safety Roundtable Initiative. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so we're talking about the hike in price fares for airlines. You can barely see people afford airlines right now, or flights to other countries, or even local ones as well, because they're really, really expensive. And so some directives have been given to these airlines, the foreign ones especially, by the federal government, to open the low inventory tickets to people, to the middle class, so they can be able to afford that. But some of them have not really complied to this. So I wanted to get your take on this. Why do we even have a hike in these prices first, that people cannot be able to afford it? And why are they not looking to open the low inventory tickets?
I think we start with how they came about closing the lower inventory.
Okay.
This has to do with the funds that are trapped in Nigeria. And those funds are still trapped. The ones that were paid by the federal government were the ones that normally before you can move those for funds to their countries, their banks, their banks where they keep those money, first push the bid to central bank. Then from central bank they get some dollars and it moves from there to their account to their home country. So the ones that was cleared were the ones that were trapped in central bank that their banks had pushed for some time before. But the ones in their bank account in Nigeria is lying fallow and of no use to them. Because under the terms of agreement, in the bilateral service agreement, these funds are supposed to be remitted immediately after sales and when all tax and charges in Nigeria have been paid. And that condition has been met by the foreign airlines. So it's on that basis, coupled with the floating of the Naira, which has made it very difficult to predict what rates it will be for tomorrow. That has made it difficult for the airlines. And then right now also the I&E window, which the airlines use, has also been floated. So based on that, they cannot open the lower fares. They just have to take the risk of having those higher fares, and that they are sure that it can easily convert to dollar without making losses, because they already have losses on the naira that are trapped in Nigeria. So I think that's the issue right now. And I can tell you, the threat would not work. The threat would not work because there's an agreement. They cannot. We are looking at large quantities of funds. They cannot go to the Malams or BBC to go and change such money and say they want to support their home country. That would now be called money laundering. You are supposed to move that money officially to the Central Bank of Nigeria. That's also open to the foreign airlines, and I think we must deal with some of the mistakes we've made in the past and see how we can deal with it. But you see, rather than threatening the airlines, the best option of bringing down the fares is to increase competition. We've signed bilateral airline services with these airlines, with these countries who have sent their airlines here. We need to also send their airlines out. If you notice that just by announcing the new dates for the flight to London by Air Peace, there is a significant reduction in fares by the foreign airlines, and that's what we need.
Okay, so I know that the federal government had released about $700 million of these tickets or of these funds that were trapped. But don't you think there should be some form of negotiation? Because I know that another report said they're giving the airlines about a week. So don't you think this is where they come to the table and say, okay, you know what? We might not be able to pay you fully right now, but we have a timeline. And so by so time, we'll be able to pay you. And then the airlines, because at the end of the day, it's Nigerians that are suffering. So don't you think there should be some form of negotiation or something brought to the table that should be done for this?
Exactly. I agree with you. I think that should have been the norm. During the past regime of President Buhari, they met with the vice president, they went with the central bank governor, and promises were made that the payment would go on according to a schedule. That schedule was not followed through. That schedule did not have any form of integrity. Now, the new government has come in, there's no schedule plan. All they says that since they have cleared the one with the central bank, they are not owing the airlines any other money. Once in their bank account, they should find a way of doing it. I think that's very wrong. You can't ask them, because if they move this, the one in their banks through the BDC or through Benin Republic, that is money laundering, they're supposed to move it officially to the Central Bank of Nigeria, to their country. It's an international trade, so you cannot change the rules because you don't have forex to pay. Rather, you negotiate or you increase competition. But you see, the best way to resolve this airfares is to increase competition. It is the lack of seats. Remember, Emirates was on the Nigerian route. Emirates, people don't go to Dubai. People go to points to go in Dubai. And Emirates had 21 stock a week into Lagos and Abuja. So if that stuff returns back, then we have more seats on the international market. And they were sending Nigerian passengers to points beyond Dubai. So that capacity was withdrawn, and they also withdrew because of the trap fund. And the oil marketers here, who was supplying them oil, also refused to sell in naira, and that made them to withdraw. And despite all the meetings we've got, the president has gone to Dubai, they have still not returned to Nigeria. So we can only reduce this affairs if we increase competition and allow Nigerian airlines to participate. So we must begin to look at ways whereby we empower the existing Nigerian airlines or attract more investors to invest in the Nigerian gas so we can participate in international markets.
So I hear you. Introduction of Nigerian airlines. If we introduce competition, are we still not going to be facing the same thing? Because even the Nigerian airlines might say, you're not remitting the funds as well.
Can you take that question again, please?
So I'm saying, what I'm asking is the fact that you are saying, introduce competition. But my question now is, even if this competition is being introduced, is there no chance that this might still be the same tune that they are dancing to? They might just say, you know what, we're not remitting the funds as well, because we're talking about funds being trapped here. So even for the local businesses or the local airlines that we're going to have, what if this same thing happens as well, and we're still here?
No, I quite frankly understand your fear there, because I was once one of those that supported the entry of Virgin Atlantic into NET. It was being opposed by the unions and the former Nigerian Airways management. I supported it because I thought British Airways was having a killing on that route, and the fares they were charging was too high. And Virgin came up with some PDF tables showing how whatever they've operated to that British Airways was before, that the fares dropped based on their participation and the type of fares they were doing. And that was what Virgin did in the beginning. And when they noticed that, well, why cut the nose of British Airways when there's no competition, they joined in bringing in bridging their fares. So what you see now is that the difference between British Airways and Virgin Atlantic fares are just less than maybe £30 or £40. Now, for the Nigerian carrier, they will not be able to join in the sense that as a Nigerian airline has joined now, they have forced all the other third country airlines that operate into England, someone like Rwanda Air, Egypt Air, Qatar, Air Morocco, that makes Nigerian passengers to get over there at 4 a.m. to catch the flight. All those airlines now, we now look at the Nigerian airline now as being the major threat and begin to bring down their fares. And once those ones, Lufthansa, Air France, once they begin to bring down their fares, the British Airways and Virgin, or the other direct operators, will also be forced to look at the fares, and also try to make it competitive. But you can be sure, you can be rest assured. And what I cannot promise for improved service from the Nigerian carrier for now, but I can promise, I can stand and come back here even in a year's time, that the average fares will drop from what's obtained today.
So one of the things that was said during the meeting was the fact that the airlines have pledged to transparency and then affordability of the tickets for Nigerians. So how do you think they're going to go about this? If they're still saying they don't want to open the lowest inventory tickets, how because obviously this was a conversation that was being had. So how do they expect to go about this for the common Nigeria to be able to afford?
The issue of fares is not for government to sanction or impose. It is a commercial issue that the airlines can handle. All they need to do is file their fares with the Nigerian Supervision Authority for information and approval. Fares are commercial. You cannot force fares down. We're not in a communist country. Let them be. What you can do is to ensure that you improve the conditions of operation in Nigeria, make this work, improve safety, so I can attract more services. If you try to force fares, if you try to force the airlines to bring down their fares, what you will get is that they will reduce frequencies, they will reduce entry points, reduce aircraft size, and once that is reduced, fares will automatically triple or even double what you have done.
So how do you think is the best way for us right now, especially when we're talking about this high fares? Because you've clearly said threatening, the airlines is a no-go area. It's not the best way to go. But what sort of dialogue would you expect the federal government to have at the moment with this foreign airlines?
You have floated the Naira. You have told the airlines this is the new rate, and the new rate, given the window rate that they use for the airline, it's almost close to the black market rate. I have no problem with that. But now these airlines have money that are trapped here, that were sold at maybe at about 420 Naira then, that are trapped here. At what rate are they going to move this money out? You need to dialogue with them with the outstanding balance in the Nigerian bank account. Those funds are not supposed to be in the Nigerian bank account. Yes, it's their account, but they're supposed to be back in their home country. You need to dialogue and ensure that you find a medium on how those funds. Yes, there will be loss on their part now based on the prevailing exchange rate, but there must be a form of dialogue on how to negotiate these losses and promise on the movement and plans on how to move these funds from their bank account to their home country. And as you are doing that, which is supposed to be a temporary measure, a permanent, a long-term solution, a more profitable route for all Nigerians to benefit is to empower Nigerian Airlines, is to get investors to partner with Nigerian Airlines to move to be big enough to start operating those maritime service agreements that have been lying fallow. That is the best option. We can't just keep remitting to their home country, and we are here. We need to participate.
So since
that clause, reciprocity is in all bilateral service agreement. That reciprocity is for you to participate, and we must make use of that reciprocity.
So since you're talking about, Nigeria airline right now, don't you think, this is supposed to be a way for the government to even look at getting revenue, because our economy, is dwindling at the moment. So isn't this supposed to be a way for us to, just get more revenue instead of looking at crude every single time?
Yeah, I agree. And I think they need to look at that. Well, we had 8 years wasted by the former Minister of Aviation, Adi Sirika, who spent much of his time on personal interest rather than national interest. And the new one, Keyamo, Professor Keyamo, SAN, has
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Also developing the
Okay.
industry in general.
Okay, I missed a few points that you just made. Can you just reiterate?
But can you take that again?
I missed a few points because we couldn't hear you for a bit. So can you just reiterate what you said?
We lost that glory of building the industry and the airlines and local markets to the 8 years of former Minister Hadi Sirika, who had more of his self-interest than national interest. Hence the failure of the national carrier and all other things on that roadmap. Now, this year, the new minister, the young man, Mr. Fedos Keyamo, has all for him now to develop the industry, to empower local investors, and also bring foreign partners in to partner with our carriers and also invest in the industry. With that, we'll be able to meet up with our responsibility in the global aviation building.
Okay, fantastic. This is where we have to wrap it up here. We want to say thank you for coming. It was nice having a conversation with you. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
All right. We've been speaking to Mr. Olumide Ohunayo, and we'll just be talking about how the federal government has threatened to sanction foreign airlines sticking to their high fares. That's what we've been discussing. Anyways, this is the size of our show. We have to end it here. It's been great having breakfast with you this morning. My name is Rome Paulson, and I'll see you again tomorrow.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I left Nigeria back as far as 2012, and it was a very funny story. As you can see from my social media pages, my best food is amala. So I worked after work. I'm a medical doctor, full-time doctor. After work, I went to this famous place in Oshogbo where they have amala, just next to my hospital. So while I was there, I sat down with the food, and then I saw this newspaper advert saying doctors needed urgently in Saudi Arabia. So I abandoned my plate of amala. The rewards were just amazing, and I couldn't believe my eyes. You know, free accommodation, free flights. I was earning, I was going to earn like times 20, of what I earned at the time, in dollars as well. So I packed my bags, went home, packed my bags off to Lagos. I was at the Keja for the interview. Like immediately? Immediately, I left the Amala, went home, packed my bags, and off I went to Lagos. The next day I went for the interview, did the interview. There were loads and loads of people there. Did the interview and got picked, and I was on my way to Saudi Arabia. So from Nigeria, I worked in Saudi Arabia for 2 years, and then I walked around the Middle East, Dubai, Oman, Bahrain, and from there, while I was working, I was writing my exams to work in the UK and the Republic of Ireland. So from there, I got a lecturing position in the UK, and then I was able to pass my exams within that time. So I got my licenses to be able to practice in Europe. So at the moment, I can practice in Europe, I can practice in New Zealand, I can practice in the Middle East, and of course in Nigeria as well. So my journey hasn't been straightforward. My journey has been from Nigeria, scattered around the Middle East and then Europe. The first culture shock I faced was I landed on a Thursday and obviously Friday, but it didn't click that Friday was a day to be respected in the Middle East, in the Muslim society. So I got up, was looking for food. I got out of my house, and after walking for like 5 minutes, it still didn't click that I was the only one in the environment, okay? So after walking about, say, 500 meters, I suddenly saw a car just drove in front of me and blocked me, and then I saw all these guys in beards just came, and of course I didn't. So the guy just came and said, "What are you doing out here? It's Friday. You're supposed to be praying." I'm like, I paused, and then he says, "Okay, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" "Yeah, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" I swear I didn't know whether to say Muslim or Christian because I didn't know what was going to happen. If you say Christian and they start flogging you, if you say Muslim, why are you not in the mosque? So I paused, and the guy said, "Bring out your Ikama." I showed him my Ikama, which is like a resident permit. That shows your religion, so it shows it shows I'm a Christian. And then he said, "Where are you coming from?" I said, "I just got into Saudi yesterday. I don't know what's going on." Then he said, "Well, today's Friday, Jumat. You have to be praying. If you're not praying, you respect it. Stay in your house between this period." So I said, "Okay." He said, "Everywhere is closed. You can't even get food." So I said, "I'm sorry. I will walk back right now." And then another one that was amazing, even though I was a doctor, I couldn't speak to female patients. So if a man comes in with a woman and the woman is the one with the problem, you cannot talk face to face to her. You cannot ask her. You have to ask the husband, say, "Okay, why have you brought this woman here?" And then the husband would. So my first experience, I spoke to this woman who had a breast lump, and I was talking. The husband was just looking at me. So when I finished, he was answering me, and when I finished, the guy just lost it. "How can you be talking to my wife?" I was like, I'm not toasting your wife, guy. You know, calm down. So the medical director had to give me an education, you know, yeah. So we were able to just placate the guy at that time. So that was one culture shock for me as well. I've traveled a lot of countries. I've seen 50 different countries now. I would say that in Europe, okay, so some very interesting ones. When I got to Europe, I was in my house, just sitting on my own, and friends said, "Come on, there's this birthday party happening, let's go and eat." I said, "Birthday party? Oh yeah, let's go now, where's the venue?" So I went to the venue, we ate, we ordered, ate everything, finished. Birthday party. At the end of the day, the celebrant came and said, "This is the bill." And in my head, I'm thinking, bill for what? I should pay that you invite. I was in my house. I was in my house. You invited me. I came to eat. Now I have to pay the bill. So that was one. The second one was, of course, driving. In Nigeria, you're on the left side, but in the UK, you're on the right side. So that was another culture shock for me in Europe. Okay. It's important to state that I always talk about the way to live legally within the legal bounds without violating any international laws, which is opposed to what people do, most people do. And if you notice very well, people live, you know, it's upward movement. You're living from poorer countries to rich countries. And interestingly, it's not as if the people who leave their countries illegally, generally speaking now, are not the poorest of the poorest when you put the standard of their country into context. They're not the poorest of the poorest. But because they're looking for better opportunities, they're looking for a place where they will get, you know, larger finances, a better standard of living, education, good access to health. That's why they're leaving. So they don't care how they do it. So long as the promises, you know, they've been given good promises, then they just take that pathway. I always use my social media handles on Instagram, on YouTube, Waka Waka Doctor, to tell people of the legal ways. And the reason why people most times don't want to follow this pathway is because I would say it's inherent laziness, because you have to do the work. You know, this illegal pathway, they're possibly going to say, pay this amount of money, we will just move you across the border. But they don't consider the consequences that come with it. This way that I preach involves a lot of, you know, work. You have to do a lot of work. So it means that you have to do research, you have to make applications, you have to pay little amount of fees, and then get the end result. So if you're not open to working, I give tips, I point you towards the right direction, but if you're not open to working, then it becomes a difficult task for you. So the easiest way is to keep educating ourselves. We keep educating these people and passing the information across. And I mean, this is one thing I'm doing now, and it's one thing I've been doing for the last 18 months, using Instagram, Twitter, YouTube to pass the information across. If someone comes to you to say, okay, I'm going to take you to Europe, you're a cake baker, I'm going to get you scholarship, there are documents you want to see. There are documents you want to see. You have your original passport. Have you submitted a statement of motivation or a letter of intent? Do you have a visa? Have you submitted documents to help you get an original visa? Do you have a work permit? Have you seen an original work permit? Have you called your employers over there to confirm that I have a real job and I'm coming to resume? So that again brings me to my first point, that people are mentally lazy. They don't want to do the work. Because when someone gives you documents and say, oh, this is your document, we're going abroad, you should say, give it to me. Let me confirm if it's real. Let me confirm if it's original. If it's a work permit, I'm going to call my employers to see if this job is real. If it's a school admission, I'm going to ring up the school to find out if it's real. I told you behind the cameras, I said, people have this mentality that, you know, things work outside just the way it works in this country. It's wrong. If you pick up the phone and call an admissions office, they will talk to you. If you pick up the phone and call an employer, they will talk to you. You're just looking for information. And if the information is real, they definitely get it. So, like I said, the first way to help with spread of information and help curb this is spread of information, educating people. And that's what I've been doing for the last 18 months using my social media platforms. Nothing good comes extremely easy, okay? You have to be patient. I tweet sometimes, I say that, I say, when you travel abroad, your life changes. You know, your skin becomes fresh, your smile is different, okay? There's peace of mind, you know, things come to you easily. You can actually actualize your dreams. You can live out your dreams right in front of you because there's a system that supports that. So my advice is, when you go abroad, be patient, keep working hard, don't stop, don't relax, you know, have a vision, write it down, allow your eyes see that vision, you know, consume it and continue to work towards it. It's simply as basic as that. That would be my advice. Save, and always call home, because one of the downsides to going abroad is that it can be boring sometimes. And that's why you should call friends. Don't cut people off. Call friends. You know, always call home if you miss home. Like, I'm home now because I missed Amala. I missed all those things, so I came home. So yeah, that's my advice. Keep working. Keep your head down. Of course, keep your connections back home so that you can always come back to them. This is a huge subject. It's a huge subject, and it's not something I can share in 1-2 minutes. So I'm going to say that the first thing you want to do is open an Instagram account if you don't have an Instagram account, and look for me, Waka Waka Doctor, because I give tips. Now, there are job boards across Europe, across Asia. You cannot streamline your choices and say that, oh, I just want to be in Canada, I just want to go to the US, I just want to go to the UK. There are 195 different countries in the world, so you have to say that I'm open to any one of them. And most of these countries have job boards, okay? Websites, different websites where you can submit your applications. You go through rigorous interviews, you submit documents. If you then succeed, they are able to process your work permits and employ you. Now, some people will say, oh, I've tried the UK, it didn't work out, so they give up. But there are different countries in the world. There's Turkey, there's Lithuania, there's Kazakhstan. I know teachers that I've spoken to, in fact, 6-7 of them in the last 4-5 months who have left Nigeria to Kazakhstan, right? They teach English. They earn at least $1,800 in Kazakhstan, which is much more than what they will earn in Nigeria. So there are 195 countries. I post them, I mean, almost every day on my Instagram channel. So you can watch and see some of these job boards and apply for jobs. Some basic truths and facts is not every doctor can leave the country. So even if doctors are leaving, more doctors would graduate and you still have doctors around. But doctors are leaving in their large numbers every day. So the future of medicine in Nigeria is very bleak, because you have the extremely intelligent doctors leaving, going abroad, because the system abroad is extremely encouraging. The system abroad gives you opportunities to become greater than what you can ever think or imagine. People keep writing their exams, people keep going for interviews because the system allows it. So the advice straight up I'll give to the Nigerian government is, first and foremost, create a platform that encourages us as doctors. Facilities, give us things we can, it's not as if, you know, things we only see in the books, things we can see and work with. Pay us money. I worked in Osun State. My salary in 2011 was 90,000 naira. I was doing 2 jobs and I couldn't earn 120,000 naira, 2 jobs. When I went to Saudi Arabia, salary was $5,000. Look at the discrepancy, it's too huge. And they were owing us 6 months. You owe someone 6 months. How can, I was seeing 200 patients in a day. 200 patients. How, I mean, the first 10 patients I see would get the best out of me. The other ones, the truth, it's just the truth. The other ones would be people, that's it. It doesn't work that way. Create a good culture, a good environment for doctors to work. Pay them properly. You know, give them, you know, standard remuneration that they can compare with their friends and colleagues abroad and say, okay, yes, we you know, it's commensurate to the work we do. Nigerian government really has to improve. The future of Nigerian doctors, sadly enough, is abroad, and countries are asking for them. Like the PLAB exam is an incredibly easy exam to just write and pass. So people are writing it and moving. You know, so if Nigeria cannot improve these parts, payments, facilities, you know, then it's a poor tale. I would end on this note to say that this is a popular theme that I've always passed across, to say that travel is not necessary of money, but of courage. And the reason is because it takes courage to decide to leave a place you've been for many years and go to a place that's brand new. You're going to be leaving your friends, you're going to be leaving your family, you're going to be leaving your job, you're going to be in search of ways to make money, search of better career. So it's often very difficult. The first step is the most difficult one, the most daunting one, saying, I want to move. It's very difficult. But I would always encourage you to take that step. When you start, you will get to the end. Don't wait, start now. It's another year, it's 2022. My aim is to get at least 2,000 people abroad. So if we can do that, we've succeeded, okay? There are better opportunities out there. If you're attaining this level right now in Nigeria, if you go abroad, you'll be times 20. That's it. So start now, make the move. If you're in town, if you catch me in any of the cities abroad, you can holler at me and I'll be there. Traveling abroad, migrating abroad is not age specific. You know, age is not a limitation. Even if you're in your 50s, you're in late 50s, you can still go abroad. I always talk about academics because academics seems to be the easiest path. But even if it's true career, like I've said earlier, you can go search for these job boards that will give you employment. Again, experience counts. I'll give you an example. Places like Australia are in need of people with huge experiences in different fields. Whether you're a cameraman, you're a technician, you're a chef, if you have 5-10 years, electrician, 5-10 years of experience, and you apply for jobs in Australia, they'll take you. Estonia, Lithuania, these are places that are in need of vocational, you can do vocational studies. If you're not a skilled worker, so to say, these are places that are in need of you. So age is not a factor. So even if you're 50 and you have 15 years of experience to back this, they're looking for you.
Down, let's say 3 to 4 days after, we were still running around the circle. It was more like we were not even leaving the environment because everywhere looked alike. So I just told my sister, even if we are going to the land of the dead, 4 days is enough for us to have gotten to where we are going. Are you sure there is no problem? Sister said, nothing, let's just endure. And then after a while, she will ask me, that thing you said is true. Even if it's land of the dead, by now we should have gotten somewhere that is close to the land of the dead that we are going to. And the funniest thing is, all these things was going on under a scorchy sun. Like, the sun was not friendly, very hot. There are no trees around. Everything is just blank, like you're just seeing only the soil. That sand is the only thing you're seeing. So you're not seeing anything that is going to give you hope. And then to worsen it all, you're seeing bones. If they pack and say rest, the only thing you're going to see is probably bones from animals and human beings that have died. some people will just, maybe like people who like playing, will just put their hand like as if they are packing sand, and then the next thing is bone. They will just scream, hey, see bone, oh. Everybody will run, you know. It was just, now I'm laughing, but then it was very traumatizing, like you see weird things only. So after that, we noticed that actually we were running in a circle. So the driver explained to someone that there were security persons around, policemen, that's the Niger police. So we are not supposed to pass them except they are not there. So we'll have to wait until those policemen are out. And then I think after a while, those policemen started getting really close. So the drivers left us. They fled for their lives. And then where they parked us was very hot. So we sat there, we were waiting for them to come back. Those security or policemen didn't even come where we were. But then we lost someone while struggling for water. There was no water. The drivers had already left. So I think the man's heart failed. He's not a young boy. He should be like around 50 something. So I think his heart failed or something. I don't even know what to say happened to him, but he was just lying down. Nobody had a clue that the man was already dead. So when the drivers eventually came back, they found out the guy was dead. They just did their Arab or Muslim ritual. Just did something, put their clothes, then used sand to cover the man, and that was all. We left, you know. We all cried while leaving. People were singing sorrowful songs. And then after a while, the police caught up with us. But that part too was traumatizing for me because the drivers left again as usual. They started running. This time they were running and asking us to jump out of the hills. They were running with their cars. It's not like they are running, they parked somewhere and left. No, this time they were running with their cars and they were asking us to jump off the car. It was difficult for me to jump. I don't know, I'm slim, but I wouldn't say I'm athletic. So a lot of people were jumping out. It was hard for me. So, but at some point I jumped. I didn't sustain any injury as at then. But then when I was running, because of the nature of the place, there are thorns everywhere. The thorns kept piercing my leg and everything. No sandals. We already lost our bags in the car. I was just running alongside people. So the kind of race was, people are running towards this direction. As they are running back. People are running towards this, you join these ones. You know, everybody is trying to escape, but the security persons had already surrounded everywhere, and then with armored cars, I wouldn't have an idea if they were asked to shoot anyone, but they were shooting, kind of to threaten us to stay in one place, but people were still running, so the shooting continued, didn't stop. So while they were shooting, at some point, they are not shooting like randomly, like maybe releasing bullets often, but just once, just like that. So a lot of people were running towards a direction. I joined them. Anywhere they are running towards, I joined them, just like that. But then, at some point, my sisters already left me. I don't even know where they ran to. The guy that was supposed to be taking care of us also left. So I just stood somewhere, and then I said, if these people are going to kill me, let them just kill me. I was crying, like, God. I was crying seriously. I was saying, just kill me. If I just remember that moment, I'm like, God, if I could survive that, there is nothing that God can't save anyone from. I was crying. I was saying, just shoot me, just kill me, let me just die. What kind of suffering is this? I was crying, and then the guy stopped. And then he was like giving me signal to come closer, come closer. So when I got closer to them, the man said, enter this place. I entered. He gave me water. That was the first thing he did. So it was like, don't worry, no problem. So when he said that, don't worry, no problem, I just felt like, okay, then why is it that they are now chasing us? Is it like they want to save us? Is it like they want to help or anything? So at some point, they brought us together. They were able to they were able to gather as many people as possible, to the extent that we filled this big truck was filled with people. And then some hillocks too. had to join in taking us to the police station. They brought books, we started writing our names. Everyone, write your name, write your country, write your name, write your country. Everyone, people were just writing their names and country. We did the same. So they brought us together. And then they told us, okay, they are going to take us somewhere. And then that's where we will sleep for the night. And then they will register us and return us to our country. But before then, a white man came to speak to us. So the man asked us where we are traveling to and why are we traveling. So many people were saying, I was just looking. So many people were saying, there's hunger in my country, they are killing us in my country. There's suffering in my country. There is this in my country. You know, a lot of people were saying their reasons for traveling. He wasn't asking personally. He was just asking the entire people who were there. And then they were filming it. So majority of us had to cover our face so that we don't get captured, but some people were really vocal, like saying so many things before the man addressed us and told us that he's been to Nigeria severally. And then he's been to most of the African countries too, that we have food, a lot of us have good shelter, particularly Nigerians. He kept hammering, particularly Nigerians, there is good food in your country. I've tasted this, I've tasted that. You know, he mentioned most of the meals, and then he told us that there is no cost for this kind of traveling. Do you even know where you're going to? Do you know if it's worth where you're going to and all of that? Then they took us somewhere. They put us together in a particular environment. And then a few days later, they came to tell us that we'll be leaving back to our country. So there was rumor everywhere. People were saying, I pity people that will go back to Nigeria. I just pity people that will go back to Nigeria. The kind of suffering they will go and suffer. Police is already waiting for them. My brother called me, said that there is news that they are bringing back people, that police is waiting for them. They will arrest them because they traveled without documents. So we were all scared. And then we decided to run away, majority of us. So at night, while the security guards were sleeping, majority of us started jumping out of the fence, and then somebody brought an idea to open the gate, you know, some kind of dubious act, which is not actually good, which wasn't good for us. But because of the kind of rumor, because of the kind of things we heard, we joined, everybody left. You know, we're still hiding. It's not like you're leaving and you're just coming out to say, I'm going. No, you're hiding from place to place, hiding until we got to a particular house. When we left, we got to a particular house where there were 6 of us in a group now, no longer I and those my 3 people. They were with me. Those 2 sisters, that guy, the 4 of us were complete as at then, and then 2 other guys joined us. So the person that owned the house agreed to keep us in her house for that night. And then I think her husband came back and asked who where. She told the husband brought a driver. So none of us had an idea that we were sold. So the man sold us to the driver. None of us had an idea. We just thought the man helped us. You know, that was the idea in my head, like, God bless this man, he finally helped us out of this place. So the driver took us, proceeded to somewhere they called Nitel. That was what they told us, that place is Nitel. So they hid us in their family house at first. Then in their family house, we met their one of the sisters that had already gone to Italy before. The lady told us she can't speak English, so she had to use diagram to express herself. She gave a sign of water and then a ship on the water, and then she told us how she was working there. She was washing clothes, that's probably doing dry cleaning or something like that. I don't know what she was doing over there, but me, I just assumed and then I told my sisters, that means maybe she did house help work over there. So we had fun with them because they were nice people. I didn't figure out if they were among the people who bought us, but they were nice to us. They gave us food. That was the first place where I had to brush my teeth, have my bath, you know. It was a good treatment for us. So throughout the 4 days we were in their house, they treated us nicely. And then after a while, the driver came back. And then the driver told us that in a few days he will come and take us. This thing was already summing up to like 3 weeks already within the desert environment. A few days later, he came again and then he said, oh yeah, get ready. You'll be leaving this night. After a few hours, he came back in the night, and then they told us everyone to lie down inside the hillocks, and then they sealed it. So they took us from there, took us to another garage. Then that garage, they had a lot of drivers now. It wasn't just him. So I think he was looking around for passengers, but didn't succeed that day. So he told us to stay in a particular room, don't come out till he comes back. 4 days later, he came back with food. He didn't take us out of there. After like 2 days, he came back again, came back with food. So I told my brothers that the food is not as if it's enticing. This guy has caged us here. Probably something will go wrong. Let's leave this place. So the man and then the other guy that was with us said, okay, let's leave. Okay, so if we leave now, where will we go to? I say, me, if I leave like this, I'll be walking down. I would want to see a policeman. They should take me back to Nigeria. What kind of suffering is this one? This place that they locked us for like 4 days. Not as if the house is very enclosed. That same breeze that was even blowing in the other place was still blowing and bringing sand. So that I'm not comfortable here. They said, okay, let's leave. We left. We met some drivers. Those ones, come. They served food, eat. Don't worry, we will take you. Libya, they are not even calling it Libya. They will tell you Libya. Libya. I'm like, I'm not going to Libya, me, Nigeria. No, Libya, like their own is, don't worry, we will help you anywhere you want to go to. That particular place you want to go to, we will help you get there, but you can't go back. So I told my brother that these guys are actually saying that they want to help us go back to go to Libya, but they can't help us go to Nigeria. My brother was like, were you intending to go back to Nigeria before? We're going forward, though. It's not backward. You know, after everything, we spent a few hours with those guys, no headway out. I told them they are not even ready to take us to Libya. I carried my bag. And it was more like that stubbornness was actually what saved us, because I don't even know what was their plan. But I just told my brothers, I'm not staying here 1 minute again. I'm leaving. So, because I was stubborn, they said, hey, if we leave you now, who knows what will happen to you? Oh yeah, let all of us keep going. They joined me. The drivers were offended. They were like, come back. We didn't answer. We left. Until we met these policemen. So one of the policemen just called us. And then my bro said, we are going to Libya. The man said, you don't have, like he was explaining to them, my bro, saying, you people don't have problem. I will carry you to where your brothers are, plenty. And then I figured out, okay, plenty Nigerians. And then I told my brother, if there is a place where a lot of people are, it's better than this place where it's just the 6 of us. So they took us from there to where a lot of Nigerians are. I met a lot of people. I felt a bit comfortable. There was not much space for the 6 of us, but we just had to like manage in that place where they kept us. And then we spent some days again there. So we were waiting for the drivers to come. They didn't come. And then after a few days, the drivers came. So they started calling, like they shared us into groups. This driver take this one, this driver take this one, this driver take this one. So then we're already approaching Libya. So they took us, it wasn't now up to 2 days, we got to Libya. So when we got to Libya, I think it was the border, the driver came down, he then asked us to pay a certain amount of money. He asked everyone to bring a certain amount of money, so that my brother helped us to pay ours. And then they took us from there. After paying that money, they took us from there. They just proceeded into Libya. We got to Saba. The driver called someone. That particular person they called came around, and the person told us that he's going to take this group somewhere. So they took that particular group. They were just taking people like in groups, in different groups. And then from that point, they took us to a particular man. The man is Igbo. So when we got to his house, The man looked at all of us, was like, the guys, this is your room. The girls, this is your room. So in that room where he said is for the girls, I saw a lot of ladies, even people that were younger than me were in that same room. So I was like, how did you guys get here? What is going on, you know? We started talking, a lot of Benin girls, they were just saying, welcome Odisona Jadid, welcome Odisona, you know, Jadid means new person. You know, they were just saying a lot of things. And then at the end of the day, I got bonded to a particular lady that really shared her experience. Happened to be that she has not been able to pay her money. So when I asked her, she said 300,000. So we started getting information from the people within that if you're unable to pay your money, you stay there. So towards the evening of that same day, like around 5 p.m., the man came to assemble all the new passengers. All the new passengers come outside, we came out. He took us to a particular hall, asked all of us to sit on the floor. We sat down. He said, we are welcome. We answered. Me, I was even feeling comfortable, believing that this person is from my place. He's a Nigerian, so he should be nice, you know. So when he was about to tell us what Libya was, the first thing was a gunshot. In fact, for like few seconds, I couldn't recover from the shock. I had to hide behind our bros, like the whole of us just held him. The man said, everybody, oh yeah, this way. Like he had to like scatter us so that we don't get to communicate with each other. He had big boys. In fact, those big boys, if they handle one person, I'm sure the person will not survive it. So I was shaking. And then the man said, he just wants to let us know that we are in Libya now. And that now that you are here, he's giving us just a few hours to give him his money. He paid for us, he bought us. He was saying it like, you know, when someone is actually practically trying to pass a message across to you with everything he's got inside, the kind of anger, I'm like, I didn't offend this man before. But the way he was saying it was like, I'm just telling you that you have to pay this money within the space of so and so hours. If you don't pay it for the girls, you work and give me my money. For the boys, you die here. So the thing sounded somehow. We just had to like beg him, just allow us to discuss. We are from the same family. He said, okay. After a while, then my brother said, please give us your phone. You are begging in tears. If you are even asking for the phone, it's not up to like, they are not giving you to call. They are giving you to just say, I'm in Libya, please call me back. You can't use their airtime to inform whoever you are informing. Sorry. So at the end of the day, we were able to reach out to the people that invited us to France. Those ones said they would send someone to come and pick us in a few hours. We should be patient. We were there, we were waiting. After a while, I came to call down my bros. Your people, they disturb me with call. Your people, they disturb. If they disturb me again with call, now I go beat you, you know. We're hearing it from our own side, and I was like, is that not bros this person is talking to like this? You know, the fear was more. We pleaded, okay, can we talk to bros? So you have to plead to see a guy in that room. In fact, you're not even allowed to see a guy. They don't give you room to see any guy. So we're able to like talk to bros. How far did they call? He now asked for phone again to reach out to them. So he was able to get to them again, and then they sent someone across. So I think the person who was supposed to bring the money was now pricing lower than the 300. I think the person was now saying 250. That was where the anger came from. At the end of the day, the man came with the money. He paid 1 million for the 4 of us, and then took us from that place to his house. From his house, we moved. It's still within the, still in Libya. So from that place to the sea coast, and the sea coast was not very easy for me as well. That's from his house to the sea coast was also very traumatizing. And then at some point, I even had an experience where I was sleeping in a room. In that particular room was mixed with both guys and ladies. So there was this Sudanese that they brought into the room to join us, because initially it was with Ghanaians. So the Sudanese took a part of the room, we took a part of the room. And so in the night I was sleeping, I covered myself because I have this habit of using wrapper to cover myself from foot to head. And then there was this guy that I don't know, among the Sudanese, he crawled to where I was, tapped me. I woke up, I was like, what? The guy put his hand in his pocket, brought out 5 dinar. 5 dinar in their money is 500 naira, Nigerian naira, and was begging me, like, I could not wrap my head around it. So I just screamed, and then the Ghana guy woke up first and was like, what is happening? You know, they started arguing amongst themselves, and at the end of the day, those Sudanese, they apologized on behalf of their brother, that they were sorry about what happened. Probably he just thought something different in his mind before bringing it, that they are sorry. So the whole thing was migrants abusing migrants, security agencies abusing migrants. The experience was just too hard for me. I had a case where someone was trying to communicate something to me, that I should sit down in the vehicle, those long trucks. I didn't understand him. I don't know that GAMS means sit down. I'm just new in the environment. But this man had an idea in his head that any language he speaks or whatever he says, I should understand. So the next thing was, I don't know what he used in hitting me on my head. I was bleeding, and then somebody was saying, sit down, sit down. That's what he's saying, sit down. So I sat down, and then I noticed I was bleeding. And the lady was like, sorry, if I knew you were the one he was talking to, I would have told you to sit down. If you are sat down, the guy will not hit you. And then in most cases, for them to say sit down, they will have to shoot, you know, for you to sit down. At least the communication differences should have been understood by them, but the case was different. For them, when they communicate, you don't understand, they become violent. So it was really hard till we got to the sea coast, spent some time around the sea coast trying to cross, had people die, someone died while giving birth. So had cases of people dying. A particular lady died trying to give birth because there were no professionals around, and then people claimed that in their countries they were professionals, they could help her give birth, they could help her deliver, you know. It was a sad experience. At the end of the day, she died, the baby died, and I just told myself, this one is just a wasted time, like wasted efforts. You're trying to get out of trouble, you get into more trouble. And even family doesn't know where you are because you can't even call them. I don't have access to any communication device. I can't reach anyone except maybe I'll have to pay someone to borrow his phone or have to, you know, the situation was even very difficult because a lot of people will not even give you their phones to make call. They wouldn't even want you to buy the airtime to make the call. So it was a very difficult one until finally the security agencies came. They arrested every one of us around that sea coast. They arrested everyone. In fact, people tried to escape. Some tried to jump into the water. You know, people tried to run, but wherever you are, they will find you and they will bring you back to the spot. And then they took us to a detention center, Garian. After a few days, they also took us from there to Tripoli, Terigmata Detention Center. So it was in Terigmata that the International Organization for Migration came visiting, and then some UN agencies, once they come around, they check on us. Whenever they are coming, these Libyan agents, policemen, they will ask us, they will give us so many things. You wouldn't even know if it is the UN guys that brought it, but when they are gone, they will lock us up back again. When they come around, we'll do sports, they will bring us out. It's as if we're enjoying our lives. When those guys are gone, we'll go back to the prison, they lock us up again and all of that. So IOM came, we all filled forms, those who want to go back home, because a lot of people said they are not going. Those ones that didn't go did what they call banamish. You pay, someone pays for you, like someone will come around pay, yes, kind of bail them, pay the money, take you out of the prison, and then you work for the person. So I almost tried that, but a particular lady, she's from Delta, so she speaks my language. And then she told me that if I pay this money, in fact, she used our language to tell me, Idama, that is, if you try this, you just die. And then if I remember that she told me that, and if anyone comes to me to say, I want to help you to live here, I would just tell them I'm not interested, I want to go back to Nigeria.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Comic Republic is a Nigerian startup where we tell African stories. We push the African narrative forward through a traditional art form that is popular all around the world, which is comic books.
We kind of write stories that everybody can find a bit of themselves somewhere in there. You know, when you read our books, you will always be able to find one book that you are able to connect with, even if you are not an African. It's not just for Africans alone, but it's the African narrative. That's really what we do.
We take the process of telling our stories, you know, making our comic books engaging. We do it professionally and we take it as a business. We're growing bigger every day.
You know, we try to make sure that all of our comics, all of our content has a positive message underlying them, even apart from all the action, all the punching, and all the superheroics.
Right now we have close to 48,000 downloads per comic book. We get between 5,000 to 7,000 unique visitors every week. Nigerians have been really excited to see people in Nigeria creating heroes from Nigerians, telling Nigerians that we can be everything we need to be if we only try. The comic business actually has a wide range.
One of the major things that actually helps us to move forward here is the fact that we are more than just a team, we are a family. And family is everything. We understand ourselves, we know what we're meant to do when we're meant to do, and we get them done.
The first and foremost vision for Comic Republic is to take control of the African narrative. Who are the biggest superheroes you know today? You're looking at Spider-Man, Captain America, and Superman. If you look at the colors of their uniform, they're all the colors of the American flag. If you look at where those people come from, they come from America. This is a way that a country has, from generation to generation, you know, programmed their people to believe that they are strong and they are efficient. We want to do the same with Comic Republic. That's what we want to do at Comic Republic. That's our vision. And until we're number one at that in the world, we're not going to stop.
This is Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events which made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uyime Elijah. The 2023 governorship election in Edo State is just around the corner, and we will keep you posted on events as they occur. And now to our first report. Youth in Nigeria form a major part of the country's population. However, the challenges for them to contest and win elections in the country are enormous. This is the reason behind a one-day youth electoral reform forum in Benin City, where youth from Edo, Delta and Bayelsa states, including leaders from the National Youth Council of Nigeria, journalists, members of socio-cultural groups, civil society organizations, and some persons living with disability, engaged in discussions that formed recommendations for electoral reform in the country. Daukuru Gray has details in this report.
The South-South Youth Electoral Reform Forum, in its coalition stage, is aimed at supporting youths to lead electoral reform efforts. It is also meant to get them involved in the electioneering process and become card-carrying party members even as the Edo governorship election is approaching.
This project is supporting youth to lead electoral reform effort. And we chose Benin because Benin will be having up the cycle election, and we think it's necessary. This forum and all that we have done here, the recommendation, all the highlights we've had in today's forum will be passed down to the youth so that they will not become willing hands, for election violence in the hands of politicians. This is the coalition stage. We believe that after now we'll be going in to do advocacy. So we're coming back to Benin to carry out voters' conferences so that we can also take this message probably to communities. And that was the tension that is already building up here.
Young people in the Niger Delta should get involved and get engaged. They should engage the process. Engaging the process is by becoming party members, not just being members of political parties that are not card-carrying members. They should be card-carrying members of political parties. What we are trying to do from this reform is to see that the voices of young persons are being included. And while you see that young persons are making recommendations and these recommendations are getting to the House, I think it's something that is going to boost the confidence of young persons to participate. What we really want to see is increase inclusion in our electoral process. And you know that young persons make a large chunk of our populations.
Appreciating the organizers for putting the program together, participants say the issues in the electoral system are economical.
First, I want to appreciate the organizers of this very, very beautiful forum. It's been a process of relearning and also unlearning a lot of things that I actually know proud before now. Most important is the need to pay attention to how the electoral chairman, INEC, is bring to bed.
It's our hope that these recommendations will be carried into part of the electoral amendment process so that we can really hit the nail on the head. So, however, we still understand that the background issue on electoral issues still boils down to that of an economic one.
Some of the challenges highlighted during the discourse that shaped the 2023 general election were the sudden Naira redesign policy, electoral technology, voter suppression, misinformation, and violence, amongst others. Daukuru Gray, Plus TV News, Edo.
Straight now to Taraba State, where the House of Assembly has ratified a bill promoting the rotation of a first-class chieftaincy stool among 3 major ethnic groups in Takum local government area following a 28-year-old tussle. The bill also called for the creation of 3 third-class stools. Correspondent Jude Nuhu Gundale filed this report.
The Abel Peter-led committee in Taraba State is working to resolve the 28-year monarch crisis in Takum local government area. After a public hearing on an executive-sponsored bill, the committee has presented its findings to the House for deliberation, despite divergent views from stakeholders.
Pleased to inform this Honourable House that the response of the stakeholders to our call for memorandum and invitation to the public hearing was highly commendable. For the avoidance of doubt, the following organizations attended the public hearing to make oral and written submissions.
State lawmakers passed a bill presented by House Committee Chairman Abel Dyer, allowing the first-class stool to be rotated between the Chamber, Koteb and Jokun Takum ethnic groups after a unanimous decision following a public hearing.
As member of this 10th Assembly,
I am proud because history will be fair to each and every member of this 10th Assembly. Where there was a vacuum created by reason of death or one thing for over 28 years ago, today we are on the path to filling such a vacuum. A vacuum we want to believe will bring about the restoration of total peace in Taku.
I believe that a time will come that similar situation may happen in some particular place. And once that happens, the way it's being taken here, they should be able to accommodate as well. So that the spirit of accommodation and sharing should come to stay in Taraba State.
Deputy Speaker Amanadaba Abdullahi emphasized the decision of the House to accommodate all stool owners, citing a previous truce for the Force Class 2 in Sardauna local government area.
There was similar issue in Sardauna Traditional Council, which was give and take. Mambila have over 90%, but they accommodate their brother, the Fulani, and it is the same law that we enacted here. So therefore, I don't think this is the first precedent.
Ibrahim Daya, the House Committee Chairman on Local Government Tradition and Chieftaincy Affairs, has recommended modifying the bill's title to give tribes in the dispute a sense of belonging. He also stated that the new law has resolved the chieftaincy dispute among the three major ethnic groups in the Takum local government area.
I do believe that if this bill is strictly followed, we'll have everlasting peace in Taku. As far as the issue of chieftaincy is concerned.
The governor is set to sign the House bill for the rotational system of Takum first-class monarch and establish 3 third-class chiefs.
Artificial intelligence, AI, has been on the upsurge for quite a while now in other parts of the world. No doubt Nigeria would not want to be left behind, as such a development could result in ease of life in many areas and aspects. From top to bottom, an event tagged Adapting AI for Nigeria, Crafting Intelligent Solutions for Our Unique Landscape has created an opportunity for tech enthusiasts, entrepreneurs, students, and investors, among others, to have better insight into how Nigeria could be ushered into an era of prosperity by using AI. Our correspondent, Abdusalam Joki Lasisi, has more.
Keen-eyed and curious Nigerians are seated in this hall. They are seeking more knowledge about artificial intelligence at the Artificial Intelligence in Nigeria AIIN conference. The event hosts all-round interested Nigerians, indicative of the rise in the need for all to know more about AI and what it holds for the future. Many institutions and establishments in Nigeria have at some point navigated the waters of the AI sector. One of the sponsors is the Wigwe University, founded by the late Dr. Herbert Wigwe. A speech is dedicated to the late business mogul.
The words of Thurgood Wilder, an American novelist, who once said, "The highest tribute to the dead is not grief, but gratitude. With grief, you are left with no choice. You are held in its grip, whether you let yourself go or not, it's there. In many ways, it will always be there. But with gratitude, it's a choice I have made. Grief is inevitable. Gratitude is a choice. It's a decision I've made."
Speakers, including the founder of Innotelligence, Dr. Phil Ogun, hints on how AI can be effectively integrated into Nigeria. He speaks alongside others.
But the plan for us and what we're currently doing is to apply all of these things, AI, robotics, software engineering.
I'm going to focus about the fact that AI can help transform businesses and it can help in terms of making decisions faster for customers. It can also help improve customer experience and customer journey, basically.
Meanwhile, Dr. Phil Ogun shares his thoughts on how Nigerians could become more accepting of AI.
It's for us to know that there is no stopping AI. A lot of people have been talking about how AI could cause harm, and that's very true. A lot of people are talking about bias in AI. That's very true. But these are the challenges that you have when you have a new technology, okay? But with time, all of these things will go away.
just as participants speak on how impactful the event has been.
People have really been wondering, they are scared that is AI is going to take their job. No, quite all right. But if you don't upgrade yourself and get in tune with what AI, the next level, then those that know AI, that can operate AI, will take your job.
Africa being that environment where the young people want to thrive in the AI space, having such opportunities and hearing from such people with such amount of wealth of knowledge is quite inspiring.
The organizers say Nigeria cannot be left behind, hence the importance of the event, which seeks to usher in both the country and its citizens into an age where humanity and AI work together to achieve success across all sectors. Abdul Salam Jukila Sisi, Plus TV News.
The Lagos state government says it acknowledges the important role the private sector and non-state actors play in the socio-economic development of the state and the country. Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Obafemi Hamzat, said this at the commissioning of the newly renovated Pediatric Center of the Gbagada General Hospital by Rotary Club of Gbagada and the George Charitable Foundation. The Deputy Governor, who was represented by the Secretary to the State Governor, Bimbola Saliu Hudeyi, says the government will continue to provide the enabling environment for such organizations to thrive. Details in this report.
The Pediatric Center of the Gbagada General Hospital was built by the Rotary Club of Gbagada over 30 years ago and has undergone refurbishment over time. This time around, the center has got a facelift thanks to the partnership between the Rotary Club of Gbagada and the George Charitable Foundation.
I hereby present this appreciation award to the George Charitable Foundation.
Representatives of the Lagos State government, particularly the Health Ministry, are gathered here. The State Health Service Commission says the commissioning is a formality as the center has been put to use since November last year. The commission also says it represents another milestone in their ongoing efforts to enhance healthcare delivery in Lagos.
This donation is much more than just a piece of a building or an equipment or an outfit within a department. It is indeed a symbol of compassion, solidarity, and a shared commitment to the well-being of our children and our community.
As the SSG takes a tour around the facility, she is appreciative of the Rotary Club for its continued support in pushing the state forward with regular interventions.
This partnership, to me, aims to provide quality healthcare delivery to our children and improve the quality of life of our citizens. This shows that these two organizations' commitment to maternal and child health care is worthy of emulation. It is on this premise that I therefore commend and appreciate the leadership and members of these non-profit organizations for the foresight and initiative of renovating and expanding the children's ward of this hospital.
The district governor and club president, as well as the partner, share the vision behind the project and plans to ensure sustainability.
So we always monitor to be sure that the children that the ward is supposed to take care of, that they actually been taken care of. And when we donate things, we follow up to make sure that the things are actually given out freely too, the way we have given it freely, because we don't charge money for whatever things we do. So if we can embark on a 30 million naira project and give it freely, we want to also ensure that the children of this community are benefiting from it, and they are getting free services too.
It's saving the child of the world. This is children's ward, pediatric ward, as you may call it. And you save a child, you save the world. That's the way it is. So it's open not only to Gbagada community, but to the entire Lagos State community. We've done a great work here. We have the emergency session of it. We have the outpatients and we have the inpatient. We have a room for the mother and we have a room for the mental aspect of life for the mother.
Basically, it's to give back to society, to assist our fellow citizens, to support Lagos State, to do good, to help with the development of the country.
This gesture will no doubt help in the delivery of efficient healthcare for children in the state, as the club hopes for continued support and partnership from the government.
Welcome back. In this report, the continent and its development are in focus as Africa braces up for this year's Social Impact Summit. Partners are speaking with one voice on the need for more collaboration, as it is the key for reimagining progress and a sure blueprint for sustainable growth. This was the major thrust of an appreciation gathering ahead of this year's summit. Details in this report.
Good evening, everyone.
It was an evening to unwind and appreciate partners for a successful edition of last year's Africa Social Impact Summit ACES 2023 and project for the new year. The ACES is a gathering of leaders from the private and public sectors, civil society organizations and development community to find innovative, sustainable solutions to Africa's key developmental challenges.
We had over 1,500 delegates.
As guests unwind, network and catch up, they are reminded about the essence of collaboration and how far the summit has come.
The lesson from the summit for us is, while it is a great moment when we spend, a couple of days together, in between summits, we've not done enough work to ensure that the conversation continues.
This year's summit has been tagged Reimagining Progress, a new blueprint for sustainable growth in Africa. Olakbeju Ibekwe is of the Sterling One Foundation. She is of the opinion that silo execution is not sustainable. Beju emphasizes the need for all hands to be on deck in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030.
Africa Social Impact Summit is not just an event, it is an execution platform where we have a collaborative framework on how we go forward together, the projects we will execute together, the initiatives we will prioritize together. So it is definitely not just an event, it's a convening to birth new ideas and to inspire new projects and to scale existing fantastic projects.
As we ask what areas of collaboration is to be expected this year, the partners speak enthusiastically about how to drive impact investment in Africa, economically, environmentally, and beyond.
A challenge for everybody in the world who signed up to and committed to the Sustainable Development Goals. And like tonight's event, when we're talking about connecting and partnering, no one country can really make that shift that needs to be made. It's a collective, it's a partnership, it's a coming together. If we're really going to make a difference to the future for our next generation, to their life chances across those sustainable development goals.
We're doing quite a bit, it's what we can do. But of course, naturally, we're supposed to be able to do more. But resources are limited. But we're still happy to do the little that we can in supporting the Nigerian government, the Nigerian creative ecosystem, and we will continue to be here.
Focused a lot on how we can draw down resources. And also conversations this year will also be tailored on how you can deliver functional programs and projects that addresses the impact of climate change, a circular economy, and all the different policies that can help to accelerate, climate impact solutions.
In addition to developing new frameworks for sustainable development, ACES provide a platform for impact investors to make investment in existing African solutions, tackling issues on climate change, circular economy, education, health, wash, renewable energy, and agriculture.
Are we all together?
Plus TV will keep you abreast as we keep our eyes on the summit coming up in July. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says the arena, which was launched in Lagos, will stand a catalyst to every event in Nigeria and Africa. The governor dropped these hints at the unveiling of Africa's first purpose-built entertainment arena. Plus TV's Paul George was there to bring us all of the exciting moments.
Over the years, Nigerian music has placed the country in the world map by breaking through barriers and entertaining the world. The outlook of the industry is about to change with another innovation. This project is part of a larger effort to develop Nigeria's infrastructure and create jobs. Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, is here for the unveiling. The governor, who identifies with the project, is excited as he says it will fill a major gap in Nigeria's entertainment industry. He promises government support for the project.
It's not just the arena, it's the Lagos arena. Africa is ready. We're ready not just by mouth, we're ready in terms of the commerce and the business model that comes with it to create an environment, and a structure that will truly work for all of us. I want to assure you, Chairman, that Lagos State will not just talk the talk, will give you all the support that you require in terms of monitoring, in terms of ensuring that everything that you wish for, we will make sure that it happens timely, without any bureaucracy, understanding that we need to commission this place December 2025.
For the organizers, it has been a long time coming, citing the lack of an entertainment arena in Nigeria. Despite the country's growing youth population and thriving entertainment industry, the chairman and initiator of the project, Tayo Amusan, decided to embark on this journey to bring the arena to life. He speaks about his doggedness, which has brought this project this far. One of the investors praised the concept.
Anything you have in Nigeria, there will be challenges. There's challenges. This is us. But we're resilient people. Everybody, you are resilient. Every Nigerian will overcome. But thanks to the Lagos State government, the government of Lagos State, to the NSIA, to the federal, everybody. But it's our people, it's us. We're resilient. But maybe that's how we always have to fight. But it's okay. And when we fight, we will achieve.
Challenges are many. Of course, there's the conceptualization, there's the development, there is the funding, there is the utilization, there is the marketing, there is the actual execution, so the design work. All of those things comprise the challenges of any typical transformative piece of infrastructure. But I'm proud to say a combination of all the stakeholders, the state government, the Oba, his royal father, the financing partners, in particular the NSIA, the institution that I represent, all together have come to actually surmount these very difficult challenges.
This innovation will create 1,500 direct and indirect jobs, attract investment and exciting opportunities for local businesses. Meanwhile, popular Nigerian music entertainer David Adeleke, widely known as Davido, also shares an insight into the impact of the arena in bringing world-class performances to fans at home.
We need something that matches our respect that we're getting worldwide now. Every December, people call me for shows. I need them to feel the same way that if they're in State Farm, if they're in your O2, if they come to Lagos, it's the same exact feeling. Don't give them that same experience. We don't care if I'm making money from.
This will no doubt provide a platform for Nigerian and international artists to perform for large audiences, as well as boost the country's music, sports and entertainment industries. Paul George, Plus TV News.
Right about the time for Nigeria to have its own arena for hosting entertainment and sports events. This truly is a trailblazer. And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. When they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
You're welcome to Ways Exclusive. Now, Ways Exclusive was created specially so we can feature top leaders, policymakers across various sectors in Nigeria. And today we're super honored to be having one of the biggest media moguls in Nigeria. He is the Group Executive Director of Media Reach OMD. None other than the most sought after person in the media industry, Mr. Yinka Adebayo. It is such an honor to have you here, sir.
Thank you so much. You are nice to be here.
As in,
Point of correction, really. I'm actually the group executive director.
Sorry.
Omnicom Media.
Sorry. Group executive director.
Omnicom Media Group, West and Central Africa.
Oh, no longer Media Reach.
No, because Media Reach is Nigeria.
Oh,
but
wow.
now,
so it is
so now across West
I've
and
lost touch.
Anyway.
That's shame on me. Whoa. So this is now transcending across,
West and Central Africa. The
Central
business is
Africa.
expanding. Some of our clients are traveling along that region, and we need to be sure that we are there ahead of them so that we can make sure that the quality of service they are enjoying here, they're having it across board.
Wow. Now you see why we brought him, right? Because again, on Ways Exclusive, we try as much as possible to bring culture shapers, the people that influence, there are key people of influence in different sectors of the economy, and you are a key influence in the media space. Oh my goodness. I just learned something new. See, Uncle Yinka, you should be coming close to me more often because we've lost touch.
Too much away, don't worry. We'll make it closer and better.
Thank you so much for being here. So when I finally got a yes from you to say that we're going to be having this conversation, I thought in my head, where do I start this conversation? Because everybody knows Yinka Adebayo in the media space. Like literally anywhere you go that you say you want to go out and do anything media, there's always one name they always call me, Yinka Adebayo. So I kept on thinking in my head, did this germ, did he just wake up one day and say, okay, you know what, it's media I'm doing from day one. I got it all figured out. This is where I'm going. Or was there a journey before media? And if, there was a journey before media, what inspired you coming into the media space?
Well, thank you so very much. Very, very loaded and beautiful question. And this brings me back to, you see, I think it's by God's design. And I'm going to say this with a sense of modesty. It's more like the profession called me rather than me going for it, really. My plan before was going to the higher institution, go and study biz admin or accountancy. That was my dream. But all of a sudden, I tried. I think I was disappointed. I didn't get admission. And all of a sudden, an institution called me to say, come and study mass comm. And I said, okay, fine. Let me just go in there, stopgap, so that I'll still go back to my... And lo and behold, first year, you are in class and everything you thought was turning to gold. I recall I wrote this news story then. When we were in the print journalism class, I wrote a story. And the lecturer singled it out. I said, whoever has written this story deserves to be the editor at Daily Times. And he read this. In fact, the headline of that story, I still have it here. The headline then was, the federal government has again been commended for introducing the Structural Adjustment Program, SAP, which has turned many Nigerians into innovative elements rather than mass men. The lecturer said that intro alone was a killer, that can make the headline of any publication. And I was like, And you see, that's just a couple of things. God has a way of preparing you for the role ahead. And I recall going to mass comm, I recall when I was young, whenever my dad was taking me to school, he would just buy a copy of Daily Times, drop it on my lap, and said I should be reading to his hearing. And to him, he was just preparing us to say, you need to know how to read, you need to get... So I was reading to his hearing. So when I was given the task in the higher institution to say, write the story, it came natural. So I just wrote it, and it wasn't until that my script was picked up and read out to the whole class to say this. And I now realized, actually, this training, I got it unconsciously in the course of reading newspaper.
Conscious learning.
And so staying in there after the first year, I just felt, look, rather than go for mass comm, this seems attractive. I discovered there's print journalism, there's broadcast journalism, there's advertising, there's PR. And they look attractive and exciting to me, more so that God seems to be blessing a couple of things you are doing in the class there. So I just kept in, and to God be the glory. Here we are today. Whoa. And that was how I got into advertising, and it's been amazing.
Whoa, this is a powerful story. I mean, it just brings to mind how impactful, some level of subtle parenting can be in the life. I mean, I'm sure if your dad is available now, he will be super proud to say, you know what, this thing actually paid off.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's late now, but all through the life is always like, and I told him that, Daddy, that thing you started, I said, no, don't do it just to prepare me to say, hey, you need to be able to read, to brush up your English. I didn't know it was actually something
that would transform your entire life. I mean, because you are a name, you are a big name. I mean, it's a big thing. You just answered the defining moment, what changed, what decided, this is what I want to do. But I wanted to ask now, in the course of the journey as a media entrepreneur, right, what was that one thing that you just said, you know what? Because people have switched careers. I mean, you see what is happening today in the economy. Like, a lot of people are having to do all sorts of odd jobs, you know. They don't have that stay power in a particular industry because they feel like, you know what, this is not paying enough. But you saw a lot of things. I'm sure you must have seen something that said, you know what, regardless, we're going to weather the storm and we're going to stay in and stay put here. What was that thing for you?
Well, I think for me too, I was fortunate. After during school, you had to go in for your IT, so I was privileged to do my intern with Promosab Limited. And I recall then I was determined, and I knew then, while I was growing up, I was hearing story of people after work, they are not getting job and all of that. And here was a friend to my dad who was able to get me into because one of his cousin was working in Promosab then. You know, Charles Ojugbana of NTA had a brother, Nkem Ojugbana, who was working with Promosab then. So he got me into Promosab, and being privileged to work in a very structured, established advertising firm like that, because the name was big. Then while in school, we were hearing Promosab. So you've been privileged to get in. I say, I haven't gotten in here, I'm not going to get out. And luckily enough, I think Promosab, they have this slogan on the wall: we emphasize results, not effort. I think it was powerful. I picked up that thing from the wall, and immediately I just internalized it. So anytime I go out for an assignment or I'm doing any particular thing, I give it my best to make sure that, because the organization has said clearly, we emphasize results, not effort.
So don't
so
do
if you like,
we see around.
go travel over the Lagos. What did you bring in? If the result is not there, then you've not done nothing. So, and that was in the propelling force. So each time I go to the likes of NTA to go and make bookings or any of the station, I just must achieve results. And that was the driving force, that was the propellant force. And that trained me to imbibe the culture of saying every assignment I take on, I take it on as if it's the first, but I do it as if it's the last.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, so I was just going to say to you that, I mean, every time I see Uncle Yinka, he's always smiling. Like, literally, it's almost like this man does not have any problem in this world. You know, because you are always in good spirit, in high spirit, right? I can't but help to ask about challenges, because every time I've seen you, honestly speaking, I just quietly observe, like, this man, you know, the vex, you know, like, literally, right? And why I ask this question is, with what we see today, little things, people just come up with mental health and all of that. You've been in media is not an easy industry to work with in Nigeria, right? And you've done it so well now that now you are controlling, you know, more African nations, right? Continents and all of that. So it means that there has to be something that helps you deal with challenges. And have you ever had like a major challenge, you know, that, you know, you say this one was really, because you are always smiling. So I don't know.
Well, there have been a whole lot, and there will always be. But I think I always take it from the cliches that says crisis will always be the best platform for a good manager to excel. If you're not faced with that, so don't waste a crisis. When you are faced with a crisis, know that there's an opportunity in there for you. It's like you see the cup. Look at this cup, water is inside. Is it that you see it as half full or half empty? How you see it determines how you travel. So when challenges come like that, I tend to look at this as an opportunity. All I need to do is to pull back, take it in at your stride, and possibly by the time, and oftentimes when you summon such challenges, you look back and say, damn, I wish it's even bigger and better, because oftentimes the result is always amazing. When you summon some of those challenges, so the result is always amazing. So that has always been the propellant force to say, hey, when there's a challenge, they come often, whether from clients, whether from, even internally, a couple of things will come that will shake you. But just be professional, just be fair, and most importantly, be prayerful. Because that divine direction is always coming from God. There are some cases where I've held up. Well, I've tried my best, I've thought about it, there's no solution. I don't leave it to God. It will come back, give you the direction, and by the time you take that instruction, you navigate it, you'll be amazed at the results. So, so you just take it in your drive, smile about it, because of course the devil is observing too. He does, okay, I've done that thing, it's getting at him. No, don't make it look, this guy is part of everything he's trying. So that
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. I agree 100% with you. There are some things that I've just gotten to that stage, especially the way our dollar is going. I've just said, Father, Lord, you know, I leave it in your hands. I don't want to worry my head about this, because, you know, there are some challenges you really can't, you know, handle by yourself.
Don't trouble yourself over it. Just to ensure that you've done your best, God will do the rest.
Absolutely. So I was just going to ask, right, because again, your industry is an ever-evolving industry. It's always changing. So many new things are coming. You know, you have seen all sorts. Like, literally, you've seen us from Is it, will I say newspaper now? I don't know what your time was. I think it's even before newspaper. You know that-
In the 80s.
Yes. You know how they used to switch on TV at 4 p.m.
I was telling some people yesterday that say, look, God has this in daily times. If you want to book an advert for next Friday, if you are not there by now, you can't get space. It's fully booked. But over time now, even the newspapers are begging for advert these days. The pendulum has shifted. So we witnessed it.
You understand? So literally, you have passed through all the phases when it comes to the media space, agencies, advertising, and all of that, right? You've seen us grow from where we were, print media, then it was only television, terrestrial, then it became cable network. We're now moving into like online TV. Now we're seeing so many competition. Now your competitors have just a smartphone, right? As opposed to the other transactions that that were happening before. Before, for you to pick a live signal, you had to go and get an OB van, get this, get that. But now technology has so much transformed the way the media space has evolved, right? But you see, there's one thing that has been consistent: your ability to navigate it through all that changing phases. You're like the RMD in. RMD is in media. is movies in Nollywood. You are the RMD in media.
That's a big one. I hope my status has actually grown to that.
You have, because staying relevant, and look at what you just said now about media houses begging for this, begging for that. That's not your case, right? You are the ones even like setting the pace and saying this is what we're doing, this is the direction. So how has that relevance, been possible? How have you been able to stay relevant amidst the very quick, ever-changing evolution that is happening within the media space?
Interesting.
Yeah, so I came for you today.
Okay, no problem. God will empower me too. But really, I always tell people, you see, if only we can do 50% of what we do to brands, to ourselves, we won't be the same person. Some brands have been forever, 100 years, they're still relevant today. So why as an individual can't we? We are telling such brand, what do? We recommend to them, go and re-strategize, go and repackage, go and re-strategize, go and re-evaluate, go and reinvent yourself. As an individual, we're reinventing ourselves. We need to keep involved. The world is evolving. You need to keep on. You cannot be packaging brands and leave yourself unpackaged. So if only you package yourself, you position yourself, you re-strategize, you reinvent yourself. What's the trending thing? Get on the train. I always challenge my young guys to say, hey guys, you guys are the digital age. Me, I'm the analog. I transited from analog to digital. But if you get to digital, I'm going to trend more than you in that your space. And it's always been happening. I'll tell them post on.
Can I check your TikTok account?
Please go ahead. You'll be shocked. You'll be amazed. Even my son was shocked to say that my friends are telling me you are. Yeah, that's the way to be. And that's the thing. So you keep on evolving. You cannot afford to be a dinosaur. It's an evolving world. So you keep on changing, you keep on, and make sure that you go with the trend. Nobody wants to identify with the dying us. So you must make sure that you are alive. I always tell people, as you grow the brand, make sure you grow yourself. Because if care is not taken, the brand you grow today, rather than look up to you, will look down on you. Because the brand is here, you are still here. And it gets to a point where the brand look up, where is the person that grew me? Oh, you sit down. And I look for somebody in my category, and that's where some people get dropped. So you must be, as you are packaging and making sure that the brand is growing, make sure you are growing as fast so that you are the same pair, not that the brand is ahead of you.
Absolutely.
It's been a constant, deliberate, and conscious.
And from what you just said, it means that, your consciousness and the intentionality has also been what has also kept you, to the point where you are the group, managing director at the level of controlling, what's it called, beyond, your nationality where you started. Some other people, I'm sure some of your peers, have not been able to attain, and somebody will sit and say, the man is using juju, Nigerians, but I believe it.
Because all of these things really boils down to the fact that you need to be deliberate, you need to be focused, you need to be intentional, and you need to be such that you see the end from the beginning to say, this action, where is it likely to lead? Oftentimes, that enables you to take control of the narrative rather than the narrative taking control of you, and you're able to shape the course.
Absolutely. So if we bring it down, because this is the buzzword that has been all over the place for a while now, and I want to hear your perspective from the media space, right? When you hear diversion or diversity and inclusion, right? When it comes to, of course, gender and all of those things, right? And I think that the media has played a major role. I mean, if you had looked at television many years ago, you wouldn't see many young people, you won't see many children, women, you won't see young people on TV. But these days, you get to see a plethora of different people across all ages, right? Young people, middle-aged people, older generation, all of them, and that's because there was an intentionality with, diversity and inclusion, right? So when you hear that word diversity and inclusion, as a media person, what comes to your mind? Is it an excitement for you, or, what do you think about it?
Well, for me, I think it's really of a great excitement because it's something that has always been there. And I think it's part of the evolution that we spoke about. When we are growing up, you are a kid, you are just to be seen, not to be heard. But these days, the kids are asking questions. I tell somebody, when we are growing up, if daddy said, go and read your book, the only thing you do is just to go in, read your book. But these days, if you tell your kid to go and read, because, daddy, I don't remember the last time I saw you reading newspaper. So what was I? So you must actually, and oftentimes these days, you find out that they learn more from what we do than what we say. What that calls for is that those guys are, the Sorosoke slogan is not by accident. Those people are asking fundamental questions, and it behoves on us not to challenge it, but to make sure that we are constructive, we are deliberate, we are intentional, and we are creative in how we do it. Because if you found one thing, yeah, God save you, you'll be. But if you are found to be very constructive, they will respect you, and they'll give it to you. So these days, you find out that respect oftentimes is not what you ask for, it's what you earn. And once you earn it, believe me and you, they will be. I think I had a challenge in that space when I was training my kids. They just graduated in Canada now.
Yes, I saw that. I was going to say, if I want to double for you, because anybody that is training a child right now.
But I was a child when I got into Unilag, but I noticed a trend then. Each time I get to, when I was growing up, when my dad gets back from work, I'll just allow him to go and take his back. And when he's eating, it's opportunity to sit beside him, exchange. If I have things to request, he will. But this one, anytime I get to him, the guy will just leave the sitting room from me and just go upstairs. I told him, Mom, is your son avoid him? He said no. But I was studying. But no problem. But when it got to a time where I needed to cage him, to put him behind, to say, hey, your dad is not not somebody to be ignored. I had to. And once you did that, you find out anywhere he goes, because people are looking for that. They are looking for idols that they can be proud of. They're willing to show up. It's a very competitive world out there, and parents must position themselves in such a way that you live, you walk the talk, and they are observing. If you are known to be saying this and you are doing, oftentimes, you are just there, the need for me is just the money. But if you are really walking the talk, they respect you, they value you, they're able to now internalize some of those values that you are trying to preach to them, and before you know it, they grow with it. So you
see why you're the man of impact? I was just going to ask you that, because again, drawing from what you've just said, right? My next line of question was going to go around the culture. You are very big on culture, like trying to preserve our culture, preserve this, preserve that. Why is that important for you as a media person, Is it something that is just, okay, I just want to do it because, again, it's part of the buzzwords that are around? Or it's actually something that is much deeper than that? Hearing you talk about your son and, how you are intentional about, imbibing certain cultures in him, right? So how are you, because I see that you do that a lot. You even support a lot of brands, that have those, strong cultural. Why is that so?
Sure, because we have a very rich culture that should not be undermined. But all we need to do is that, like I said, positioning it very well. You see, positioning, oftentimes, people tend to mistake positioning as what you do to the product. No, yeah, the product can be right, but what you do to people's mind that makes people to say, hey, irrespective of whatever, I want to identify with this. You position it very well, and that's why we need to make conscious effort to make sure that some of those are cultural values. Very rich. People are beginning to appreciate and value it now, unlike in the past, because we've not been deliberate about positioning it very well. Because when you're positioning it very well, even your enemy will fight for you. To say, yeah, I don't like in kind of this rebel, but when it comes to this and this, well, I doff my heart for him. And that's positioning. Positioning is what will make people to say something about you. And those people have not met you, they've not seen, but they'll say, look, from what I see of that guy, it must be this. But man, why? Anybody can be anything. But because you've been positioned well, and that's what we're trying to do with our culture, to say, hey, let's position it right. So that look at what our music has done. Look at what our Nollywood has done. There are some people who listen to our music, they don't understand the language, but just the rhythm, and they look at us more. They feed us from our own energy. Nobody understands Buga, But all the white guys, they just say, hey, Bugao, Bugao. Nobody understand.
They don't know the meaning.
They don't know the meaning. But they're looking at the musician and they're looking at Nigerians and they see the passion you are putting and they say, damn, there must be something in there. Whatever it is, man, let's feed off that energy. And before you know it. So that's what we need to do. Positioning it very well, packaging it, positioning it very well, and you can see that people come into embrace. We can't teach them their own culture, but we can project our own just in such a way that they value is so attractive, they value it, they appreciate it, and before you know, they will imbibe it, and that will create opening and respect for us a whole lot more.
Absolutely, absolutely. You're so spot on. I mean, so I was going to touch a bit on, because again, part of what you say that you have to package it nicely and beautifully. I mean, both of us were talking behind the scenes, and I was saying to you that, I mean, media is a lot of money. You have to have the liver to be able to go into the media space, because it's actually consuming in terms of the kind of investment that you want, especially if you want to do it the right way, right? So I mean, like literally, right, in your opinion, how do you think financing, how would you look at financing in the media space? And if you had the opportunity to create policies around finance for the media entrepreneurs, media, what's it called, outfits and all of that, how would you position that kind of policy that would favor them?
Yeah, I think for me really is one sector that has, if there's any sector that's actually helped in one sustaining our image globally, is actually the creative industry, meaning they need assistance. And I'm always amazed to see the level of achievement, whether it's Nollywood, whether it's even sports, whether it's music. Those guys have achieved a lot without nothing. You now imagine if they have the necessary support. So you get that. That's why I think they need to be given concession in terms of ability to access funding, to access loan at a very cheap and business, because these countries are awash with talent. And there are so many musical shows, from Nigerian Idols to The Voice Nigeria to thousands and one are applying. Edis came up with Edis Award, but before Edis Award they did My Check. Thousands are always applying. These countries are awash with talent. So beyond the Burna Boys, beyond the Wizkid of this world, there are thousands and one Burna Boys still wasting away. They need to be encouraged, and we need to create a platform where some people are empowered to create a platform where we can begin to showcase some of these people. Those are sectors that we can actually fund, because if there's anything right now, those are the sectors that are actually representing us, giving us some positive image out there. Look at the music industry, Nigerians going into O2, UK, and closing down the whole place. Look at Burna Boy. So many. Look at the Nollywood sector. So meaning we've got the talent in it. That sector needs to be empowered. One of the empowerment is to create an enabling policy that enables them to have easy access to loan, then possibly support them in terms of providing the relevant, necessary infrastructure. Once all of those things are in place, the issue of let government do what they want. Let those guys, I keep on telling guys, those young guys have done things on their own. All they need to do is just create an enabling environment that will enable them demonstrate and display their talent. And the whole world, whether you embrace them or not, the whole world is ready to embrace, celebrate, and reward them.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. So, I mean, so let me bring it back home to our small media entrepreneurs like ourselves. So most times, right, and let's bring it back to television. You know, in media, there is creativity, the drama, movies, music, and all of that. But there's television, right? And I believe television is one of the biggest shapers of culture, because you tune in every morning or every evening to a particular talk show. You want to listen to those talk shows. You want to hear new things. I remember of blessed memories, one of my coaches, RDJ, Richmond Dyer Johnson, would always say that, you know, on TV, you have the capacity to murder 1 million people in a second, right? So you need to really be intentional about what comes out of your mouth, right? But TV, right, I see a lot of great content, you know, but I don't see a lot of attention when it comes to funding and all of that. You know, I just want you to touch a little bit of, because maybe I'm biased, that's my core, right? I want to touch on a little bit of why you would not probably fund, or you would not put your ads or something on a particular content. Let's touch on that one. Then secondly, does data, you know, because all the time you hear when you go to agencies, they say, oh, data. And from my little understanding in Nigeria, I've come to realize that, maybe I might be wrong, correct me, you're my oga in the industry. I've come to realize that it's either some data are being doctored, or we really don't have the capacity to harvest, you know, good data that we can use, because again, some of these people just want to see numbers. And that's why I feel like the content creators are like taking over when it comes to getting more endorsements, brand ambassadorships and all of those things, because they can just tell you, go to my YouTube page, go to this, go to that. But traditional media, I see a bit of struggle there with media houses and all of that. Do you want to touch on that? Okay.
I'll come back to that, but first to the question you asked with respect to whether content is anyone. For me, there's no content I would not want to associate with. I would not want to because it's not about us, it's not about me, it's not about the client, it's actually ultimately about the audience. And oftentimes I respect the creative, respect so much that for them to have actually thought up of an idea, I expect that some level of research would have gone into say, hey, there's an audience out there that's likely to feed off this. So certainly there's an audience to be addressed. Depending, of course, on the brand, on the focus of my brand, that will determine where to go, whether it's entertainment, whether it's drama, whether even if it's religion. Because people are in a particular state of mind where religious message gets into them, and we are brand, and that's one area.
But people need to brand Odumeji. That man is a TikTok fan.
Explore, yeah, I don't want to say with this, but religion is something that's powerful here and has a whole lot of eyeballs that you are. How you not navigate this creatively in such a way that your brand is not seen as pro this or pro that is something. So there's no content that can't.
You cannot associate.
No, there's no for me. So then the other question about the issue of data. Yes, I must say that data is king. Data is life. Data is everything. You see, the game we play in the marketing communication world is a game of numbers. And like they say in life, what you cannot count, you cannot manage. The moment you can count, it becomes very easy for you to manage. Because what most of the brands are brand custodians are equally challenged with to say, return on investment. If I'm investing this much onto this, what do I get in return? You must be able to show them numbers. Interestingly, those who control the big budget that we are looking for in Nigeria are multinationals, and these are guys who work in developed markets.
Simple data.
Yeah, simple data. Yes, I know how own data is a bit crooked. We are not, because the structure is not in place. But thank God that we even had something to show them. If not, the level of investment we are seeing in the marketing communication industry would not be there. Because those guys, you can't go to a client and think, you can look at it, what is he doing? I swear there was what is that doing? You see to show number, let me see the number and I'll go with you. And like you said, that's why they did SASP, because you can see, go to my, you can see the number there. But for the TV, but it's a good thing that we have something to start with. All we now need to do is also find tune. It's not like somebody is doctoring the data or not. It's just a reflection of our society. You see, I was opportune to travel with a client from Lagos to Abuja during the early 80s. And we were in the plane and I was saying, hey, these are the kind of people I would love to talk to. But look at all of them, they are reading a particular newspaper. I said, yes, that's Nigeria for you. But wait, when we get down, let me be sure that that same paper is what they will hold. But those guys are holding differently. So oftentimes, the average, and the kind of the measure that we use to collate the data is what they call questionnaire, where I give you a question. Oftentimes, when you are asking questions, Nigeria is the kind of person that will take your questionnaire, look at you, look at the question, look at you. What does Uwe want me to write here that will project me well? That's what he will feel. A white man will pick your question, forget you, and fill in the right. So when you pick up a questionnaire from a white man, he will tell you how it is. But Nigerians, they tend to. And once that's the data you have gathered, that's what you eventually show. We now need to make sure that our data gathering mechanism is devoid of emotions, is devoid of feeling. So that's where people's meter, which of course the federal government trying to champion, will come into play. Where I don't need to be in your house to ask you, what program did you watch on TV yesterday? There's something in your TV that immediately that gives me to say, hey, 8 p.m. to 9, Yinka is watching this, 9 to 10 is watching that. So when we put all of those together, we can now begin to say, what is the rating? But until we get there, but I think the train has left the station, and until we get there, but we started well, so investment in that direction.
Interesting. I mean, just hearing you say that, because I remember I was in a meeting with an auntie, a big auntie of mine in the media space, and she was telling me that, what's it called? Cinema is so easy now. Like literally, they cannot even lie that this is the amount of tickets that they sold, because it is a centralized system that they've done in the cinema space. So when they tell you that they sold 50,000 tickets, they sold 50,000 tickets, because there's a mechanism that they use to collate all that data. So I can imagine if we're able to translate that.
For TV, for radio and all of that, you know what people are listening to at a particular point in time, and you cannot begin to say specifically, and that's going to be devoid of human feeling, even human interference, because the average Nigerian, they will tell you what you want to hear.
Because I was going to say that, it'd be like, say, this in a media communication industry, a man, no man. But the way you said it.
But for me too, beyond that really, for me too, I always tell people, yes, data is good, data is everything. But you cannot totally rely on data. Data will show you how to navigate. How you travel is solely yours. If you look at the radio data now, it tell you the most listened to radio station is FRCN. And what people listen on FRCN is Kokonu Weroi. Because of that, most all brands now go into Kokonu. So you look at the ambience, you look at the content, you look at what is driving. So you equally need to use your local intelligence. And for all you care, I've been one of those who have been radical to challenge data in so many respects. To say, hey, guy, Like
this is better.
during the COVID, no data showed us that one best show and Turn Up Friday was going to trend. But we created it, and Nigerians immediately tuned over, and the rating went off the roof. So you can actually take control of that data if you have good, solid content, well researched to say, hey, what do people want? Where can I position it? So anything can change anytime. Absolutely. But you must be deliberate, you must be intentional, you must be constructive, and make sure it's something that fits. And once you eat the high balls, the rest is history.
Like they say. All right, so this is a great place to take a break. Because when we come back, if you see Uncle Yinka's wife, we're going to go there. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, thank you so much for staying with us. I mean, this is a great way to start Wiz Exclusive for this year, and we're still with the Group Executive Director of Omnicom Media Group. I mean, he is in charge of West and Central Africa, the biggest. In fact, if you didn't know, now you know. He's the biggest in the media space. If you don't know Uncle Yinka, I don't know what you're doing in the media space. But thank you so much. I mean, this has been a breathtaking, and I'm learning a lot, right? I'm learning a lot. I'm just, as you were talking, I'm just thinking in my head, how do I rejig all my content so that once I put it out there, you know, whether you like my face, you don't like my face, you know, you will put your money on my show, right? I mean, but thank you so much. All right, so, I mean, enough of all of this business talk. So I see your wife all the time. First of all, you're a very beautiful, what do you call it, traveler, because you're always everywhere. You're always, you know, your job takes you everywhere and you're always busy. But there's something very beautiful about your relationship that I see online. And it's every single event, there's always one fine sissy. You know, she's always, I said Jehovah. She's always decked up. You will not know that this woman has graduates as children, you know, but I mean, you are very intentional about your relationship. And this is something I really wanted to bring up because we're in a society where a lot of things are happening in marriages, you know, so many issues when it comes to marriages. Why are you intentional, first of all? You know, is it because your wife is a fine woman, or
one of the reasons I need to showcase that I've made the right choice, and I don't have any regret. But more importantly is the fact that, like I said, we are in this together. Nobody's going to go out of this alive. So till death do us part. So meaning whether good or bad, I said from day one, I've told you I'm not perfect. And I'm not expecting to marry to someone who's perfect. So you are imperfect. So your imperfection, I'm willing to tolerate. I'm willing to accommodate. I'm willing to. So please, much as I'm willing to give, equally tolerate my. I think with that understanding would. And I think interestingly, the nature of our job is such a challenging job that's so time consuming, that is so engrossing, that if care is not taken, it could backfire on the home front. So I think what I've done to very early in my relationship is to be deliberate by bringing her into the profession. Interestingly, she studied marketing too, but she's not into her space. But oftentimes, when I do assignment, I take her along. I remember we are managing one of the telcos and we need to travel around to check all their billboards. I put her in the car, I put the kids in the car, we travel around together to say, hey, this weekend, I want to go around to check the billboard. Do you mind going with me? Go around. In the process of checking all the billboards, we equally make out time to do our own social outing.
Other matters.
And all of that. And at the end of the day, you find out that it got to a point. I know there are cases where I'm still in the office till around late, and I need to check my campaign on it. I will call her to say, babe, are you home? Can you help me check this? So over time, she developed interest in my profession. So in fact, there are cases where I don't even have to ask her. She just pick up, I've seen this, I know you would like to. So once you have the understanding of profession, so when I tell you I'm in the office till around 12 midnight, you understand, this guy is sincere. So, and I think that breeding trust and all of that. And I think there's nothing as good as being paid for your passion point. I like entertainment, like enjoyment.
I see it.
So, it's not that I do the enjoyment with sense, making sure that the brand.
Does it. Like literally you go to, there's literally no event. Do you know that I used to think I was an outdoor person until I started getting invitations. I had to turn them down. I really don't have so I love this one, the creativity. There's just walking behind the scenes. But you see that dressing up, you know, wearing makeup. I honestly just, you know, it just dawned on me last year that this is not your life, you know. It's not something that, but you do it and you do it. That's why I say you're always smiling, you're ever happy and all of that, you know. I mean, so that I mean, it explains why you have to incorporate her. And you mentioned something very vital, a word that is, you know, really in deficit: trust. Media industry is not particularly an industry where there's a lot of trust, especially when it comes to relationships, right? Because, I mean, there are so many beautiful, handsome, people all over lurking around. And again, for the position that you hold, right, a lot of people consciously or unconsciously would just be drawn to your person because maybe some are looking for something, some are looking for, some sort of endorsement, right? So I'm happy that you're able to separate those things, and I mean, your wife trusts you enough to say, okay, this is what we're doing. So, but after that one, how do you keep that spark? Because she's always glowing. There's something about her eyes every time, both of you are together. So, I said this one, I don't want to know all the things Mr. Inka is saying on paper. I want to know what is happening. So how do you keep her spark? There's a spark in her eyes that I see all the time, and it's beautiful to watch. How do you keep that?
Well, thank you. That's a compliment. I highly appreciate it. But I think it's just a matter. It's a two-way street, really.
And in your eyes too.
Yeah, because
both of you are always sparking each other.
Because we are together, and you find out that the kids are watching. So we need to be deliberate. We need to impression. I think somebody has one of my first sons to say, when did you see that fight? I say, I can't remember. Because yes, but we do fight. But we know we limit it to the bedroom. But when we go out there, it's like, so we do manage some of these things because you need to be, people are watching, I mean, the kids are watching, particularly from the home front. Then for the outside too, you find out that what you feed in is what you get out. If she's happy, I'm happy. If I'm happy, she is happy. So we know it's a two-way street. Also, remember we said, nobody's getting out of this alive. So once you have that realization, say, I don't have anywhere to go. Maybe we are together. Oh, yeah, let's go over. At the end of the day, we laugh apart. You joke a lot. You just about everything and anything. Communicate a lot, and most importantly, refer to.
I love the way you're just blushing, as you're talking about it. So it gives me joy, that there's hope. So I mean, this has been a fantastic conversation, right? I was going through your Instagram page and I saw something recently that you posted about your favorite quote. It says, if your presence isn't felt, your absence won't be missed, right? Why do you say that is your favorite quote? Because that speaks again to why we have you here. You are a person of impact. Like literally you walk into any space and you leave a mark. There's an intentionality about how you want to impact what it is that you're doing. Why do you say that, that is your favorite quote?
Yeah, I think I'll say this. I will relate that to the question somebody asked me to say, Yinka, who is your model? Who is your role model? And I said, look, I have so many of them. They don't even know. Oftentimes I see, because nobody is perfect, so I feed off people's energy to say, hey, Mr. A is good in this, I pick this other aspect. Mr. B is good in that, I pick that. So I feed off so many. So I can't identify just one person, there are so many people. And I pick up a quote very early too that says, nobody is going to keep quiet for you to be heard. Meaning you've got to raise your voice. But in raising your voice, it must be constructive, it must be meaningful. So and that's the only way that your impact can be felt. If your impact is felt, they will miss your presence. When you are not there, they will just say, nah, if only we had this. So that's why I love that particular quote, that if your presence is not felt, your absence will not be missed. That means you must make an impact. I must be able to relate with you. Within 5 minutes, you must be like, wow, I would love to meet that Mr. Yinka again. And that's what I spread, because I found out that in meeting people is actually an opportunity to network. And in life, you don't start digging the well when you are tasting. You don't build the bridge when you are ready for the trip. You build it much earlier. So as you meet people, you make impact such that when next you go on to them, they are willing to meet with you. They are willing to accommodate. They are just that ambience. They are just that aura around you that just makes them want to. And you must be deliberate. It's not something that happens by accident. So.
Awesome.
Positive energy.
I like it. I like it. I thought I had to ask that question because again, a lot of people just do things haphazardly. I mean, you see a lot of young people today not even paying attention to details. Everybody just want to blow. You're not, so because I feel like if you have value to give, literally when you are out of that space, people will know that, oh no, we're missing something here. So I totally agree.
And once value is on the table, the blind will see and the deaf will hear.
Absolutely. So, I mean, if we're looking at the media space, let's come back to business. Okay. We're looking at the media space in the next 5 years, right? Where do you see the media space in the next 5 years?
It's going to blow on us, really. The question I begin to ask myself is, are we ready? Yeah. Because with the incursion of the social media, the online, then the technology, it's like it's going to really blow on us. But I think we are headed in the right direction. We've got the necessary manpower, the willingness is there, the drive is there. All we need is just the enabling environment that doesn't put up in terms of infrastructure, things like electricity, things like data, that enable us to keep pace with what is happening in the advanced world. Often I always tell people, Nigeria is a peculiar country, and mark my word, very soon, even the advanced community will come in to study and understand us. What's driving us? When others are crying, these people are smiling. When others are going in, they are going. But there's something peculiar about them. Look at what's it called? I always tell people to say, look, one of the countries that benefited the most from COVID-19 is actually Nigeria. Look at social media, Teams meeting or Zoom meeting. It's always been there forever. But
nobody was using it.
But lo and behold, COVID came down, forced us and everybody. But immediately we took it over. Even the advanced world, we are wondering. See what they are doing with it. See what we've turned it into.
You people, you're too much. Come on.
You turn it into a way that even those who hold it, they're like, damn, you've taken it to this level. And that's the end, that's the drive. So I think we need to have the infrastructure in place that will enable people to really keep pace. And when we keep pace with them, before you know it, they will learn from us. We will teach them what they are supposed to know.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, so if you had one thing to say to our generation, I don't pass them. Gen Zs, right? Younger generation, the younger people coming into the media industry, right? Because again, media is so attractive and media is superficial. You know, when people see Yinka Adebayo, they just see this big man, you know, it's always in all the events, sitting at the front row and all of those things, right? They don't see the work, they don't see the journey, they don't see any of those things, right? And I feel like a lot of us younger people, when we look at you people, what we are really covetous on is the success. We're not looking at, okay, what was the struggle? And that was why it was important for me to have, you know, this conversation, because I really wanted to understand the man behind, you know, the brand. And I wanted younger people to also learn from the man behind the brand. So if you had something to say to the younger generation, to say, okay, this is it, right? What would that be, especially for people that are interested in coming into the media space? Everybody wants to sing right now. Everybody wants, literally younger people, everyone wants to go into the entertainment space, the creative space. We're not seeing people that, you know, like the days of our parents where they say, oh, they wanted to go and be doctors, lawyers, and all of that. So the times have really changed drastically. So, I mean, and I feel like there should be some level of caution. There should be some level of guidance. There should be some level of, you know, coaching, mentorship, and all of that. So what would you say to that generation?
Yeah, I think what I'll say to generation will lead to what I normally call the 4 Ps. Passion, perseverance, positioning, and patronage. For anything you want to do, make sure you are passionate about it, because it's only the passion that keeps you going when every other thing is down. I recall when I was in this profession, when I first started, a couple of my friends were in the banking industry, and they were saying, how much are they paying you this much? What are you getting? But because the passion was there, I was passionate about what I was doing. I wasn't bothered about the pay. I was in that period to build myself, to entrench myself, to make sure that I'm fully entrenched. Then you must be ready to persevere, endure. Yeah, it's a painful period, but that painful period don't let it go wasted. It can be tough. It can be tough. At times, the left, at least your salary is what I get as allowance in a month. But you keep on going, you keep on. But now, many of them are looking back and saying, damn, I think you make the right decision. Because when you have the passion, when you persevere, then you must be sure, be deliberate and purposeful and intentional about what you do. And that's where positioning comes in. Positioning is that when you are not there, people are speaking about you. Some people can almost kind of like put their head on the slab for you, because you are standing for something. Something of value, something of quality, something they appreciate, and that's positioning. When you are well positioned, the last P will come in. And what's that last P? Patronage. What others are looking for will come looking for you, and the rest is history.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Just to add to that, I mean, every time I walked into any room that I'm talking about media agencies or marketing and all of that, and your name comes up, right, there has just been a consistent story about you. That man is, you know, he's good, he's this, he's that. You know, is it that you don't have any scandal in this industry? I don't understand. Because literally, right, I've not gone into any room that I've spoken about you, because you said something right now about, you know, whether you're not in the room, people will put their necks, you know, they'll put their heads on the line for you. And that's what is happening to you as a person. I'm saying this to you. I don't think I've said it to you before. But, you know, yeah, because, I mean, literally, because we find money now. So we'll go and shop around and all of that. And literally, for every time your name has come up in the media space, right, it has just been good news. It has also been positive reviews, right, you know. How?
Well, I think for me, like I said, being deliberate, I'm very choosy, I'm very selective. But I always tell people to manage a relationship. There are some people that my chemistry does not go with, but that does not mean I will be rude or I will be nonchalant to them. I accommodate them, but I don't draw the boundary. But most people, but all I do is to make sure I give my best. There are cases where some people have not even given any assignment, we've not even done anything together, but I make sure I leave an impact. Even if I'm not giving you anything, I give you advice to say, hey, this is a good project. I might not be able to associate, but if you can do this, do that. I've met some people who have told me that, Yinka, you're not giving one job, but the idea or the advice you gave me has actually helped me. That's what
literally, if you go on social media, especially with celebrities and all of those people, I mean, when they start to share their story, their journey in the industry, and they'll tell you, oh, there's one on Yinka, they'll say, he didn't give me money, but the counsel, the advice, some have said, you've also supported the projects and all of that. So I mean, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So if we had anything to give back to you as a nation that would make you happy, because it's always, what do you want to give back to your society? If we wanted to give you back something, what would that one thing be for you? What would be the joy?
One of it is creating this kind of platform for me to kind of share knowledge. And for me, the joy for me would be for us to create and work towards the coming generation to have many more Yinkas replicated across board. If we have about 20,000, I think the country will be a better place. So I want to see how we use the opportunity to replicate so that we have many more Yinkas.
Awesome. It's been an amazing time with you. I don't know. So do you do things for fun? Because I see you dance. So dancing is one of your hobbies. What else do you do for football?
So I play football, I play table tennis. Yeah. I do listen to music, and I do take time off. The nature of our job can very consuming, but you need to find a way to let off steam. So I do that so that we can.
So you do that for steam. Awesome. So we're looking forward to replicating many more like you. I know you do a mentorship program for young people, right? So I'm sure that, a lot of people must have learned a lot from this conversation. But thank you so much. We do not take your presence for granted. Thank you for being a pillar of hope and light and impact in the media space. And we're hoping that, most of the efforts that you have put into place, because I've seen you bank on some brands that didn't look like it. And all of a sudden, they are now the eye candy of, a lot of other agencies. They want to put their brands there. But you went there first because you saw the diamond in the rough, right? So I'm looking forward to, many more of those. And we want to just say thank you. It's one thing for you to have legends, right? Most times legends are celebrated maybe after they are gone. But I want to say proudly that you're a living legend in the media space. And thank you for the support you've given to so many creative minds in Nigeria and across, Africa. So we're looking forward to bigger things, and we're hoping that, as the industry is evolving, right, we continue to stay relevant and we're able to make more impact. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this conversation as I did. I think I enjoyed it more than you guys. So we've been speaking to the Group Executive Director. I hope I finally got the name. The Group Executive Director. I don't know. I'm so used to Yinka with, so no. We have to grow with the times. But we've been speaking to the Group Executive Director of Central and West Africa, right? Omnicon Group, right? So thank you so much for watching. And we're hoping that this has been a blessing to someone. And we're looking forward to bringing more industry leaders on Ways Exclusive just to get, a one-on-one. I'm sure you enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. We'll see you guys next time.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
naira they collect am.
If you no talk, dem go beat you.
Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach, all right? The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein, okay? So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach, recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically, it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine, all right? So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs, or certain chemical substances that are erosive, okay, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road, you just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach, and of course they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it. And you see, you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach, and it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get then straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people, okay? Just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it be clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with your doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? High levels of acid-containing diet should be minimized. All right. Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers. Okay. When you do all kinds of acid-containing meals or diet, lime, you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful what you are mixing, prevent it. You don't have to take excessive protein diet. Some people like to take roasted meat, for example, what we call suya locally. You do a lot of suya and you do a lot of alcohol. That can potentiate peptic ulcer disease for people. So prevent it by reducing this type of foods. Try not to take a lot of carbonated drinks. Alcohol dropped drastically. Water is very important. And before you do some of these things, please eat right. All right, eat your balanced diet. Don't skip meals. For basic treatments, you just get to meet your doctor who would prescribe the drugs for you. But you're not supposed to eat heavy foods, but just eat in bits. All right. So you wake up in the morning, you want to sometimes do alkalinized water and then a slight breakfast. Not anything acidic. A balanced diet is fine. If you must go for a fast, then tell your doctor. Major symptoms, remarkable symptoms of peptic ulcer disease is that you have painful sensation here on your upper stomach, many times that gets you to the back. Many people have diagnoses of peptic ulcer disease, which are really not peptic ulcer disease. So they come up to the hospital and they say I have ulcer. And I say, who said? And they say, well, my auntie said, or my uncle said. No, you have to have a diagnosis of peptic ulcer disease. And one of them, like I said, is a test of H. pylori. The other test is, which is usually the gold standard. There's URABRETH test, one of the tests, but the gold standard is an endoscopy, where you get to see the internal organ and be sure that there's a wound there. And this usually happens when there's bleeding, from the mouth or from the anus. All right. Other symptoms, like I said, is bleeding. You have bleeding. So you don't just have pain. You have pain that spans from this upper stomach down to the back. So it feels like a dagger piercing through you, down to the back. It's characteristic of that. Okay. Especially worsened when you've not eaten or when you just ate. The moment you take in food, you feel that sharp pain that, wanes for a while. So food affects the pain. Okay. Of course, bleeding is one of the side effects, one of the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease, bleeding, either from the mouth, just see slight trace of blood, or from the anus. One more thing is the heartburn. You feel that constricting pain, heartburn. Then lastly, there are few other symptoms, but one of the remarkable symptoms is a headache. You have a persistent headache that can be called a migraine. Not necessarily a migraine, but many people just say, oh, it's a migraine, but it's not. You notice that headache coincides with when you have the stomach pain, or it precedes the stomach pain. Now, that is a kind of symptom of a peptic ulcer disease. Usually, it's said that some of the brain cells, have some mimicking cells that look like the ulcer cells. So whenever the ulcer is firing, or whenever the gastric acid is firing, you have the same firing occurring in the brain, and you have that headache. Whenever you have it, you need to treat properly for peptic ulcer disease.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years, From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows, and for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day, I went to the salon and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp, but instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was a whole journey. Because after the lakpa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. They started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets, they second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know, raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had, to ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating, because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work, and the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially it was just in patches, and then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray cost 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight, and I administered it for a year and a half. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted a solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed, and I became suicidal as well. So at some point I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another, until 2015, when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet, and I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition. Like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware. And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online, and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia, and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come-out video, you get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshudat Badmus. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk. I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshudat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members, and in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get? Some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you are aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is. And they really need to know, because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness. Because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig, and nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tope somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tope's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard and I paused and asked, why did you say Tope's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have two parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have anjonu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think anjonu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the anjonu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf. And my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face. and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia, because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. And the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself, because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really, it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, doesn't want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow, because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia, because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family, because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized, because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her, and the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is, it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other,